Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If Guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei Met His Rival Demon. Now before starting, please give this video a like, and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Issei, a woman, screamed as she was being dragged off by some strange demonic claw. She was screaming to her one and only son, whom she threw out of the way to escape the demon-like monster's grasp. Mama, the child screamed as he watched his mother being dragged off. Please run, Issei, you. The woman didn't get to finish before the monster ripped her in half like a rag doll. It sprayed everywhere, coating the walls around them. The boy was shocked beyond words and horrified at the horrific scene. He cried out as the fire in the house blazed on in the middle of the night. 10 years later, Japan, Issei Ward Hospital. We find a young man waking on a hospital bed in a small room. He blinked for a few moments while slowly realizing that he was not in his nightmare anymore, but bedroom. It wasn't a very big room, probably no bigger than the one he used to live in as a child. Just a bed, a table with a lamp, and a few magazines with the latest trends in Japan. He slowly sat up and revealed to be wearing his hospital clothes. Just plain gray. It was pretty much all he saw growing up. He never really was fascinated by that much. But then again, what can you expect? The only other colors he's only been able to see were the ones in the rec room and during art sessions. Red thought hat was a color that he would never forget. It reminded him of so much that day. A dream, he thought as he rubbed his hand down his face and brown hair. An announcer said through the pot wired through the whole building. An electronic buzz was heard, and the red light on Issei's door turned green, and it opened. In walked a young nurse in her late 20s. She had long blonde hair. She adjusted her green glasses over her blue eyes as she greeted Issei with a smile and walked over to his bed. "It's time to get up, Issei," she kindly said. "Okay," Issei said with a nod. He swung his feet over the bed and waited for a moment. "Today is the day. You don't want to be late for your discharge, do you?" she told him. "Today," he said quietly. "But I talked to the head office. I got them to reduce your leave from next week to today," she said with a proud tone. "I see." Issei didn't think he was getting out this early. "Thanks, I guess I should say." Issei was a bit confused. "Don't act so gloomy. You finally get to get out of here and live properly," she said as she crossed her legs. "What did my uncle and aunt say? Are they coming to get me?" he asked. "Well, doesn't look like it." She frowned a little. "They did, however, get you a residence near the academy." "Academy?" "Yeah, Kuoh Academy," she said. "They get to go to a school." "Of course, silly goose." She chuckled and rubbed his head gently. "All kids have to, and I think you could use some school friends." She got up and began walking out. "Well, the clock is ticking, Issei. Best to get to the boys' washroom before they use all the hot water again." "It's still not fixed." Issei couldn't believe it. This was the 7th time the hot water this month wasn't fixed. He was always the last one in, and it was freezing. He sighed and stood up. "Well, this is the last time I'm seeing this place." 1 hour later, Issei was in the midst of tying his shoe in the discharge office. He finally got a decent set of street clothes, courtesy of his absent aunt and uncle. Blue jeans, blue and white sneakers, a gray sweater with a black zigzag pattern in the middle was pretty normal, but he liked it better than hospital clothes, that's for certain. He raised his head and scooted up to the counter for his release form. "Issei Hyoudou," the receptionist asked. "Yes," he answered. "You have your pass?" "Yes." "Are you waiting for a ride?" "Miss Sanagi said she would be driving me," he said as the counter lady scribbled away. "All right, there's the key sent by your guardian, along with identification and your enrollment papers." She smiled as she handed him his things. He nodded as he took them and put them in his bag. "Okay, you're set. I hope you have a great first day of school," she bowed. Issei nodded and proceeded to head out of the clinic. He finally took his first step on the pavement of the parking lot. He breathed in the fresh air and exhaled it. He looked back at the place he remained for the last 10 years. He then heard someone pull up, and there was his nurse. "Sanagi Yuka. Ready?" she asked. "Yeah." Issei nodded. He loaded his stuff in her car and got into the passenger seat. He put on his seat belt and faced forward. He glanced back at the psyche ward before Yuka drove away from it. The two were silent while Yuka drove. Issei was quite fascinated by how much his neighborhood had changed. Yuka noticed this and smiled a little. "Has it changed?" she asked. "A little. Mr. Hyoudou still hasn't fixed the hole in his window. But I don't think I saw the dog before," he noted while they drove by. "Well, it's been 10 years since. I think you can expect a lot of things changed," she said. "Ah, we're here," she said as they drove up to the driveway. Issei looked at the house and widened his eyes a little. It was the same house, although in better condition. "Do you want me to take your bag?" Yuka asked. No, I got it," Issei said as he reached blindly for his bag. He then stepped out of the car and looked at the front door. "You okay?" she asked worriedly. "I'm fine, it's just it still looks the same," Issei said as he walked toward the steps of the house. He walked up them and reached for the door handle hesitantly, but he opened it. As he did, the light screech of the hinges echoed throughout the empty house. Issei turned back and saw Yuka on her cell phone. "I have to go take care of something at the ward. Are you going to be all right on your own?" "Yeah, I think they have me a room and bank account set up. They left me phoned by the looks of it," he hollered back. "Okay, be careful. I'll come check on you after school tomorrow." "Wait," she said before walking over to him. She then gave him a hug and smiled. You are going to be great. Just give me a call if you need anything, Keishi said. Sure, thanks, Miss Yuka. He thanked her. She nodded. She gave him a kiss on his forehead and rubbed his hair one last time. My 6-year-old patient is now a strapping young man. She sounded a bit sad, but proud of him. I'm gonna go now. Goodbye, Issei, she said before heading back to her car and leaving. Issei waited till she was out of sight before heading back inside. He looked around again and noticed how dusty it was. He coughed a little. No one has been here for a while, he figured while walking around the house. He then headed upstairs and opened the door. There was a desk and a full-sized bed. He then saw an envelope. He walked up to it and read it. We love you. Have a great first day at school. Couldn't tell me that person either, Issei said as he opened it and found enough yen to last him the month. He dropped it back on the desk. He then threw his bag near his bed and sat down on it. He then laid down and looked up at the ceiling. So this is my new life. He turned his head and saw a uniform of sort hung on the wall with a hanger. School uniform, he figured. He then turned and was feeling tired. Next day. What a night, Issei said to himself tiredly. He was wearing the school uniform and was carrying his bag over his shoulder. As he walked on, he noticed some sort of uproar down the hill. He looked and saw 2 male students being chased with bamboo blades by a swarm of girls. Get back here. Run, they are gonna get us at this rate, one of them yelled. Repentuleches. Man, what's a guy gotta do around here to see some ass? Issei just watched as they ran around the track field. He wondered what they were talking about, but decided that he should get to the principal's office. Issei was now sitting in the principal's office and looking around it. It seemed kind of old-fashioned compared to most buildings had seen. But then again, he was cooped up in Oni for 10 years. He had waited, but still no sign of the principal. He checked the time on the clock on the principal's desk and noticed that his first class was starting soon. He finally gave up and decided to just go find his classroom. He grabbed his bag and headed out the door. When he stepped out in the hall, he noticed that there was a great deal of girls everywhere. He saw a couple guys on his way in, but it seemed that the girls outnumbered them 3-1. I wonder if this place became co-ed. He had read that this academy was pretty prestigious, but he must have missed the part about it being a former girls' school. He wondered if he was going to find a few decent friends in this place. Classroom. Next is pages 13 through 15. Then after you all finish, your civic studies will be. A teacher was in the middle of an announcement when the whole class heard a knock on the door. The teacher walked over to the door and opened it, then she gasped and smiled. Ah yes, I heard you were coming today, but I didn't think it was my class, she said happily. Most of the students were wondering what she was talking about. Class, before we begin, I'd like to introduce a special student that transferred in today, she announced. A new student. I didn't hear anything about a transfer at the beginning of the semester. Is it a girl? Maybe it's another guy. They all were curious and wanted to see who it was. Well, come on, and she motioned. After a moment, Issei walked in with his head facing the ground. When he turned and faced the class, he had a frown that just remained. My name is Hyoudou Issei. I don't particularly know that much about the academy, but I hope we'll get along, he finished. All the students were a bit surprised at such a shallow answer. This prompted one of them to raise their hand. Teacher, when you say special student, what do you mean exactly, she asked. Oh well, what I meant was Issei-kun here has transferred in from a special set of circumstances. The teacher responded with an awkward answer. This teacher is digging a deeper hole. Issei sighed. He decided to just tell them. I transferred in from honest psyche ward. This would be my first time enrolling in an actual school, he finished. He heard gasps through the whole room. Oni, you mean that place for the crazies? Matsuda, the teacher said angrily. I heard you only get sent there if you're really messed up in the head. Class, the teacher silenced them. This is Issei's first day at school, and I'm sure your comments are on Cal. It's fine, sensei, Issei said. They were bound to find out sooner or later. He looked throughout the students and spotted a couple looks from a young white-haired girl and a raven-haired girl. He blinked and turned back to the teacher. Sensei, the principal's office was empty, so I came straight to class. Can I hand in my transfer papers after class? Of course, just drop them off later. For now you can stay for class, she said kindly. Can I ask a question? Another student asked. Only if Issei-kun wants to. The teacher allowed it. I don't mind, Issei said. How long have you been at Oni? They all awaited his answer. 10 years, he said simply. 10 years, they all shouted. He would have to be a kid then. I don't think I could take a month. Now settle down, the teacher tried to calm her class. We need to get class started. Save your questions for afterwards. Issei-kun, you can go sit over by Yuma Amano, she directed him. Issei just walked over to the desk he was assigned and pulled the seat back to sit. He opened his bag and was reaching for his textbook when he noticed that his classmates were all eyeing with curious eyes. He shook his head and pulled out his book and laid it out. Excuse me, Yuma asked. Issei turned his head to her. I forgot my textbook at home. Could we share? She asked in a weird cutesy way. I don't mind, Issei said simply. Here. He handed it to her. Thanks. Wait, don't you need it? She asked, confused. I already read that one like a dozen times. He'll just go along with the class, he said as he turned back to his desk. Wow, you must be super smart or something, she smiled happily. Issei wasn't sure, but he was getting weirded out by this Amano Yuma. He felt a strange feeling telling him that he should keep away from her. He then remembered what Yuka told him before he left. She said that he would probably not be used to making friends, so he might feel discomforted. He shook his head and decided to just roll with it. After class, the bell rang and everyone began getting up. The teacher was telling them that they had about 1 hour till class, so they could go to gym or stay in class till the next period. Issei was in the middle of writing in a notebook. He scribbled away, oblivious to the world around him. "Thank you for the textbook," Issei Yuma thanked her new classmate. "Are we on a first-name basis now?" Issei wondered as Yuma handed him his textbook back. "Thanks for giving it back," he replied. Curious, "What are you working on?" she asked as she hovered over his shoulder. He closed his notebook and stood up. He began putting his stuff away, much to Yuma's surprise. "I'm sorry, am I annoying you?" she asked in a sad tone. "No, I just want to go outside," he said as he headed for the door. "Oh, can I join you?" she asked. "I don't care," he said as she followed him. "Great," she said happily. As she walked with him, she seemed to glance back at the silver-haired petite girl that was in their class. Issei could have sworn he felt some sort of animosity in the atmosphere. He looked back and the white-haired girl looked at him with a blank look. He then just walked off with Yuma. Issei was sitting under a tree in the middle of campus with Yuma sitting happily with him. He seemed to be just resting with his eyes shut. "So Issei," Yuma spoke, which made him open his eyes. "What do you think of this academy?" "I was a bit surprised to find out this place was a former girls' school," he said as he looked at the academy. "But this place is giving me the chills for some reason." He narrowed his eye as he looked at the place. "But I'm new to this, so I guess it's expected," he said while picking up a blade of grass and looking at it. "Say, Issei," she suddenly asked. Yum, did you have a girlfriend?" She seemed a bit nervous. "No," he simply said. Then, "Would you like to go out on a date with me this Friday?" She blushed a little as her violet eyes averted his gaze. "Why?" he asked curiously. "Because you seem like a nice guy. Not like Matsuda or Madohama." She fidgeted a little, awaiting his reply. Issei was a bit taken aback, but at the same time, he seemed a little cautious. First day he gets to school, and a girl asks him out. Okay, he figured it wouldn't hurt. "Oh, that's good to hear, thank you very much." She came up and hugged him, much to his surprise. He was conscious of her chest making contact with him and he blushed a little. "I'll see you after school." She winked and trotted off happily. He was still blushing and held a hand to his chest. That was the first time a girl apart from his nurse hugged him. It felt kind of warm and comforting. But he shook his head to clear it. He wasn't sure why this girl asked him out. After his intro in class, he figured everyone would want to steer clear of him. He thought she looked pretty cute, but he was wondering why a girl that pretty would just ask a complete stranger like him out on a date. Something was off, but he figured maybe she wasn't that bad. He then decided to go look around the academy. As he walked around, he noticed that a lot of the girls around were whispering when he walked by. Word sure travels fast, he thought. He then looked over at a window on the second floor and his eyes widened a little. It was red. A girl with long red hair was looking out of the window and directly down at him. He blinked and he rubbed his head. The color was so familiar, just like that day. He widened his eyes after snapping out of his past. He then walked on with a frown. He wasn't sure why, but that girl also gave him a weird vibe. Not like Yuma, but different. He couldn't describe it. It was like certain people at this academy had this air about them that set them apart from most of the students. After school, Issei sighed in relief to school being over finally. First thing he was going to do was, Issei-kun. He turned his head and he was looking at a guy who had whitish blonde hair. A lot of the girls were swooning at the sight of him. "Who are you?" Issei asked him plainly. "Hyoudou Kiba. I heard about your transfer, so I thought I should greet you and give you a warm welcome." He smiled nicely. He offered his hand to Issei, but Issei just ignored him and stood up. "Nice to meet you." He began packing his stuff. "Are you adjusting well?" Kuoh Kiba asked. "It's all right," Issei simply said. "Well, if you didn't mind," Kiba began to ask. "My president of the Occult Research Club has requested if you could drop by the club room tomorrow. If you're free, of course." He invited Issei. "Tomorrow, Occult Research Club," he confirmed. "Yes, she seemed eager to speak to you," he said with a friendly smile. Issei was curious what this club president wanted with him. Was this sort of thing normal? "If I got time," he told Kiba and began heading out. "Of course. Have a good evening, Issei," he waved. Issei glanced back and clenched his hand. That feeling again, what the hell, he was wondering why he kept feeling an ominous pressure when he was near some of these students. Issei tensed up and widened his eyes. He then looked around swiftly, wondering where that voice came from. He didn't see anyone. Maybe he was losing it. He just decided to get home quickly. As he rushed, he brushed past a female student. Sorry about that," he quickly apologized, but he felt tense again. He noticed it was a girl with red glasses, but he immediately turned around and kept heading for the stairs. Little did he know the girl with glasses was eyeing him suspiciously. "President," a girl with green glasses said as she walked next to her. "It's him," she said with a firm tone. Issei was gasping a little. For some reason his heart was beating, and he felt tingles in his chest. Damn it, what is this weird feeling? He gripped his chest tightly. He didn't know what was happening to him, but he felt like he needed to get out of school. He was just outside the school gate, supporting himself on one side of the building. He then slowly slid down and sat against the wall. He had to catch his breath. After a minute he drooped his head down and was frowning. "Just calm down, deep breaths," He did a little breathing exercise that he learned in Oni that helped him calm down. He then stood up and began walking from the academy. As he walked back to his house, he felt a bit more at ease the further he got away from the school. He was passing through the shopping district on the way to his house when he noticed a man with black and blonde hair having trouble with something. "No, I'm telling you, man, I paid the offer you suggested, and this piece of junk broke down before I even got halfway home," the shopper said to the salesman. "Hey pal, I told you no refunds. Once I sold it, it was your problem. Now get lost," the salesman said, annoyed. "You swindling jackass," the buyer said angrily. Issei came over and took a look. "Excuse me, sir, but is there a problem?" The buyer seemed surprised at Issei. "Hey, get lost, kid. This guy is just a pathetic example of a human being who doesn't take responsibility for his poor choices," the salesman said as he huffed. "You dirty swine, give me back my money. Is that an #I64 Toshiba?" Issei examined the motorbike. You know your bikes, kid. The one and only model in Tokyo, although I have no idea what the hell was wrong with it in the first place, but this is this guy's problem now." The salesman thought the last part as he turned away. Issei was curious as he looked at the engine. "No, this ain't it," Issei said as he stood up. "What the hell you talking about?" The salesperson seemed baffled. "The 64 has a bigger engine in this paint." He seemed to be scratching it off with a little rock. "What are you doing?" the salesperson yelled. "Yep, it's rusted." He wiped his finger along the spot he scratched. "This body is aluminum, the 64 was made with steel," he finished. "You mean this bike is a dud?" the buyer asked in disbelief. "Well, it's not a Toshiba. This bike was probably scrapped and put together again," he told him. "Is it as the kid says?" the buyer asked the salesperson angrily. "Oh shit, you sign the agreement. Doesn't matter, I'm calling the cops on your ass. See what they think of fraud, you swindler." The buyer took out his phone. "Oh well, they'll just catch you later, sucker." The con man ran off past a lot of people. Issei blinked and looked at the buyer. He got away. Don't worry about it. By the way, thanks for that, kid. You seem to know a lot about motorbikes," the blonde man said, impressed. I just read a lot. I don't actually have any hands-on experience," he explained. "Well, I have to go now. Hope you find that guy before he skips town," Issei said as he headed home. "Hey kid," the buyer asked him. "What's your name?" he asked curiously. Issei. "I'll never forget your help, Issei-kun." He smiled friendly-ish. "Have a good day," Issei said as he headed back. He felt like he had to help the guy out at least. Hopefully he would catch that guy before he swindled someone else. But that was behind him now. He had to get home. Issei's house. Issei was in the midst of preparing his dinner. He brought some meat from the shopping district after helping out that buyer. He spent a lot of time thinking about school. He wondered if it was normal to be on edge on the first day. It was probably because he just got out. Had adjust eventually. He then heard a knock on his door. Must be Yuka, he thought. He headed over to the door and opened it. And sure enough, she was there. "Good evening, Miss Yuka." She stayed silent as her head hung low. "Miss Yuka," Issei asked again. "Finally, we're alone at last," she said, which made Issei confused. "I guess are you okay?" Yuki was about to say, but was then forced back by a strong blow to his gut. He was knocked all the way back and he hit the back of the wall. He coughed up a lot of saliva from the sudden blow. He held his stomach from the pain. What he wondered. He then looked up and his eyes widened. What he was looking at was not Yuka, but a monster. It had large clawed hands and dark brown skin. At last, after 10 long years of waiting, I got you, the monster laughed manically. 10 year the Issei was horrified at what he was looking at. It was the same thing that murdered his parents 10 years ago. It was a demon. "That's right, you human trash. I've been pissed that I didn't get you before the devils came by, but now I got you." The Luos and it seemed to be getting ready to attack. "You killed my parents," he sputtered. The demon then picked up Issei with its wide grasp, squeezing him tightly. Issei screamed in pain. "That's right, I tore those pathetic meatbags like dolls. Their screams were almost as good as their bodies that I devoured. Now you too screamed for me." Issei screamed as he felt his shoulder dislocate. "It hurts, not like her," as he teared up from the pain. Issei heard the voice from before. The demon seemed confused. The Issei began to say, "Boost," he yelled at the top of his lungs. A green light was bursting forth from Issei as the demon gasped. With this hum, it got blasted away as Issei was engulfed in a green light. It crashed out the door and onto the street. "Impossible, you have a sacred gear," it shouted in disbelief. "Who?" a voice said as Issei looked at his arm and gasped. "This is a gauntlet." It was a red scale-like hand with gold runes on it, and a green orb on the top of the hand. Issei looked up and the monster pounced and was intent on smashing Issei into the ground. It shouted as it smashed the ground. Issei rolled out of the way but winced. "Shot?" Issei asked his gauntlet. "Yuhak." Boost. As Issei said it, the gauntlet flashed green, and he felt more power surging into his body. "Now what?" "What?" the voice warned Issei. "Doesn't matter, I'll scatter your guts all over, just like I did those weak little fleshlings 10 years ago." "Shut up." Issei suddenly glared up at the demon and held his dragon-like hand toward the demon. This is for my parents, you monster, Issei yelled as red energy built up in his hand. Issei then punched the ball of red energy, and a beam of red energy shot forth and coated the devil with its destructive energy. It wailed in pain as the energy disintegrated its body. When the energy dissipated, ashes of the monster floated down to the street and vanished. Issei was panting a great deal. Hit it, my dad. He fell back and hit the pavement, or at least he thought it was, but he felt himself fall against someone who caught him. He wasn't sure, but he swore he felt this feeling before. It was from school. Silence. That was all Issei heard when he only saw darkness. He was slowly drifting in his unconscious state from the mental exhaustion from that night before. He wasn't certain if what happened really happened. It seemed too supernatural to be real, but then again, so did the demon from 10 years ago. That very demon he killed. MMFGH, he groaned. He slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was Thier. It was the very same demon he killed last night, and was giving him a very evil grin. Issei's eyes shot open when he felt his heart in his throat. He was drenched in sweat as he looked up at a dark ceiling. He felt his eyes twitch and his mouth frozen from fear. He shook a little from the shock. He felt like his heart was about to explode. A dream, he said to himself. He heard ticking from a grandfather clock from somewhere nearby, and he tensed up when he heard it ring in its low tone. He took a deep breath and exhaled. He did this for about a few moments till he regained his senses. He couldn't move, feeling like he was paralyzed and naked. Where were his clothes? The hell, he was about to say, but he felt like something warm was strapped onto him. He looked on his side and he widened his eyes. It was a black-haired young woman who was soundly sleeping on him. She looked older than him, but she seemed familiar to him. She then opened her eyes suddenly, which made Issei flinch. She had violet eyes that were a penetrating gaze. She seemed to be frowning in a bored manner. Awake now, human? She asked. Issei couldn't answer. You wouldn't stop struggling last night. I know people have nightmares, but you were flailing around like a rag doll, she explained as she slowly sat up. As she did, the blanket covering her slid off, revealing her naked figure in front of Issei. Her ass were as visible as day, and her white skin was about as mesmerizing as a model's. He wasn't sure what the hell happened. Did he feel so depressed he called a hooker? No, he had no idea how to do that. Perhaps he brought a girl from school? No, he didn't come across anyone like this. Hey, Issei Hyoudou, the raven-haired asked. He finally snapped out of staring at this woman's body and met her cold gaze. You feel better now? Better, he slowly asked. You seem rather nervous. Perhaps your clothes scratched with death made you even more mellow than you were before, she asked as she leaned forward and put her hands on the bed beside his head. Well, I don't mind if you're nervous. Perhaps you are as well, she teased as she put her head close to him. Her mouth turned to a grin riddled with ill intent. Her hair was slowly draping down toward Issei, who was flushed beyond words. Is this girl some sort of predator or something? He panicked as she planted her ass on his chest and her fingers snaked around his face. He could also feel her legs interlocking with his that prevented him from moving. His thing was feeling very active when she touched him the way she did. He wasn't sure what was going on, but this chick was like some sort of natural at this. Come on, let's have a little fun, she smiled as she his cheek and caressed his hair. Have fun, Issei slowly fumbled. Oi, Rainer, a voice calling from the doorway said, annoyed. Would you leave the poor kid alone? He looks like he's about to burst like a microwaved egg. Why are you bothering me, Warner? I thought I told you I could take care of this. Raina retorted as she eased off Issei and turned to her. You heard Lord Azazel. We are not to inflict anything that would be considered traumatic. She revealed herself to be a rather tall woman with dark blue hair and narrowed dark blue eyes. Her outfit consisted of a red leather short skirt and trench coat that was open, revealing her buxom figure. And what exactly about this is traumatic? The boy is not rejecting me, Rainer said defensively. That's because you're smothering him. You must be pretty desperate to do it with this human, when you can't even get Azazel to look at you. Warner scoffed. You don't utter such things in front of me, I'll kill you here and now, she threatened with anger. I'd like to see you try it, you suck up, Warner said with confidence as she produced some weird light in her hand. Rainer matched it with a reddish light in her hand. No, I like a good cat fight, but this isn't the place for that, a man's voice said. Warner and Rainer immediately stopped and seemed shocked from the voice. Rainer got out of bed with Issei and onto the floor. She flashed in light, and she was now in a revealing S&M outfit and was bowing along with Warner. Issei was confused at why they suddenly changed their mood. He looked towards the doorway and he gasped. The man revealed himself to be You're that Issei pointed in recognition. It was the buyer from that one time. Yo, the man smiled. How are you, Hyoudou-kun? You know my name, Issei asked, surprised. I took the liberty of checking out on his personal files. Issei Hyoudou, 16 years old, no parents, only relatives are an aunt and uncle who live away from Japan. Discharged and enrolled into Kuoh Academy 2 days ago, he stated. Wait, 2 days ago, Issei asked. Right, you've been sleeping for 2 days straight, Azazel explained. Lord Azazel, if you don't mind me asking. Azazel looked at Rainer. What brings you to the safe house? I told you I had everything under control, so I would not need to disturb you. Oh, were you trying to do it with the kid? Rainer Azazel smirked with a hint of amusement. Of course not, Rainer quickly denied. I see. Warner. Hi, she was attempting to deflower the human, my lord, Warner said simply. You snitch, Rainer yelled at her angrily with a tick mark. Now this is just plain hilarious, Azazel laughed. Why is Kalawarner here anyway? I can handle watching a simple human on my own, Rainier wanted to know. I sent you here to watch Hyoudou, Rainier, but I decided to send someone to watch you as well, Azazel explained, while Rainier turned to Kalawarner. It's his lord, Azazel says. Kalawarner revealed. I guess it goes to show you can't even be alone with a human without jumping him. Just how far has this angel fallen? Kalawarner smiled at her remark. Kalawarner, you shut your filthy little trap, or I'm gonna tear your wings off with my bare hands, Rainier yelled at her. Issei suddenly asked. What's going on, and where am I? He asked. Looks like you're loaded with countless questions. Well, get dressed and come in my living room. We'll talk some more after you've had a chance to wake up and eat, Azazel said as he began walking off. You two, do another sweep around the area. I don't want the devils to be sticking their nose in our business. I'd rather have no interference right now. Of course, at once, the two said. They walked off and headed outside. Issei looked and saw his clothes and got up to put them on. After Issei walked into the living room, he smelled breakfast and headed to the source. Azazel was wearing an apron and flipping some eggs in a pan. Ah, there you are. I hope you like eggs. It's only thing I got around here right now, Azazel said with a smile. Sure, thank you, Issei said as he sat down slowly. Azazel gave him the plate and sat down with a cup of coffee across the table. Issei began eating and found it surprisingly good. Well, I suppose for now, I should answer some questions. I'm sure you have a lot, but it's quite mind-blowing, Azazel said. Could we start with why I was in bed with that girl? He blushed a little. Oh, Rainier, she was using a special healing spell I whipped up, but it required her to be in constant contact with you to work. Spell? Issei thought he misheard him. Yeah, magic so to speak. Azazel held his hand up and a green light shined. Issei gasped in awe of what he was seeing. Oh yeah, I didn't properly introduce myself. Azazel cleared his throat. My name is Azazel. I'm the governor of the fallen angels, he said. Fallen angels? Issei asked again. Yeah, see my wings? Azazel stood up and black feathered wings burst forth from his back. Issei flinched a little from the sight. Azazel then made them disappear and sat down. You are probably confused about what's going on and why you're here. Issei was still surprised about the wings. Oh, and by the way, those two girls are also fallen angels as well, Azazel explained, and as if on cue, the said two opened the door and entered. Nothing to report, Rainier said. Great, no one will interrupt us, Azazel said gladly. But back to the point, he said as he explained. You know of devils, angels, God, and Satan, and all those mythological creatures in myths and legends, right? Issei nodded as Rainier and Kalawarner sat down. Well, it's all real. What? Issei was surprised. I'll explain it all in due time, but here's what you need to know for now. Azazel sat forward and put his hands on the table. Right now, there is a secret war that's been going on for centuries. It's a three-way standoff between three different factions. The devils, angels, and fallen angels. And you've sparked the interest of some very powerful people. Why? Issei couldn't understand why a nobody like him that got out of a psyche hospital would give a damn about him. Because you are a wielder of a very particularly strong sacred gear. Sacred gear? Issei said curiously. Yep. You know that red gauntlet that you used to kill that demon from before? Azazel reminded him. Issei was wide-eyed and remembered that night. So it was real. Issei frowned. That sacred gear is actually one of the strongest. A Longinus, to be accurate, is actually a top-tier sacred gear that possesses enough power to kill gods. He explained. Gods? You mean they are real too? Issei was shocked. Of course, Azazel replied. But another thing that sparked the interest of those powerful people was the fact you awaken your sacred gear when you're just a human. Is it not common? Not common, Rainier snorted. It's not even heard of. Well, I wouldn't necessarily say that, Azazel said. There is still much mystery regarding the nature of sacred gears. Perhaps Hyoudou made his awaken through sheer will, or perhaps the red dragon sensed its wielder in danger. Red dragon, your sacred gear. The boosted gear is actually a vessel containing the red dragon, or commonly known as the Red Dragon Emperor. Kalawarner explained. Is having a dragon that big of a deal? Issei asked. I like this kid. Azazel laughed humorously. Issei was a bit offended from his sudden outburst. Did I say something funny? Having a dragon is more than just a big deal, Hyoudou. Azazel stopped laughing and got back to their conversation. Dragons are beings that all three of the factions fear because of their destructive power to kill God and the Satans, he explained. And whoever possesses any of these dragons could tip the war in their favor. Sothai's dragonate could help settle the war between these factions? Issei asked to make sure. Pretty much, Azazel. So you brought me here too. Whoa, hold your horses, Hyoudou. Azazel held his hand up. I didn't help you because of your sacred gear, I just wanted. Repay you for earlier. Repay. It's up to you what you want to do, Hyoudou. But I figured you would want to know what type of world you're gonna have to live with now. Because now that you can use your sacred gear, you're gonna be approached by some pretty interesting individuals. Azazel said, amused. So basically you're saying I'm part of this, whether I like it or not. Issei sounded disappointed. I wish it wasn't like that, but yeah. Azazel said. I got one more question. What is it? At school, I get this weird feeling from some of the students, and I get tense all of a sudden. Is that because they're Kuoh Academy? Ah, that's the Grimoires and Citrus Turf. They got quite a few devils there attending like normal students. Well, you're just a human, so it's strange why you're able to sense that. Azazel put a hand on his chin and was in deep thought. Perhaps it is the dragon's way of instinctively protecting its host, Kuoh suggested. That's what I was thinking, but it wouldn't make sense how he's able to. Well, my advice to you is to just act normally. If you are approached by a devil or angel or a fallen angel. What, I thought you were fallen angels, why would I get approached by your guys? There has been some disagreements among my faction. Internal conflict, so to speak. A lot of them act without my knowledge, so I can't keep track of everyone. These two are the only ones I trust. He showed his hand toward Rainier and Kuoh. So if you get approached by them, well, it's your life. What you decide to do is up to you. You might even be tried to get recruited because of the fact you possess the longness. Power like that is up for grabs nowadays, so watch yourself. Azazel concluded. You should probably get back to your residence. The devils and angels might not like me interacting with a human. Rainier, Kuoh, make sure he gets home safely. Azazel ordered. Hi. Rainier and Kuoh nodded. Who thanks for the help, Azazel? Issei thanked him. No problem. Just make sure you use your power wisely. Got it, Issei said as he got up and bowed. Issei and the two women left with him, leaving Azazel alone in the room. He smiled as he sat back. Something tells me a storm's brewing. And you're the one at the center of it, Issei Hyoudou. Morning, 400 him. As Issei walked on in the dark, Kuoh and Rainier were on both sides of him with stoic expressions. It was getting awkward because they hadn't said a word since leaving Azazel's apartment. They seemed to be on constant lookout. Is there something wrong? Issei asked. Sometimes a stray devil or some sort of beast roams the streets at night when no one is around, hoping to snag a snack before the next night. Kuoh explained. Stray devil, what's that? Issei asked. A devil that abandons their master and roams on its own. Rainier said. Same as the one that attacked you. You would fall into that category, but you don't have a master and you're not a devil. This is kind of a unique case though, Kuoh said as she put her hand on her chin. Never thought there would be a human who wields a longness and still retains their humanity. Why is that weird? Because humans are the only ones who have sacred gears inside them. The devils and angels collect them by resurrecting them into devils or angels. Rainier explained. But you awaken yours without having the need to do that. I see, he said, understanding. He was still unsure what was going on, but he knew this whole deal was not going to be easy to go along with. The existence of gods, devils, angels, thought that it was actually real was mind-blowing. What's up with you? Kuoh asked as she bent down a little to Issei's height, still wearing her frown. Nothing. It's just up until a few days ago, I thought I really was crazy, but now that all this happened, he looked at his left hand and closed it. Kuoh then stood upright and puffed her chest out while putting her hands behind her head. You're kinda accepting of this, for a human anyway. She had to admit, he was kind of strange. Well, at least I know him not crazy, he said as he smiled sadly. Kuoh just glanced at him with curiosity and just shrugged. They finally reached Issei's house and they stopped in front of it. We're here. We should head back. Rainier. Don't have to tell me. Rainier rolled her eyes, they sprouted wings and took off. Rainier stopped and turned back at Issei. The two were quiet for a moment before Rainier said, see you at school, human. She then took off. Issei was confused. So she's coming to my school, huh? Kuoh Academy. Issei was approaching the gates at school and yawning from a lack of sleep. He was still trying to wrap his head around the fact that he was going to a school full of things that the entire world thought were not real. As he approached, he saw Yuma up ahead who looked to be on her phone. He stopped and looked at her for a second. He then felt the same presence from her when he was with Rainier. Rainier, he slowly said to himself. Yuma looked at him and was suddenly excited all of a sudden. He then saw her run towards him and then tackled him to the ground. Issei, she squealed with delight. They were on the ground much to everyone's surprise. Issei was about to say something. It's me, just play along, Yuma said with a tone that was similar to Rainier's. Rainier, don't say my name in public. When we're at school, Imamano Yuma, just act normal, Rainier said before getting off him. Issei gulped and got up and dusted himself off. Geez, that was mean of you to leave me waiting on Friday. How come you didn't show? Yuma pouted. Issei tried to play along. It was busy moving the rest of my stuff in the house, I forgot, sorry, Issei said as he fumbled with his words. Well, just go with me later today. We'll have lots of fun, she cheered. Hi, Issei sweated a little. How does she do it? The switch in personality was unbelievable. Totally different from a few hours ago. Issei looked around them and was very wary of everyone. Yuma then came up and grabbed his arm and clung to his side. The devils are watching you right now. You know that little white-haired runt in our class, she said quietly to him. He nodded. She's part of the BGMI clan. She's been observing you ever since you left your house this morning. Issei was about to turn around, but Rainier jerked him back. Don't look. If they get wind that you're onto them, they are bound to make a move on you soon. How do you know she's watching? Kuoh, Rainier said. Lord Azazel gave her orders to watch from afar. So that girl is a devil, Issei said as he continued walking inside. Rainier released his arm and began walking ahead. I got different classes than you today. Just do what you can to blend until after school, she instructed him. Got it, Issei nodded. See you after school, she said and began leaving. Thank you for helping me, he said as he turned away. Don't misunderstand, human. I'm just acting under Lord Azazel's orders. I'm your friend at school, but that's it," she replied coldly. Issei was raising his hand a little but just frowned and lowered it. He sighed once more and headed to class. As he walked down the halls, he almost reached his classroom, but was blocked off by 2 female students. He widened his eyes and tensed up again, but he then recognized one of them. One of them was the girl he brushed past that one time when he was heading home. He was probably about 20 feet from entering before he heard a voice. "Your," Issei was about to say out loud. Issei gulped. He wasn't used to hearing voices just out of the blue. "Okay, but why the hell haven't you said a word to me since 3 days ago?" Issei silently protested. "Cop out," Issei said, annoyed. "Don't just hey you little bastard, don't just stop talking. I need help." Issei was silently arguing with his hand, which looked weird to the kids around him. Issei realized it and sighed. He just decided to go to class. As approached the door, the 2 female students with glasses stood in his way with stoic looks. "Issei Hyoudou, correct?" the short-haired girl asked. "Guys," he answered. "My name is Sona Citri. I'm the student council president of Kuoh Academy." She bowed a little. "Nice to meet you." Issei was getting a bit nervous, but he maintained his composure. He knew this girl was a devil. The name Citri also rung a bell when he remembered what Azazel said. Kuoh Academy, that's the Gremory's and Citra's turf. If this is their turf, then she must be a big shot around here. Issei thought. "I was wondering if you would give me a moment of your time after school." "What for?" "I simply wish to talk to you about certain things," she said, still maintaining her emotionless look. "Oh, okay, I'll try to make it then. I got some things to do afterwards, but I'll head to the student council's office after school," he reasoned. "That is acceptable," Sona agreed. "See you after class, Issei Hyoudou," she said. With that, she walked off with the other girl to who knows where. Issei just entered his classroom and went to his desk and sat down. Those 2 were devils. What do they want with me? Did they know I talked to Azazel even for devils? I would think that would take time. Issei spent the remainder of class wondering what the 2 wanted. Man, these classes are so easy. They had harder subjects in Oni. Issei stretched. He was glad it was over. Granted, the whole devils and angels thing was on his list of concerns, but his high school studies were easy in comparison to the point he didn't want to do them. "Issei-kun," a voice called. Issei turned and tensed up. Another one. Issei was running into these devils faster than he could run away from them. It was Hyoudou. "I see you're back from your trip to Oni. I hope you're doing well," he said with worry. "Trip? Oh, yeah, I forgot the pills that get the other ones out of my system. So I was in a bit of a withdrawal, Issei realized what he was saying and just played along. That bastard Azazel could at least let me know what my cover was. I almost lost composure there for a minute. Issei cursed the fallen angel in the back of his head. "Well, nice to know you're doing well. By the way, my president was wondering if you would be able to stop by the Occult Research Club after school," Hyoudou said. "Oh that. Yeah, sorry about that, Kiba. I totally forgot about that." Issei apologized. "I gotta go to the student council after classes, but I'll try to make it afterwards." "That would be fine. You just come when you have taken care of your business. He'll let my president know." Hyoudou bowed with a smile. "Well, if y'all excuse me." Hyoudou left along with a group of girls that were following him. Issei watched him till he was out of sight and then planted his forehead on the desk. Now he had to go to the Orc, the student council president, and go with Rainier on a date. Man, I hope this ain't some sort of ambush. I wonder if devils are more ill-tempered than angels or fallen angels. He had met Azazel, and he seemed more calm and laid back. He also figured that angels were saints, but he didn't know what the devils were like. The only one he saw was the one that attacked him. He knew it was one of those stray devils Kalawarnar and Rainier mentioned. He wasn't sure what was going to happen. He arrived at the student council office and gulped. He felt his heart racing a bit. He knocked on the door. He was greeted by the girl with really long hair and glasses. "The president is expecting you. Please come in," she said as she stepped out of the way to allow him entry. He came in and looked around. It was very open with a large table. On the opposite end of it was Sona, who had her hands rested on the table. "Thank you for coming, Issei Hyoudou." Issei sat down at a seat next to Sona along with Tsubaki. "If you don't mind my asking, why am I here, Sane-senpai?" he asked. "Well, I wanted to talk to you about a certain issue you may be dealing with." Sona adjusted her glasses. "Issue?" Issei repeated, but was confused. "You have a certain kind of power, from what I understand," Sona said seriously. "Power?" Issei was acting confused. "I think you know. You've awakened your sacred gear on your own," she said. Issei widened his eyes. Sona simply held her hand up in a calming manner. "Do not panic. I am not going to do anything to you," she assured him. "Tell me, Issei Hyoudou, what do you know about angels and devils?" she asked. Issei felt a sense of relief after realizing that she didn't know Azazel talked to him. He decided it would be safe to just make up something. "If you are referring to the three-way war between angels, devils, and fallen angels, I know that much," he said. Sona and Tsubaki were surprised. "You know about that?" Sona asked, surprised. "Well, more or less. My sacred gear more or less told me," he said as he scratched his head. "It's pretty annoying though. He only talks when he wants to, so I don't know if he's listening or not." He looked at his arm in annoyance. "I see. Well, I don't need to explain that then. You see, Issei Hyoudou," she got up and sat on the table next to Issei. "I was wondering if it didn't bother you, would you consider join?" Sona. The doors suddenly burst open and a red-headed girl popped in out of breath. Issei instantly recognized her. She was the girl with red, crimson hair he saw the other day. What do you think you're doing? What are you riled up for? Sona asked with an annoyed tone. Issei could feel animosity in the air from the two. What the hell is this, he wondered. I had my eyes on him first. Why are you trying to steal him? The redhead demanded. It's first come, first served, Rias. And I was already asking him to join my peerage. Sona crossed her arms. That's only because Hyoudou told you about it and I invited him to my club room first. Ara, president. If you run off like that, I can't follow that easily. A girl who just made it to the door said, who was out of breath. What the hell is going on? Issei asked, who was completely at a loss for words. Just let them be. They usually calm down after a minute. Tsubaki explained. My name is Tsubaki Shimmer, by the way. I'm the vice president of the student council. I apologize for having you come in on such short notice, she said. Don't worry about it. At this point, having a little bit of warning nowadays is actually nice. Issei chuckled. I see you are still new to this whole ordeal. It's just hard to believe all this. It's just a lot to soak in, Issei said as he sighed. Well, if you need pointers or have any problems at school, just let me know. It is my responsibility to help my underclassmen when need be, she said with a smile. Thanks, Tsubaki-senpai. Issei thanked her. Honorifics are unnecessary, Hyoudou-kun. I don't mind if you call me Tsubaki, but try to keep formalities when we're in front of the presidents, she said. Sure thing. Issei nodded. He was going to my club first. What part of that do you not understand? He can drop by after he's done with me. Sona and Rias were still going at it, as Issei just sweat dropped at them. The two finally calmed down and huffed. Rias and Sona then turned to Issei. Issei Hyoudou, this is Rias Gremory. She's the president of the Occult Research Club. She's also a childhood friend of mine. Sona introduced her. A pleasure to finally meet you, Issei Hyoudou. Rias bowed. I've been really interested in you since you enrolled. I wanted the chance to talk to you, but it seemed that you've had to deal with some things as of late, Rias said with a frown. Oh, pleasure to meet you. Issei's sweat dropped. How am I going to get out of this one? Issei was stuck in the corner of the table with Tsubaki as Sona and Rias were eyeing him. So, I heard you were wanting to see me. Issei finally managed to get out. Yep. Would you please follow me back to my club room? Rias offered her hand. Not until I'm done, Sona said firmly. Ara, so much tension is in the air. I think our little underclassman is a bit overwhelmed. You too. The girl who came in with Rias said. Akino, Rias said in a pouting way. True, Issei Hyoudou is being put on the spot because of your unnecessarily meddling, Sona said as she crossed her arms. The only one meddling here is you, Sona. Rias and Sona were sparking tension, visibly. Well, from the sound of it, Issei spoke up. You two want me to join your peerages? Issei asked. Are you familiar with the game of chess? Issei Hyoudou, Sona asked. Yes, Issei answered. High-class devils are given 15 chess pieces known as evil pieces. They are used to reincarnate humans and other creatures into devils, Sona explained. And depending on the individual, it costs a certain amount to reincarnate them. But afterwards, they become a servant of a master. Rias finished. And evil pieces grant the reincarnated certain abilities such as great strength, magic, or speed. Tsubaki finished. Sounds like a recruitment for devils, Issei said as he put his hand on his chin with a curious look. More or less, but many high-class are quite picky about their slaves, Akino said as she smiled. Really? Issei asked. He thought for a second before putting his hands together as an apology. Well, I'm sure you all are nice people, but I don't feel like getting involved in this war, Issei said, which made them make sounds of surprise. I've been trying to steer clear of a lot of devils, fallen angels, and well. Issei Hyoudou, Sona asked. What is it? He asked with a blank look. Do you not wish to join because of the murder of your parents? They all were surprised. You know about that? Issei made a sad smile as he sat back. Forgive me, that was out of line. Sona bowed respectively. No, it's all right. And no, it's not that, Issei said as Sona looked up to him. I just think getting involved right now isn't a good idea. At least because of the way I am now, Issei said, which made them silent. For now, I think I want to know more about this sacred gear before I do anything rash, he said as he looked at his left arm. I see, Sona said, nodding. Granted, she wanted to have him as her pawn, but she was not the kind of devil to force it on him. Then will you at least consider my offer? He'll think about it. Excuse me, I got some things I need to do after school. It was nice meeting you all. Issei stood and bowed as he headed for the door. As he passed Akino, she smiled at him and said, Have a good evening, my little Kuoh. She let him pass and he left. In thinking he does not wish to join, President, Tsubaki said. While this is a real shame, I wonder if I could get him to join some way. Rias wondered. I think it would be best to let him be for now, Sona said. He somewhat understands the balance of the war, but I don't think he will participate in it yet, she noted, observing their conversation from earlier. I also don't like the fact of him hanging around Rainier, Rias noted in an annoyed tone. The fallen angels have been too quiet recently, and my brother is too busy in the underworld to address this situation. I don't think she would try anything in our territory. But then again, they have extracted sacred gears from humans before. Sona was thinking about it and was troubled about it. For now, well, keep a closer eye on them. Sona and the rest agreed. Well, I'm sure he'll change his mind at some point. I mean, eventually he'll have to pick a side. Riaz reasoned. That's what worries me, Sona said with a serious demeanor. By the way, is your rating game still happening next month? Sona asked Riaz. Yes, but I still need 1 or 2 more people, Riaz said with a frustrated sigh. I was hoping to have him join my peerage before long, Riaz said as she stared at the door. I'm sure you will do well, Sona said with a smile. I hope so, she sighed once more. Well, she said after school, but where is she? Issei was waiting at the gates for Rainier, but she didn't show for about 20 minutes. He looked at the clock on his phone and was wondering where she went. Hey, transfer student. Issei looked up and he was looking at a male student. He never saw him before. What? He asked. The Queen of Kuoh Academy, Riaz Gremory, is calling for you behind the school courtyard. He seemed to have a look of distaste at Issei. Issei raised his eyebrow. Issei walked to the designated spot directed by the male student. When he arrived, it was just a dead end. Where is Raya Senpo Orgk? Issei turned to ask, but when he did, he felt a strong blow to his stomach by some blunt object. He cringed and dropped his bag. He fell to his knees and gripped his stomach area. He couldn't breathe that well from getting the wind knocked out of him. His pupils dilated. He felt like he was kicked by a horse. He looked up and there was more of them. It was a bunch of male students. What? Issei gasped for air. He eyed the one who hit him with the bat and glared at him. So you think one of the queens would seriously call you out here, man? You really are mental. A tall blonde with a weird face said. Ever since you've come to our academy, you are all the queens of our academy talk about. He swung again, hitting Issei across the cheek. Issei fell to his side and felt his cheek swell a little. Ui, Tamaka, I think that might have been too far. If the teachers see him hurt like that, it's fine. He can't prove it was me anyway. A leader silenced his lackey. Let this be a lesson to you. You mess with the queens again, he'll do even worse next time. They all walked off, leaving Issei in the dirt. Issei's hair covered his eyes as he slowly got up. His eyes were narrowed when he sat up. He winced but stood up. He dusted himself off and picked up everything that fell out of his bag. He then wiped his eyes and walked on as if nothing happened. Issei was now almost at the school gates, and there was Rainier tapping her foot. She looked over and saw him coming towards her. About time, I was about to leave, she said, annoyed. She was surprised when Issei just walked past her without so much as a response. Let's go, he said as he walked. Rainier turned around and was confused. Hey, wait up, she shouted till she walked up to him. Where were you? She noticed his cheeks swollen and red. What happened to your face? She asked curiously. Tripped into a ditch. Issei lied. A ditch did that to your face? I think you're bleeding a little. She moved his hair out of the way and was surprised how blank his eyes were. I'm fine. Just fell on a rock, he said as he walked on. Rainier was staring at him in bewildered confusion. She then recomposed herself and stared at him. She looked back at the school and saw a group of guys walking off laughing about something. One of them was holding a metal bat. She narrowed her eyes before heading off to Issei. Well, go tomorrow. How about you, Sai? Well, I changed my mind. I'm not going anywhere with your face like that, she said with annoyance. Issei's house. You don't have to. Issei was saying all of a sudden before he felt a sting from the ointment applied by Rainier. Just shut up and hold still, she groaned. She then put a band-aid on his cheek and just narrowed her eyes at Issei. Is that all that's hurt? She asked. Issei was silent. Are you hurt? She asked as she grabbed his collar and glared at him coldly. Ugh, me side hurts. Issei winced. She let go and pulled his shirt up. She gasped after seeing the wound inflicted on his abdomen. It was a nasty bruise. I assume this ditch just happened to hit you with a blunt object, she said sarcastically. It was a nasty fall. Issei looked away and looked at the ground. Rainier sighed. Get in the bath. Why? Do I have to tell you again? She seemed a bit hostile and demanding this time. All right, Issei said as he got up and headed for the bathroom. Rainier then held her hand up and a vial of something appeared in her hand. She looked at it and shook it a little. She then sighed. If Lord Azazel sees him hurt, Kalawarnar will just say I did it. She decided there was no other choice. She went to go prepare, but failed to notice her friend enter the house. Oog, Lord Azazel has me working non-stop. Why couldn't I go to school? Kalawarnar complained as she sluggishly walked through the house. I need a shower now if Hyoudou kid shouldn't mind. It'll just be a few minutes. Kalawarnar decided it would be alright and headed straight to the bathroom. Issei was standing in the bath with his hair draping over his eyes. He frowned as he touched his cheek. It stung a little when he touched it, but for some reason he didn't seem bothered by it. He failed to notice the silhouette approaching the bathroom door. I so deserve this after so much surveillance, Kalawarnar said as she began stripping her clothes off. Issei heard her and saw her about to enter. Wait, Kalawarnar, he tried to say, but she had already slid the door open. She then made sound of surprise as she saw Issei. Oh, I didn't know you were here yet. Mind if I join you? She asked normally. Your Issei was pointing at her frantically. You can't take a bath with your clothes on. Right, I forgot, you humans aren't used to seeing us in the nude that much, Kalawarnar said as she put her hand on her chin. Anyway, he'll get out right now. He tried to get up but he slipped and fell in the tub. He winced as he gripped his side. Oi, are you okay? Kalawarnar asked as she came closer to him. She came over and leaned over him. What happened to your side? She asked. And nothing, I do. He then looked up and he was staring directly at Kalawarnar's ass. He felt about to burst out of his head. He felt lightheaded and fell back and hit his head against the back of the tub. Kalawarnar was surprised and quickly tried to see if he was okay. Issei Hyoudou crap, she panicked. Issei was sitting there on a bath stool with a towel covering his nether regions. He was blushing pink from what the situation turned into. Kuoh was scrubbing his back with a bar of soap. She had decided to cover up with a towel so Issei wouldn't have another panic attack. "Geesh, I thought after sleeping with Rainer you would be less of a wimp," she said as she scrubbed him down. "Ah, sorry, that came out wrong," she apologized. "No problem." "But, what are you doing here?" Issei asked nervously. "Well, I had to let Lord Azazel know that the devils were on alert now, but I decided to swing by for a quick shower. You seem to get the attention of the Gremory and Citric clans. How did they go, by the way?" she was curious. "Well, like you guys said, they wanted to add me to one of their peerages, but I told them I'd rather not get involved at the moment," Issei said as he scratched his cheek. "That's probably the only thing you could say. I probably won't be able to remain on surveillance for long. They might start getting territorial because a fallen angel is keeping eyes on you," she said as she started rubbing his hair. "But why are you taking a shower here?" he asked nervously. "Well, Azazel uses up all the hot water in that tiny apartment, leaving me and Rainer with freezing cold water," she said with a sigh. "Can't you just use your magic to, I don't know, heat it up?" Issei asked curiously. He figured that if magic existed, anything was possible. "Lord Azazel doesn't want us using magic around the apartment. Says it might draw unwanted attention," Kuoh said with a bit of sarcasm in her voice. She then dumped water on Issei and got all the soap off him. "All right, now's the—" What the hell? Rainer's voice rang outside the door. She slid it open and found Kuoh holding Issei's hair and him looking at her with a surprised look. "What are you doing here?" She pointed at the fallen angel. "What's it look like we're just taking a bath?" Kuoh said with a confused look. "No, why are you here?" she specified. "I was getting tired of camping in the bushes all day. That white-haired brat was making it hard for me to keep an eye on him, so I had to hide myself throughout the school grounds, and I smelled awful. Besides, I needed a hot bath after 2 months of chilling shower water," Kuoh explained. Rainer growled. "Well, get out, I have to apply." Rainer silenced herself. Kuoh narrowed her dark blue orbs at Rainer. "Apply what?" She stood up and asked. "Who nothing." She sweated a little. Kuoh walked closer to her and was towering over her as she leaned forward. "What, Rainer, what were you going to apply?" "Yeah, speak up." "Teeth Angel's essence," she said while poking her 2 index fingers together. So he got hurt." Kuoh looked back at Issei and noticed his bruise on his side. She still had a stoic look, but it was darker as she looked back at Rainer. "That stuff doesn't grow on trees, you dumb. We're only supposed to use that when we get hurt," she scolded Rainer with a cold glare. "A little bit wasn't. Oh, Lord Azazel is gonna love this." Kuoh walked past her, leaving a horrified look on Rainer's face. "Waiit, please, for the love of all things holy and demonic, please don't tell him." Rainer prostrated on the floor. "In this close to getting booted from the apartment, I don't have anyone else to talk to," she wailed. "TCH, get up." Kuoh pinched her nose in frustration. "All right, fine. I won't tell Lord Azazel, but on one condition," she said as she turned around. "As long as it's in my power," Rainer said, but had a bad feeling. Kuoh's conditions usually led to her being dragged through the mud on multiple occasions. 11 p.m. Issei was laying there, twitching eyes and a blush. Kuoh was laying in bed with him and Rainer. In the nude, of course. "I feel like I should be happy, but I can't stop thinking about this situation. Is this really okay?" Issei wondered. "Are you going to sleep? This stuff works better when you're calm," Kuoh said. "It's kind of hard too. Him not used to wealth is." He blushed as his hair covered his eyes. "Really, I do think a guy would be very happy in this situation, and your reaction, it's kinda cute, and makes me want to bully you a little." Kuoh giggled. "It really isn't that big of a deal. I've taken beatings before." It wasn't as bad as Issei was saying, but then he flashed back to something. He then frowned a little. "Bad is what?" Rainer asked curiously. "Well, back when I was in Oni, there was this guy there. He worked as a guard for Oni. He was regularly supposed to escort the kids out of the gym and take them to certain rooms in the facility," Issei explained. "I was friends with this one girl in my dorm. She had always passed me notes under the door when she was out. She told me about what she did, what she drew, what she ate, and whether she was happy or sad. I didn't meet her face to face, but we always wrote to each other when the staff allowed it." He smiled a little. "One day, I got permission to meet her. I was excited. For the first time after that demon killed my parents, I was looking forward to meeting someone else." "Sounds like some romantic shtick to me," Kuoh said as she assumed he was falling for the girl. "Maybe, but relationships were forbidden in Oni." Issei frowned. "But after I opened the door, he stopped for a moment and gulped." "She was dead," he said as he felt his voice falter for a moment. "She was found to be duly assaulted and was killed while it was happening." He recalled as he felt his heart sinking a little. The guard who was in charge was acting like he didn't know, but I knew. He then stopped a second to recompose himself. He swallowed and continued. "So, one day it was my turn to get taken back to my room by that same guy and had tried to rape me," he said as he bit his lip. "When I tried to fight back, he hit me and hit me and hit me and hit me over and over again." "TCH, ing pedophile." Rainer clicked her tongue in disgust. "And did he?" Kuoh was listening and was curious. "Nope," Issei suddenly said. "I grabbed his stun baton and managed to get him off me," Issei said, which made the two listen with stoic looks. "I shocked him until the other staff arrived." "I assume he got found out and thrown in jail?" Rainer asked. Issei was silent as his hair covered his eyes. Oi, Kalawarner asked. I'm tired. I need some sleep, Issei said as he turned and laid his head down on his pillow. What that's it, Rainier whined. Issei just remained silent. Whatever, night, Kalawarner said as she turned and got comfortable. Rainier was looking at Issei with a blank look. She then frowned a little. Morning, Issei moaned a little as his eyes opened. He couldn't move again, so he turned his head to the side and Rainier was clutching him like a stuffed animal. He blinked a minute and turned to his other side and Kalawarner was holding his head and holding it to her bare. He blinked a moment. Did I just, Issei wondered. Give me back my pillow, Rainier, Kalawarner sleepily said as she pulled his head further into her chest. Issei panicked. She was suffocating her pillow while trying to get it back from Rainier. In her sleep, that is. Issei tried to call out, but this fallen angel was determined to take it back. She rolled on top of him while snuggling his head. Issei was slapping Kalawarner on her back to wake her back up. Kalawarner awoke after a long battle with Rainier. She then looked down and Issei was flushed as she locked her tired eyes with her sleepy ones. Oh, morning, Issei Hyoudou. Is it time to get up, she asked as she tiredly rested her head on his chest. Yeah, Issei stuttered. Ox. She went back to sleep off to the side of him. He felt a wave of relief. He then turned to Rainier, who was clutching his arm like body pillow. She was in her Amano Yuma form as she slept comfortably. Issei thought she was kind of cute, but the thought was completely extinguished when she opened her eyes and the piercing pink eyes was staring at him. Good morning, human, Rainier said as she stared at him with cold eyes. Good morning, Issei said as she tried to free his arm, but her grip was like a tiger's. She clearly wasn't ready for him to leave. Did you sleep okay, she asked. Yeah, somewhat, Issei said as he tried to pull away, but was not permitted to leave by her hook-like grip. What are you going to be doing today, she asked in a demanding tone. It's the weekend, and he was trying to think. He felt her nail starting to dig into his arm, and she seemed dissatisfied with his answer. Issei then remembered. She seemed satisfied with that answer and eased off her murderous grip. Took you long enough, she huffed. Sorry, I am getting up now, he said as he got out of bed. Rainier looked at him with a stoic look as he left. You sure are smitten with that human, Kalawarner said, revealing herself to be still awake. Shut up, I am not, she said as she got out of bed. Alg, it annoys me how stubborn you act, she groaned. She threw her pillow off her and stretched. She then flashed, and she was in her outfit from before. If you weren't, you wouldn't be annoyed that he forgot about your date. That's because the devils are monitoring us now. I want to at least show them that we're acting legit, she said as she walked off. In getting a shower, she said as she slammed the door shut. What a kid. Kalawarner rolled her eyes and stretched. 40 minutes later. Well, eat up I guess, Issei said as he scratched his head and sheepishly laughed. Rainier and Kalawarner's mouths were wide open from the sight of their breakfast. Hash browns, bacon, not just eggs, they yelled in unison. Is something wrong, Issei asked, startled from their outburst. Not in the least, rather. I've only eaten eggs for breakfast every morning, Rainier said as the two eyeballed their breakfast. Kid, Kalawarner said all of a sudden. Thank you for the food, she said as she immediately began eating. An actual breakfast is the best, Kalawarner said as she ate in bliss. Thank you for the food, Rainier said as she began eating hers slowly, but began eating faster. After a few moments they finished. I think I know where I'm gonna eat breakfast from now on, Kalawarner said as she leaned back and rubbed her stomach in satisfaction. I admit it was good, Rainier said as she coughed. This is rather good, Azazel said as he stood behind them eating a plate full of breakfast. While the two turned around and met the familiar smile of the leader of their faction. As you are, you too. Geez, I tell them to take it easy, but no matter what, they act like him some kind of god, he complained. Azazel came in 10 minutes ago. He was wondering where you two went last night, Issei said. Forgive you, as the two fell on the floor and prostrated and nearly stuck their heads in the floor. It's fine, you two, he said as he raised his hand in assurance. Actually, I was planning on having you live here for now, Azazel said as he drank a cup of coffee Issei poured him. The two shouted. Issei turned to the fallen angel with a confused tone. I need to take care of some internal issues within the fallen angel faction. But I needed to give Hyoudou a heads up, he said as he put his cup down. As I said before, you wielding a longius is an attention grabber, but at some point, you're going to need to start fighting back. What do you mean, Issei asked. The Red Dragon Emperor resides in that sacred gear, right, he asked. Issei nodded. Well, there's another one out there. He's known as the White Dragon Emperor, equally as powerful as the Red Dragon, he said, which made Issei listen intently. And these two dragons happen to be arch rivals, and are destined to meet and fight each other. You don't mean, Rainier said with a surprised tone. I don't think Volley is making his move yet, but I doubt he's going to sit down and wait forever. In other words, Hyoudou, he pointed to Issei. If you want to be alive for your next semester, I suggest you train yourself. Train, yeah. Learn to use your sacred gear, and learn to unlock the true power of the Red Dragon Emperor. Issei was surprised when his left hand was talking. The dragon spoke. Rainier and Kalawarner were surprised. So I gotta fight this guy at some point, he asked. How, Issei asked. There is also another option, Azazel said. If you wish it, we could remove the sacred gear. But given how powerful it is, it could kill you. but you could get reincarnated by either the angels or the devils. He offered, so what will you do? Will you fight as a human where you are most likely to die, or do you want to live in a world where your chances of living will go up? Everyone was quiet as they awaited his answer. Issei took a deep breath and thought for a second. He then made up his mind as he looked up. For the longest time, I was always the one who was treated like him, helpless. I finally get out, and I killed the devil that murdered my parents, he said as Azazel began smiling. I was a human then, so I think I'll take my chances and live like one, he declared. I thought you might say that, Azazel said as he walked towards the door. Well, good luck, kid. Rainer Kalawarnar. Hi, they both said. You live here now, and I expect you to help Hyoudou out when he needs it. Of course, Lord Azazel. They both replied with a bow. He'll be back after a while. In the meantime, get stronger and live up to those words, Red Dragon Emperor. See ya. He waved them off and disappeared. Issei looked at his arm and then clenched it with a nod. He'll get stronger. He'll live on for you, Mom, Dad. He nodded. Issei panted while running down the block. He was in the midst of training his body for the possible clash with this White Dragon Emperor. He thought getting his stamina up was going to be crucial. He had been doing this routine for about a week, but in all honesty, he didn't really feel like he was getting anywhere. Rainer was standing next to a lamp post on the same block as his house. Right after Issei passed her, she clicked a little stopwatch. Well, you're 2 seconds ahead of your last lap, she said with a sigh. Well, I didn't expect it to Bethany to see. Issei was out of breath while leaning on his knees. Still, 20 laps around your neighborhood. I'd say you're doing pretty well, Kalawarnar said while sitting on a lawn chair. She was basking in the afternoon sun with a pair of sunglasses. Thanks, Issei said while taking a drink of water from Rainer. Not like you're one to talk. Rainer snorted. We have wings for a reason, Rainer, so we might as well as use them. She changed position while talking to her. This woman, Rainer grunted. Anyway, Issei, with this training regiment I've come up with, you should be able to use more power each time a week passes by. I still don't get how just exercising is going to make me more powerful, Issei said, confused. Well, that's because a sacred gear is powered by the emotions of the user, and depending on their state of emotion, the sacred gear will respond in a way that will maximize your power. But in order to use more power, your body is going to need to be able to withstand it. That's why physical training is important, Kalawarnar explained. Oh, I guess that makes sense. Issei nodded. Will you stop taking my lines? I was just getting to that, Rainer shouted down at her with a ticked-off expression. Who cares who said it first? Move away, you're in my light. Kalawarnar shooed her away. He'll give you some light. Rainer began charging her fist with reddish magic. Hey, you two idiots, the middle of the day, can you please not fight? Issei sweated nervously while waving his arms frantically. You heard him, Rainer. Quit being so whiny, it's unsightly. Kalawarnar scoffed at the end, which only pissed Rainer off more. Issei got in between the two right as Rainer let loose a spear of light. There was an explosion which left many in the distance curious of the mushroom of smoke at Issei's house. Issei's eyes were spiraling from being unconscious. Nice shot, Kalawarnar said while floating above them. Issei, don't get in the way. All of a sudden Rainer pouted. That one is on you. Simir, you, Rainer started, chasing after Kalawarnar, leaving Issei in a small blast crater. Blue light at the end of the dark tunnel. I saw a red light, Issei said before fainting from the shock. School. Issei was laying his head on his desk while groaning. A lot of the girls in his class noticed he was tired. You think he's okay? He looks like he's half dead. His hair seems a little messed up. Wonder why he's so tired. If those two are guardian angels, then why do I feel like my chances of living drop every time I'm around them? Blue lines of depression sank down his head while recalling the two. The two clashed almost every day, then they would act like everything was normal. I hope she doesn't kill me on today's date. Issei glanced up and noticed a small white-haired girl standing in front of his desk. He sat back in surprise. Who are you? He quickly asked. Kaneko. Taoju, she said blankly. How are you? Fine. Was there something you needed? No. To see. Stare. Why is she still here? Issei was panicking. I got to go now, he said while standing up. He grabbed his bag and began leaving. But that didn't lose the little white-haired devil. She followed him down the hallway, to the cafeteria, to PE, to his last class, into the bathroom. Okay, you absolutely cannot follow me in here, he blushed while waving his hand at her. I wasn't. Okay, stay here, he said before cautiously opening the door. He looked back one last time. She was still there. He closed the door quickly. Then, is she stalking me or something, he wondered. I wonder if there's a window I can. Hey kid, I need to ask you something, Kalawarnar said from said window. A perverted angel, he panicked. Well, get a grip, I just wanted to ask you where. Issei put his hand over her mouth. Issei and Kalawarnar tensed up at Kaneko's voice from the other side of the boys' bathroom door. It's nothing. I heard another person's voice. It sounded like an old woman. Old Wam Femela SHMRT. Kalawarnar wanted to protest, but Issei was trying his best to silence. Please, you can ask me after school, just get out of here before she decides to come in, Issei pleaded. Annoying little cat devil, Kalawarnar cursed while flying off. Some of her black feathers were seen to be floating in from the window. Issei-senpai, Kaneko asked after appearing behind Issei. Gahkkk Konkachan. Issei stumbled back. What are you doing in here? I thought I sensed something. Are you okay, Issei-senpai? She asked with a concerned tone. I'm fine, no. Wait, that's not the issue, he said while trying to move her, but she was stiff as a statue. Black feathers, Kaneko noticed while the bird-like feathers fluttered down on the floor. Yeah, a weird crow was in here, so I went to shut the window and it left in a hurry. Issei tried to explain. Really? Yes, now please get out of here, he pleaded while scooting her out and slamming the door shut. He slid off the back of the door and slowly sat down on the floor. That was too close for comfort. I almost got Caliwarner busted. What the hell did she want? End of school. The bell signaling the end for school rang. Issei was in the midst of writing down something in his notebook. Ender. Issei closed it shut and put it in his bag. He grabbed a few other things and was about to leave, but, well, look who it is. Issei's eyes slightly glanced up. It was the bully from the other day. Hey, I need to talk to you about something. Issei just ignored him and began to leave, but he was immediately surrounded by a few of the freshmen. Hold it there, pal. You don't just get up and ignore someone when they're talking to you, he said while trying to loom over him. He then grabbed his bag and threw it on the floor. Issei's stuff flew out all over the place. Do I have your attention? Just leave me alone, Issei said after brushing past him. He was almost to his things before Tamaka reached and yanked on his shoulder. Hey, you don't ignore me, but his hand was suddenly struck hard by a long, wrapped object. Oh, well, I'm MMSTTTTSUBAKI, and his group immediately backed off. They noticed Tsubaki standing in front of Issei. WWWW, what are you doing here, Miss Tsubaki? Aren't you supposed to be attending club activities? I do not condone to these actions, especially when a new student has only started attending. Do you wish to shame Kuoh Academy with these brazen acts of behavior, she asked. Of course not. I accidentally knocked his bag on the floor and was going to help him. He lied while trying to flex his hand. It felt like she broke it, or at the least dislocated a few fingers. Well, head on to your homes. As vice president of this school, it is my duty to assist students with whatever trouble they may have. You may leave. Once Simon, let's get out of here. He and the other boys quickly left, leaving Issei and Tsubaki in the classroom. Issei was picking his stuff up while just frowning slightly. Are you all right, Issei? She asked while bending down to assist him. I'm fine. Let me give you a hand, Tsubaki said while picking up his textbooks. She then picked up a photo that was facing down. When she saw it, she was staring at the picture of two parents with a little kid on the mother's shoulders laughing happily. Is this his family? Vice President. Ah, here you go, she said while handing it to him. And you can call me Tsubaki when we're alone, Issei. Right, sorry Tsubaki. Are those students giving you trouble? She asked. It's fine. Well, if they are bothering you again, let me know and I will have the teachers take care of it, she said after standing up. Hi, Issei said while leaving. Issei, he turned. Have a nice day, she said with a friendly smile. Issei just left without a word. Later that day, Issei was standing near a phone booth waiting for his date to get there. He was in street clothes instead of his school uniform. Is she gonna show up soon? It's almost 400. He wondered where Rainier was. Sorry to keep you waiting, Issei turned and he was mesmerized by the cute outfit she was wearing. It clearly was emphasizing her physical appearance, but it was appropriate at the same time. Plus the warm smile she had was enough to make him blush and make his heart beat. That's Rainier, right? Issei was always thrown off by her Amano Yuma appearance that she frequently was using. Did you wait long? She asked. No, sorry, I was trying to find the right outfit. How is it? She asked with her cheeks flushed. It looks very nice, Issei stuttered. Really? She asked while leaning forward, averting Issei's eyes to her cleavage. He was speechless. Perv. Rainier's tone suddenly changed, which made Issei feel like he was stabbed right through the chest. Perv, I just got called a perv. He sank in depression. HMPH. You're so innocent it's ridiculous. Rainier chuckled. Well, let's go. We got a long date planned for today. She clutched his arm and began dragging him along. Issei wasn't sure how to react. He was happy and yet somewhat terrified at the same time. He felt like one wrong move would end badly for him. But he kept trying to remember that Azazel told them to look after him. Rainier was scary when she was upset, but always seemed to boast confidence when things went her way. He felt like she was keeping him on a leash, but close at hand, like he was her slave or something. He couldn't really make heads or tails on her yet, but she knew more about the world of demons and angels than he did, so he thought getting on her good side would be a wiser approach. So where are we going? He nervously asked. I got some ideas, she said while smiling. The date was going rather smoothly, much to Issei's surprise. They went to a gaming center, a restaurant, a park, and they were now at a clothes shop. He had a fun time. He was a bit at loss because he was cooped up in Oni for years, but he adjusted pretty well, thanks to Rainier's help. He was sitting on a bench in a store, waiting for Rainier to finish changing. He was waiting patiently, looking at the bags on his bench. I hope I have enough money left for the month, he wondered. He then felt a sensation, indicating that a devil was close by. He immediately looked around the room. He didn't see anyone suspicious. He sighed out of relief and sat back. I'm never gonna get used to this, he thought. Used to what? Yuma asked while sitting down next to him. I thought. He glanced around. Felt someone was watching me, he said while looking down. Yuma looked around and narrowed her eyes. I don't see anyone, Issei said while gripping his arm. Rainier blinked and stood up. Well, let's go. One last place left on the agenda, she said with a smile. One last place. Issei was curious. Issei's jaw practically fell off from embarrassment. Here of all places they were standing in front of a love hotel. Why Yama teeth eyes is a love hotel. I know. Why are we here? He was not mentally prepared, nor in his wildest dreams would he have found himself going into a love hotel on his first date. Ain't it obvious the only thing an adolescent, young high school boy and girl do here? She said while dragging him inside. Wait, there's someone watching us, she said while close to him. Issei then focused. I think one of the devils from school is following us. We go in here, we'll lose them, she said. Got less resistance from him after saying that. Issei was sitting in a room while shaking nervously. His face was flushed, his heartbeat was out of whack. Rainer was in the shower while Issei was running countless scenarios of how this was going to play out in his head. But they all had one thing in common. There was no escape. Ah, that was nice. Rainer came out of the shower wearing a white bathrobe. These places are so convenient. Rainer couldn't quite hear him. How long do we stay here? He asked. I wonder, she said while crossing her legs. Issei was getting uneasy. Rainer noticed and leaned on his shoulder. Why Yama? Say Issei, what do you know about fallen angels? Fallen angels? Issei repeated. Teeth that they were cast out of heaven or something like that. Angels that were wicked, impure, mostly for the same reason though, she said. The same reason? Issei asked curiously. Yes, lust, she said while pushing him down and getting on top of him. The one thing that almost no living being can resist. Why? Issei was about to say something, but then suddenly Yuma picked his hand up and made him grab her. This must be your first time touching a woman's. How's it feel? Talk louder. It feels soft and round, Issei managed to sputter. He was embarrassed beyond belief. His hair covered his eyes while he blushed. Being locked up in that psyche ward for 10 years, you must have been deprived of something as basic as this. It's against the rules. I see. Well, if that is the case, she then laid off to the side of him with a seductive smile on her face. As a reward, I'll let you do what you want for the next 10 seconds. What? You heard me. Simon, don't keep me waiting, she said while inviting him. Whatever I want, he confirmed. Hi. Issei then got on top of her and then hesitantly reached toward her. Rainer grabbed his hand and pushed his hand toward her chest. Do I have to do everything for you? Rainer deadpanned. I'm sorry, I don't know what to do with this. You're such a bully, Rainer. Warner shook her head. What the Rainer whipped around and her fellow angel was leaning against a door. Took the words out of my mouth. Why did you run away from me? Warner demanded. Issei was confused. Why don't you buzz off him in the middle of something right now? You're supposed to be on patrol now. As a matter of fact, it's getting late. So you were the one in the clothes store? Issei asked. No. What? Rainer turned to Issei. Issei was thinking. If Warner wasn't the one following them, then who? Well, whoever it was, they aren't anywhere near us, Warner said while looking out a window. But anyways, Rainer put some clothes on and stopped defiling his innocence already. Defiling this is perfectly normal. What's wrong if I just want to have a little fun? He's clearly not ready no matter how you look at it. Well, all the more reason to, Rainer fired back. Why are you so obsessed with nailing this kid? I'm not obsessed. He may look like your old boyfriend, but he's not, so stop using him as a replacement. Rainer tackled Warner to the ground and the two wrestled while pulling hair, tearing clothes, attempting to scratch. A nameless voice bellowed from Issei's arm. The two froze in their tracks. Dryag yelled in annoyance. The two got off each other and straightened themselves up. Rainer gritted her teeth after leaving in a hurry. Rainer, Issei called out. Geesh, she flies off the handle so easily. She's like a child sometimes. Warner adjusted her coat while brushing down her shirt. Is she gonna be okay? Issei asked. It's fine. You didn't do anything. She just doesn't know when to let go of the past sometimes, Warner said while sighing. Did she scare you? No. We were just laying on the bed. He blushed. I see. I swear. That girl. Issei looked at the door Rainer ran out of and decided to follow her. Where are you going? To find her, Issei said before leaving. Warner was left alone in the room with an awkward silence. Guess I'll go too. Riaz practically jumped from her couch while putting her tea down suddenly. They went into a love hotel, then you called me back, Kaneko said while reporting. She's going to take us right off the bat. We can't allow that as upperclassmen. It is our duty to stop this, Riaz said while heading for the door. Right as she opened it, Sona was standing there with Tsubaki standing there behind her. Sona seemed surprised. Is this a bad time? Sona, I have to leave right now. Did you need something? Riaz asked quickly. Well, I just had some more information regarding the fallen angels. What did you find out? I had Saji follow Issei back to his home yesterday, and turns out there were 2 fallen angels currently living there with him. Where did she go? Issei wondered while looking around town. It was probably pointless, considering she could just fly away. But he figured that it was worth a try. He then saw her sitting at a fountain with tears falling down her eyes. Rhea, stay back. Issei was startled when she screamed at him. Don't come near me right now. What's wrong? I said, don't come near me, you idiot. Just want. Shut up, just shut up. Rainer suddenly tackled him to the ground and kept beating on him while tears were being thrown everywhere. It was getting cloudy and it started raining. Stop talking to me like that, she said while delivering one last punch to his face. I can't stand it, your stupid face, your stupid-ing face. Why the hell do you look like him, she demanded. Look like who? Issei was confused. TCH just STOOP, she slapped him, causing him to become more bruised. The rain poured down even more. Calawarner was standing next to a brick gate entrance hidden from the two. She was gripping her light spear tightly. Her expression seemed stoic. Rainer, don't give me a reason to kill you, she thought. Rainer was panting from her venting while she remained on top of Issei. Her hair was a bit of a mess, her makeup was drizzling down her skin all while she glared at Issei. Issei couldn't even feel her punches or slaps, or more like he didn't care. He just wanted to understand why she was acting this way, but her gaze scared him. I hate you, Rainer finally broke the silence in the rain. Her expression was going from a rage to sorrow as she was trying to hold back her crying. Issei remained silent. Why do you look like him? It was less demanding, and more of a whimper. Who do I look like? Issei asked. Rainer just dropped her head on his chest, ripping his collar tightly. You look like Somyeon I knew from a while ago, she said while swallowing. He was an angel from a while ago. We both had liked each other for a long time, and we wanted to stop hiding our relationship from the others, but it came with a cost. Cost? Issei asked. He had become a fallen angel, which means if you make love to someone out of lust, it wasn't real love. We were deemed impure, and then he was cast out of heaven. She continued her story. Afterwards, we didn't care, we just wanted to be with each other. So we decided to just live with the fallen angels. It was all fine and all, but one day, he went out to scout for a new base. While he was out there, the devils cornered him and they sent back a feather from one of his wings, she said as she felt like breaking down. He was presumed dead, and after that, everyone moved on into hiding. But not me. Lord Azazel found me and took me under his care. I'm sorry. Issei frowned. That's why she began to say, I just can't stand it when you two look exactly the same, she said after got off him. The rain suddenly stopped pouring above them and they looked up to Calawarner, who was holding an umbrella. You good? She asked Rainer. She silently nodded. Issei's house. The three just sat in the living room while it continued to roar of thunder outside. Rainer was in a different pair of clothes. Calawarner was sitting down between them. Rainer, she said, which made her wince. Don't you have something to say to Issei Hyoudou? She fidgeted a little. I'm sorry I hit you. And yelling all that at you, she said as she dropped her head a little. It's okay, Issei said as he avoided eye contact with her. Okay, now that is out of the way, Calawarner said while stretching. We need to talk about what to do from here on out. What do you mean? Issei asked. I can't watch you guys anymore. I think the devils are getting wind of me watching you. So, I'm just going to hang out here till they aren't suspicious of me anymore. Why do they keep following us? Issei asked. Well, apart from a strong sacred gear, they probably don't want it to end up in the hands of the fallen angels faction. Why, I didn't join your faction though. True, but that doesn't mean we can't take your sacred gear, she said with a sigh. They probably think we're going to use you to tip the balance in our favor. I see. Well, it shouldn't be too bad. Just keep doing what you've been doing and y'all be fine. Calawarner smiled a little. Got it. Issei nodded. But, how would we? Rainer was about to ask something, but the floor started glowing red with magic and suddenly a feminine figure with crimson red hair appeared just inside the living room, accompanied by several others, including Hyoudou, Kaneko, Sona, Tsubaki, and Akino. So we finally meet, fallen angels, Ria said in a cold tone with fiery eyes. Oh crap! Calawarner and Rainer stood up next to Issei defensively. What's the president of the Orc and Student Council doing here? Issei wondered. Tensions got thick. Everyone was just waiting for one sudden move. By both presidents, Issei was surprised that the two of the most influential people of Kuoh Academy just suddenly appeared in his living room. They couldn't have picked a worse time to show up at his house. Rainer and Calawarner were also surprised that they got there. Issei wasn't sure how to handle this situation. They clearly didn't stop by for a social visit, and from the looks of things, he figured it was probably a turf thing. Why are the Gremory and Citri here? Rainer wondered. Just Calawarner clicked her tongue into test. Greeting, fallen angels, Sona said with a stoic look. What are you all doing? Issei finally asked. I had an underclassman of mine follow you back to your house. To be honest, I didn't think two fallen angels were living here, Sona noted, looking at Rainer. Wait, then closed story. Issei recalled that chill from earlier. That was you guys? He asked. I apologize for the observation, but it was for your own good. Issei Hyoudou, you cannot trust these two. Sona pointed at them. Why? Issei asked. They are fallen angels, and I can assure you that they mean to forcefully remove your sacred gear at the cost of your life, she concluded. Why? Issei tried to say something but was interrupted. That's a big claim coming from you. I can assure you we have no such intention. Calawarner stepped up. See as how you were summoned here, you must have given the Hyoudou boy a two-way summoning card. She deducted. What, they didn't give me anything like that, Issei said, confused. Actually, Tsubaki adjusted her glasses. When I was helping you pick up your things, I slipped one in your textbook, she said, making Issei gasp. He recalled what happened in the classroom. Why he wanted to know. Tsubaki was looking out for your well-being, should you have been in trouble, Sona explained. So what did you hope to accomplish here? Do you honestly believe we wouldn't realize what you were doing around the school? Ria said to Calawarner. I knew it. That little runt made me earlier. Calawarner glared at Kaneko. Old lady, Kaneko simply said. You cocky little shrimp. Kalawarner was getting annoyed at her comments. Issei Hyoudou suddenly said, "The presidents are only here to make sure you were all right. We didn't know what the fallen angels had planned for you, so we just came to verify it." He explained calmly. "Okay, look, I'm sure there's a big misunderstanding here." Issei tried to explain. "Rainier and Kalawarner have been helping me understand how this whole thing with the war, devils, angels, and whatever works. They haven't done anything like try to hurt me, at least not intentionally." He said the last part under his breath. "If that is the case, then why is your face beaten?" Aquino asked. The question spiked the tension in the room. Rainier sweated nervously. Out of all the times for them show up, this would be the perfect excuse to make the devils attack them. Well, Kalawarner was trying to think up a story. "I got it on my way back," Issei said, which made them all listen. "I was being followed by some kids from the school and they ganged up on me," he explained while scratching his bruised cheek. "One of them had a bat and he hit me." He frowned. "I think his name was Tamaka. Rainier then took me on a date to cheer me up. We came home and then afterwards you guys showed up," he concluded. Sona and Tsubaki looked at each other. "I believe I saw him in the classroom with Issei. He's the one who threw the bag on the floor," Tsubaki vouched. Sona seemed deep in thought. "Well, if Tsubaki can vouch for you, I guess I could believe that." She shrugged. "But that still doesn't explain why they are living with you," she said as she coldly stared at them. "We're keeping him safe," Kalawarner said firmly. "I can promise you that we have no intention of harming the next Red Dragon Emperor. But you don't need to live with him." Rias pointed. "He has no problem with us living here." "Ask him," she said blatantly. "Is what she said true?" Hyoudou asked. "Yeah, I actually enjoy the company, since it's just me here." He scratched his head while sheepishly chuckling. The devils were staring intently at him. "I can't take this." Issei was mentally crying. After a few moments, Sona exhaled. "Well, if you are not in any present danger, I suppose I can let this slide." Sona concluded. "Let's go, Tsubaki." "Hi, wait, we're just leaving," Rias asked Sona. Hyoudou does not seem to be being manipulated or forced into anything dangerous. He has accepted them into his household with no quarrel. "I see no reason to remain here," Sona explained. "The fact he's alone with them is disturbing. Or just to leave him in the care of these two," Rias protested. "I respected Issei's decision to not take part in this war, so I will believe him," Sona tried to explain to her. But Rias looked at Issei worriedly. "It's all right, Raya-senpai. I can understand you were just worried about me, right?" He did his best to smile, assuring her he was all right. "If anything happens, just use the summoning card." She walked up and put a comforting hand on his cheek. "I apologize for putting you on the spot tonight. If you need anything, feel free to let me know, and I will take care of it." She smiled warmly. "Hi, I appreciate it," Issei said while nodding nervously. She was so pretty, and her hand was softer than he expected. He was embarrassed, due to the fact he was inexperienced with girls. "Very well, shall we?" Rias turned to Hyoudou and Aquino. They nodded. They all began leaving one by one. Aquino was the last one, and she looked behind with a narrowed look at the fallen angels, then Issei. She smiled and said, "Be safe, my little Kuoh." She then left, leaving the three of them alone. Issei felt his knees buckle. He fell back and he was breathing hard. He felt embarrassed, shocked, afraid, and reassured in that order. "Holy crap, kid, I think you just kept us from getting fried by the Princess of Destruction." Kalawarner thanked him. "You are a silver-tongued devil. I can't believe they bought that simple little lie." Rainier smiled and sighed relief. "It wasn't," Issei said, which made them make sounds of surprise. "Excuse me, I'm not feeling too good." He quickly scrambled to the kitchen sink. He was vomiting in the sink from the feeling of all those devils at once. He wasn't sure, but they must have been very powerful. He finished and just hung his head over the sink and felt better as he breathed. He felt someone rubbing his back to ease his aching stomach. "You okay?" Kalawarner asked. "I think so. I didn't expect them all to show up." He felt like his heart was in his throat. "At least we don't have to hide it anymore." He felt somewhat of relief. One less thing on his long list of things to worry about. "Simon," she said while walking him back to the living room. She sat him down on the couch and then stood up. "I'm gonna go get a shower. I think you two have some things to talk about," she said while glancing up at Rainier, who only frowned. She left and headed for the bathroom. It was an awkward silence in the room apart from the shower getting started. "Thank you," Rainier thanked. Issei wondered. "For not telling them I hit you," she said while fidgeting with her hands. "It was just a misunderstanding," Issei said while avoiding eye contact. "To be honest with you," Rainier sat down next to him while facing the ground. "I thought you would tell them out of spite for the way I've treated you," she said while clenching her fist. "I took out all my frustration on you because I thought you were just a human that was too afraid of his own shadow. But you also share a similar look to my old boyfriend." She felt a bit ashamed as she talked. "You could have just rat us out, and You'd probably be under protection from the citrus and gremmaries. At this point I would recommend it. Being a devil would have its advantages," she pointed out to him. "Plus they seem to like you." "So why?" She turned to him with a confused look. Issei tried to come up with an answer. "Just didn't want you two to get in trouble on my account," he said, turning from her. And he then looked at her with a sad smile. "I'm glad I got to know you both, and you two are my friends, I think," he said hesitantly. Rainier was wide-eyed and shocked. "My friend? As he's my friend." Rainier was silent. "I'm grateful that you two would go out of your way to help me. If I was on my own, I'd probably not be able to cope with how this whole new world works. He admitted. Why would ya call someone like me your friend? I don't think I'd even be able to do this without you anyway. He said while scratching the back of his head. No, you don't get it, I'm not. And I really did enjoy our date. I never got to have so much fun in my life. Stop. And don't worry about hitting me, I feel fine already. He assured her. Stop. And I hope you had fun on our date too. Even though you had helped me get through most of the stores. He felt embarrassed. Rainer, he then realized she had tears rolling down her face. What did you say? Oh, I hoped you had. No. What did you call me, she asked. Me friend, he said, recalling. Can you say that one more time? She was a bit shaken. You're my friend, Issei said with a confused look. You, a mere human, seemed to be facing downward. Would call this fallen angel, cast out, master manipulator, heartless Angela friend. I didn't. He seemed more clueless than before. I am sorry, she suddenly bowed. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I dragged you around. I'm sorry I hit you. I'm sorry I pushed you around. I'm sorry for not being your friend. Well, she just shouted while crying her heart out. The guilt just kept hitting her as she apologized over and over again. She wasn't sure why, but she felt more like the bad guy after all the nice things he said about her. Rainer Issei wasn't sure what to do. He didn't know what to say. She was still crying, much to his distress. It's okay. Really, I forgive you. He suddenly was tackled back on the couch. She was holding him down and just crying into his shirt. Why would you forgive me? I'm nothing but a coward, she wanted to know. You're not a coward, Issei said. I'm the one who's a coward, he said with his hands still shaking. I thought I was going to die right here, so I just had to lead them off in a different direction, he said while she looked up to him. If I had let someone take the fall for me, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. I don't think that's what my parents would have expected of me, he said, remembering their faces. Rainer got up and wiped her eyes. You're a real ? She smiled a little with a slight chuckle. But, I guess that's fine, she said while smiling. Issei's eyes widened. What? Rainer asked. Nothing. He quickly looked away. Simon, what is it? She asked, crawling closer to his face. It's just, he stuttered. I never saw you smell it. Suits you, he said, which made her surprised. She then smiled and sat up. What's that cliché line? She suddenly cracked up. Embarrassing, Issei thought to himself. He could tell his cheeks were flushed. But I have to admit, she suddenly hugged him, snuggling his head to her chest. I don't dislike that. Raina. Wait, she suddenly said. Just like this, let me stay like this a little longer. HMPH. Warner could hear them while she was in the bath. She smiled after hearing them make up. Good grief, just be honest with yourself. Issei couldn't sleep. The thought of impending doom seemed to be on his mind. He was told little to nothing on the opponent he was facing other than that they were equals. But the other guy has more than likely spent years training with his dragon. He was also thinking about how those devils could just show up out of nowhere. He was curious why they all came in force. Perhaps they were expecting a fight. No, they probably were just trying to make a statement. He decided all this and he turned under his covers. He looked at his left arm and just thought, why me out of anyone in the entire world, me? He suddenly heard his door creak open. He shifted his eyes to the door. It was Rainer. Rainer, he hesitantly asked. What is it? Is it obvious him coming to bed? She said while approaching the bed. Alright, Issei blushed. This situation, I guess I should expect it to be normal at this point, he thought while Rainer got into bed. He was too conscious of a girl getting in his bed that he immediately forgot about what he was worrying about a minute ago. Hey, yes, he asked, hearing Rainer. What do you think of me? She's asking me this now, he mentally panicked. How do you mean, he asked. Well, you said I was a friend. Does that mean you've acknowledged me as someone who you can have a relationship with, or that you feel like you're obligated to help us because you feel responsible, she asked. What? How do I even answer that? He was trying to understand her logic. Both, I think. What's with the sudden question? Just curious is all, she said while turning to her side. You are a real worrywart after all, she chuckled. Well, sorry, Issei thought, feeling like she was making fun of him. Well, it is kind of cute in its own way, she said while latching onto him from behind. I never said it properly, but thank you for accepting us, she said while embracing him tighter. He nodded and just felt like he was getting really sleepy all of a sudden. Sleep, Issei. Don't think of anything, just rest, she whispered in his ear. And before she knew it, Issei had fell asleep. She smiled warmly and slept with him. Morning. Issei was walking around the kitchen getting breakfast ready for the three of them, and he suddenly noticed he was running low on ingredients. This isn't good. That money is supposed to be for 1 month for one person, but at this rate we'll run out of food in a week. He was trying to figure out a way he could preserve food when Warner came out with just a shirt and underwear on. Morning, kid, she sleepily said. Warner, where are your clothes? Issei asked. In the wash. Feels so nice to have a washer and dryer, she said while sitting down and scratching her head. Issei put down a cup of coffee for her, which she took and sipped. You seem to be on top of things today, she noted. Think so? Issei asked curiously. It's only 7:30. Oog, I should have went back to bed, she said with a groan. I'm guessing you aren't much of a morning person either. Issei sheepishly chuckled. Yeah, wait, either where's Rainer? She suddenly realized she wasn't up. She got up, but she fell asleep on the couch. He glanced over to the sleeping fallen angel. HMPH. Warner shook her head and drank some more coffee. I'm quite surprised actually that you two eat like normal people. he said while putting down a plate of food for her. Angels and demons eat the same as humans. Could be less, more, or some other weird way. But Rainer probably eats the most out of the two of us. She smirked. If you don't mind me asking, Issei suddenly spoke. How did you two meet? 3 years it's been. I was working under a fallen angel before I met her. She was a bit of a, to be honest. She was like that kid who had to be first in line for everything. She scoffed at something she remembered. Eventually we, along with a few other fallen angels, were working together to clear out any monsters that may have crossed over from the underworld. At one point, we came across a little more than we could handle. She narrowed her eyes a little. It was a stray devil that was insanely powerful. It killed everyone with us and was about to finish us off too. But Lord Azazel came in and protected us. Ever since then we pledged our loyalty to him, and eventually we got used to working with each other. She concluded. You've had it rough, Issei said with some sympathy in his voice. Oh, this is nothing, she said with a flick of her hand. This is paradise compared to what I'm used to. She suddenly grabbed him and held him under her arm and gave him a rub on his head. And I got a little manservant to bring me breakfast in the morning. She teased. Please let go of my head. Issei was losing his balance from being forced in a headlock against her chest. Simon, enjoy yourself once in a while, kid. She grinned. Hoi, Rainer suddenly behind them with a tired, pissed-off look. Where's my breakfast? She demanded. You'll get it. Issei, fearing for his well-being, quickly served her up a plate. And I heard that Kella Warner. If anyone eats more than anyone, it's you. Here we go. Kella Warner sighed. Look, just for once in your life, would you let it go? I didn't know that those were your leftovers. I told you specifically. I was drunk. She defended herself. That's your excuse for everything. Calm down, it's the middle of the morning, she said while cleaning her plate. By the way, we need to figure out what to do now, regarding last night's little fiasco. Those devils couldn't have come at a worse time. Rainer pinched her nose in frustration. Seriously, what gives them the right to just show up out of nowhere and act like they own the place? She wondered. You say that, but you clearly aren't aware of our current situation. Kella Warner's sweat dropped. Well, I think they just came to make a point. They don't seem to be under the impression that we are a threat to you currently. But things won't stay quiet for long. We're gonna need to make preparations. She sounded serious. Our light magic is strong against devils, but if we're talking potency, they'd wipe the floor with us, she said worriedly. You really think they would attack us? Issei asked. Well, me and Rainer, they'd probably leave you alone, she pointed out. So we have to get stronger, Rainer said while sitting back and seemed deep in thought. How would you get stronger? Issei asked. We can't. We have to hone our magic like Lord Azazel does. And that would take years, Rainer said as if it were hopeless. Well, there is one way, Kella Warner said, which made the two look at her. We could take the initiation. No way. There is no way we are possibly ready for that. Rainer quickly dismissed the idea. It's the only way to get stronger in time and you know it. Wait, what initiation you talking about? Some sort of test? Issei was curious and confused. There is no turning back once you take it, you know that, right? Rainer argued. You got a better idea? I'm all ears, Kella Warner said with a narrowed look. Why is it you picked the hardest way possible? If we get crested, we could hold our own against high-class devils. And we could keep him safe from things of equal power. And we're old enough, she pointed out. What is this? Issei asked once more. Right. The initiation is a test for fallen angels. They have a choice to continue as fallen angels with more power or evolve to the next stage. Next stage? Issei wondered. He then saw the clock behind Kella Warner and his heart nearly stopped. Crap, I gotta get ready for school. He took off towards his room, leaving the room. Better get a move on, Yuma. Kella Warner smirked. To CH. She got up and began walking away. By the way, Kella Warner said before she left. You really like the kid, huh? She suddenly said, which made Rainer blush a little. No, she immediately said. Hey, I'm not saying it's bad. Just keep in mind that you might not be the only one after him. I heard rumors around the school. Turns out he's gotten somewhat popular among the devils who are role-playing as students. You mean? Rainer was surprised to hear this. I think last night was a warning. We can take him anytime we want. Kella Warner did a mocking gesture with her fingers. What troublesome devils. She bit her fingernail. Kella Warner snickered. Well, it's not like that. Rainer snapped at her. Your words say no, but your face says yes, she said while nonchalantly drinking her coffee. Well, get ready. And don't worry. She stopped and whispered to her. I'm sure he's taking a liking to you. She then walked off and stretched. Rainer looked at herself in a mirror on the wall. She then glowed and suddenly her appearance was younger and more angelic. She was now Yuma and she touched her cheek. I guess he's not so bad. She thought about last night and smiled a little. School. Wow, so bold. Are they together? Look, you imagine as with the new transfer student, a lot of the students were surprised to see Issei and Rainer, or rather Yuma, were walking through the halls with arms linked. You mustn't, Issei asked. HM, she asked with a bright smile. We're in the classroom now. And, well, you need to sit down for class. Oh, okay. She got off him and he breathed a sigh of relief. She was practically more into her classmate role more than usual today. He was wondering why she was acting this way. Normally, she tried to ditch him first chance she got. Okay, class, please open up your textbooks, please. The teacher came in and everyone began getting ready. I wonder what the devils are going to do now that the secret is out, Issei wondered as he sat in the cafeteria. He wasn't sure how politics worked for angels and demons, but if it was war he would have to be careful who he made friends with. Judging from the way things were last night, it was probably just a misunderstanding. But he wondered how long before he got approached by another devil or angel or Issei, Tsubaki suddenly asked. While speak of the devil early, Tsubaki Issei turned around. May I please have a seat, she asked. Sure, he said while he gestured for her to sit down. She sat down and put her hands on her lap in a formal manner. On behalf of the student council and president, I wanted to apologize for the awkward situation you were put in last night. She bowed. It was just a misunderstanding. I'm just glad it got cleared up, he said while frowning. Please do not think poorly of us based off of recent events. We merely were concerned. I know, in times of war, anything could tip the balance. I'm just collateral damage while the sacred gear in me is what everyone is worried about, he said while looking at his left arm. Do not say such things, Tsubaki said with a stern look. You are just as important despite what you would think. As a schoolmate, no, as an individual, we care about your well-being, she assured him. Thanks, he chuckled with a smile. Oh, by the way, she suddenly remembered something. Beside an apology, I was able to take care of your bullying problem, she said while adjusting her glasses. The president can be very persuasive when she needs to be. Issei couldn't read her expression, but he was sure something was ominously vague about how she handled the situation. Oh, thank you. You all didn't have to go out of your way to do that. Issei wasn't sure if that ambulance he saw earlier on the way to school had something to do with it. He kept telling himself it was stupid to think that way. Nonsense. If such behavior was allowed on this school, it would bring shame to it. Well, I guess you can tell her. Why don't you tell her yourself she's always in the student council office? He'll do that. He nodded. By the way, Issei, she suddenly asked, what is your opinion on this war? The war he was a little unsure how to answer. Yes, I'd like to hear your opinion, she said while eating her lunch. Well, he was thinking and had decided to finally answer. We find Issei walking back home from school with a stoic expression, contemplating on the conversation he had with his upperclassmen. He sighed and closed his eyes. I hope what I said was okay. But she didn't seem to have ulterior. Flashback. Well, to be honest with you, Tsubaki, I don't know if I realize what I've gotten involved with. Issei began to explain. I still don't understand how this war works, so I'm afraid to trust anyone. I don't know who is working for who, and for all I know, I may have started conflict with you guys because I let Rainier and Calawarner stay with me, he said while staring at his tray. I assure you, we have no quarrel in the least. You are in no danger from you. But, Issei interjected, from an objective point of view, wouldn't it seem I've been harboring your enemies? I don't know how serious a crime it is for the supernatural, but I'm pretty sure not everyone would be as understanding as you. He's correct. If President or the Gremmaries were not the first to meet him, then it might have gone a different way entirely, Tsubaki thought while slightly glancing downward. It is as you say, Issei. But you have nothing to fear from the Citri or Gremmary households. As I have said before, we are worried that the fallen angels may not have been trustworthy. We still don't, but if you say that you are not being coerced, threatened, or even ordered, then we will believe you. I'm glad, Tsubaki. To be honest with you, I thought you were all going to kill me when you all came out of my floor. Hey. He slightly chuckled. I apologize for that, but Ria's Gremmary insisted that speed was of the utmost essence. She recalled. Which reminds me. She bowed suddenly, which surprised him. I also am at fault for the deception. When I slipped that summoning card in your textbook, it was done with no ulterior intentions. I betrayed your trust you had in me, so if my presence is a bother, it's all right. I don't blame you for any of that, Issei quickly assured her. She looked back at him and blinked a few times. I should say sorry for not telling you guys about it. He hesitated a little, afraid of what would happen if I did. He frowned sadly. Issei Hyoudou. It appears he has misunderstood our position. Tsubaki closed her eyes and her stoic look remained the same. Should I have said that? Issei thought he might have made a mistake. Issei, Tsubaki began to say, it would appear that we have made you uncomfortable with our recent interactions. I vouch for my president and the Gremmaries that whatever you decide, we will respect it to the best of our ability. MMPH. Issei suddenly smiled and chuckled a little. What's so funny? She raised a curious eyebrow. We've done nothing but apologize to each other since you sat down. He found it a little amusing. You're right. From a standpoint it appears somewhat foolish. She smiled as well and continued to eat. Tsubaki, yes, I don't know how things will be from here on out, but I promise you, when the time comes, I'll let you and everyone know what my decision will be, he assured her. That is acceptable, Issei. She nodded. The bell then signaled that lunch was over, and the students began heading back to their classrooms. We shall converse later. Tsubaki bowed and stood up. Tsubaki, Issei suddenly said. What is it? She asked. Thank you. For what? She was curious. I had a lot of stress building up from last night. It was. He stood up and grabbed his tray. A load off my mind when we talked. He then left, leaving Tsubaki the only one left in the cafeteria. She smiled and just headed back to class. Flashback end. Dog. Now that I think about, I said something rather embarrassing. He blushed a little from the thought of it. At least I won't have to worry about that. He sighed in relief. Things seemed to be going pretty well. The devils were a lot more understanding than he originally thought, especially Tsubaki. She was really the only devil who he could actually converse with without worrying about considerable ramifications. He could probably trust her, but the thought of doing something incredibly stupid that would result in instant death haunted him. But apart from that, she assured him that he was in no present danger from the devils. Well, he turned around and across the street he saw a little kid who tripped and had skinned his knee on the sidewalk. He then saw what looked to be a blonde-haired girl wearing an outfit that looked to be some type of old-fashioned nun clothing. "Don't worry, he'll make it all better," she said in a comforting voice. She then bowed her head and began praying. "Our Lord in heaven, please bring peace and comfort to this child." She then placed her hand on the child's knee and closed her eyes. The kid's crying eventually stopped, and when the nun removed her hand, there was no scar. Issei's eyes widened to this. "It doesn't hurt anymore. Thank you, Nichin." The child bowed and ran down the sidewalk rejoicing. Issei just shook his head and pinched his nose. I must be imagining things. He had a pretty long day at school. He just decided he would just forget it. Excuse me." He turned to the familiar voice of the young nun who had crossed the street and rushed up to him. "I'm looking for the local church. Would you happen to know where I could find it?" she asked innocently. "Dear sir." Oh, sorry. I think you can see it from here." "Yeah, that way." He stuttered a bit. He then looked around and pointed out the building in question. "Thank you. May the Lord bless you today, dear sir." She bowed and smiled. She then hurried toward the direction of the church. "She's kind of cute." He blushed. He then shook his head. "What are you thinking, Issei?" "She's a nun." He sighed frustratingly. "Issei's house. I'm home," Issei called out when he took off his shoes. "Oh, Issei Hyoudou." Warner was sitting carefree on the couch. She was wearing shirt shorts and a revealing pink top while chewing on a toothpick. "Welcome back. Nothing to report today. How did it go at school?" she asked curiously. "I think our misunderstanding has gotten cleared up," he said before heading to his room. "Define cleared up," Warner said. "I think we're okay. They actually apologized." Really?" She turned to him with a surprised look. "Well, Tsubaki did anyway." He shrugged. "Suba, the ever-stoic long-haired girl with the glasses. She creeps me out," she recalled. "It's like she can stare right into your soul. That girl needs to loosen up." She cringed. "She's not so bad. She's a lot more calmer than the others," Issei said. Didn't know the serious ones were your type," she teased. "It's not like that." Issei defended himself. "Yeah, you don't even have the guts for that sort of thing anyway." Warner crossed her legs. "Gee, thanks." Issei felt a bit wounded by her words. "I'm just kidding," she said, sitting up and stretching. Issei looked away because she was showing off more skin and curves than before. Her shirt hugged her chest and her legs were smooth and long. "Where's Rainer at?" he asked, trying to clean up the kitchen to distract himself. "She's in the bathroom. Something wrong with her wings." "Damn it." Rainer's voice yelped from beyond the door. "Rainer, are you sure you don't need help?" Warner shouted. "I'm fine. It's just rather difficult to get to," she replied. "Sigh, out of all stubborn fallen angels, you are by far the worst." "What's wrong with her wings?" Issei asked, confused. "Nothing major. She's trying to get a loose feather that's been irritating her all day," Warner explained with a sigh. "I offered to get it, but she's been in there for about an hour." "Wings, that's right. You two can fly." "How do you hide your wings?" Issei asked. "Well, it's simple really." She lifted her shirt and her S came hanging out. "Www, what are you doing?" Issei was about as red as a tomato. Crap. "Sorry," she said plainly. She turned around and her back was shown to him. "You see," she said, and Issei hesitantly looked back. He then looked in surprise. Her wings were shrunken down to a smaller size. "We just fold them inward and they get smaller." "Handy, right?" She smiled and turned. "I get it, just please pull your shirt down." Issei looked away again. Such an innocent kid. She giggled. "Rainer, you've been in there for over an hour." She then turned to the bathroom. "I almost, MMFF. Gosh, what a pain in the ass," she grumbled. "Issei Hyoudou, get in there," Warner ordered. Issei was confused. "She needs to get that feather out or she's going to be in there all day." "Just pluck it," she said simply. Wait, why not you?" Issei. She shook her head while walking over to him. She put her arm on his shoulder and was leaning on him. "Can't you see this is a chance of a lifetime?" "Chance? If you help her out, she'll get the sense you're more dependable," she reasoned. "I don't think they would." "Well, she's too stubborn to ask for my help. Something tells me she'll let you try." She winked. Why? Him? I don't know." She then poked him on his cheek. "Something tells me she'll like you more." She eased off him and ruffled his hair. "But he wanted to protest. "Don't worry, he'll give you a little help." She knocked on the bathroom door. "I told you I got it, Warner," Rainer said angrily. "Well," Warner gestured him to say something. Sigh. Issei gave up. "It's me, Issei," Issei began to say. Rainer's tone changed. "Oh my gosh, this is unbelievable." Warner was trying to hold back a laugh. "Is something wrong?" "Are you all right?" Issei asked. "Everything's okay, I think." She sounded hesitant. Warner said you weren't feeling too good. "Did you need any help?" "It's not a big deal. I'm just trying to pick a feather off my wing," she explained. Warner widened her eyes and she kept gesturing him to get on with it. Do you need a hand?" he asked nervously. Rainier. Issei couldn't hear anything. He turned to Kuoh, but she was back on the couch resuming her carefree behavior. Why did you? The door slowly creaked open and Rainier peeked from the corner. I suppose I could use a hand, she hesitantly said. Holy Mary, she actually did it. Kuoh was trying her best to hide her face in the couch. Issei was just confused as ever from the fallen angel's behavior. Simon in. Rainier pulled him in quick and shut the door. He felt was rushing to his head when Rainier was just standing in front of him with nothing on but her school shirt unbuttoned. You don't need to stare, she huffed and just crossed her arms. Well, I don't know how to look at you without. Issei fumbled. I don't mind it, she said to them. Hi, I said I don't mind it. It's only for a few seconds. She turned and lifted her hair so her back was shown. He looked and his eyes widened a little. He could see reminiscent scars all over her back that he hadn't seen before. Well, you see it? She asked. No. Did you spread them? He asked. She whipped them out of her back and they were like massive raven wings. Black, elegant, and overtaking. Where do you feel it? Somewhere along my shoulder blade, she guessed. Right. He nervously reached toward her feathers. They were just like a bird's. So how was school? She asked. It was normal. One of the devils approached me. She apologized for what happened the other night. He explained while scanning her back. Well, that's nice. I thought they'd never get off our backs. She exhaled. Hey Issei, she asked. What? He asked. Summer break is coming up. Did you have any plans? He asked. Summer break. Oh yeah, that's when schools are out for summer. He just realized. No, I don't have any friends to hang out with, so probably nothing I can think of actually, he said. Then ... do you want to go somewhere with me? Her expression was hidden as she faced the ground. Where? He asked. You know what, if you don't want to, I won't get mad or anything, she said while fidgeting a little. Man, I feel a little weird. Just hurry up and ask him. I wouldn't mind going somewhere with you, Issei said, but suddenly spotted the problem on her back. Found it. It was a feather that was sticking out of her skin. I'm gonna pluck it now. Hold your horses. She was about to stop him, but his fingers were already gripping it when she turned and it came right off. She let out a moan of ecstasy and she suddenly collapsed. Issei caught her and they both landed on the floor. She was panting and her face was sporting an annoyed look. I'm supposed ... to mentally prepare myself for you, Baka. She had him pinned to the ground. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I thought it was just his sim. She put her hand on his mouth, silencing him. Listen, magic for fallen angels is determined by the color and how many feathers they have on their wings. Every time we pluck a feather, we get overwhelmed by a sudden but short emotion that we're feeling at the time. It's due to the fact our feathers are magical themselves, and magic is greatly influenced by emotion. She panted even more. I didn't know that. Sorry, Rainier. He apologized. Just hold still for a second, she ordered. She suddenly kissed him. He then felt her slowly wrapping her arms around. He was shocked by the sudden kiss. He tried to struggle, but she was holding him in place. She just embraced him tightly and she clenched her nails slightly on his back. Issei was struggling to understand what had happened, but all sense of reason was blasted to the far reaches of space. Only thing he could think about was her pressing against him, her smell, her lips, and her nails digging into his back through his shirt. She suddenly stopped. I did not mean to do that. She suddenly realized. Are you okay? I sometimes don't have control when that happens. I didn't hurt you, did I? She asked worriedly. No. Issei quickly responded. She frowned and just looked away in shame. I didn't mean to do that, Issei. She tried to explain. No, that was my fault. He blushed and looked away. What's taking you two so? Kuoh opened the door and she was surprised to see Rainier pinning Issei to the ground in nothing but her shirt. You have got some nerve, you vixen. Her eyebrow twitched while a tick mark appeared on her head. It was just an accident. We didn't actually do it. Rainier defended herself. Then why are you on top of him? She asked. Rainier didn't really think she had a way out of this. Repent. Her light spear appeared above her. The whole house shook from outside and it was suddenly silent. Kuoh sat next to Rainier, who was fully dressed and had a bump on her head. You always jump the gun. She pouted. I'd rather be safe than sorry. Stop trying to get into the kid's pants already, she shouted in an annoyed tone. I wasn't. And even if I was, what does it matter? Lord Azazel gave us explicit instructions to not take anything too far. You have nearly crossed the line twice in the past couple weeks. That was before he said it was okay. Now we just have to protect him. She protested. So you admit it? I admit to nothing I didn't do. They argued. Excuse me. Issei was sweat dropping across the table. They turned to him suddenly. I thought since you both have to spend lots of time for my sake, I thought this might be a good idea for summer vacation, he said, laying out a resort flyer. What is this? Kuoh asked. My aunt and uncle sent me this along with 3 tickets to visit one of these resorts. He said I should go hang out with my friends ... but I don't know anyone at school. Issei Hyoudou, Kuoh said in a sterner tone. The vanishing Drayon isn't going to just wait for us. It's imperative that we get you stronger before that happens. We're dealing with a matter of life and death. This isn't like an event planned at school, this is war, she said while still hiding her expression. We're right. Sorry, I forgot. He frowned. However, she then said, which made him perk up. That can wait until we visit the resort. So quick. Rainer was surprised at the sudden switch in personality. Shut up. I've needed a vacation. You have no idea of the shit I have had to trudge through ever since I worked with you. I want to be able to sip a coconut drink on a reclining chair while someone feeds me tropical delicacies. Her eyes were going full-blown psychotic as an image appeared above them. Why am I fanning you? Rainer thought. Why am I feeding you? Issei thought. Now we just need to pick a place. She looked intently at the locations. That place with the amusement park by it looks fun. Issei said. No way. I read about those places. Kids throw their snacks in the pool, and middle-aged staff are the only available service. Calawarner quickly dismissed it. Okay. What about this one? Issei picked another. I don't like giant public pools. There's like nowhere to swim. Rainer shook her head. This looks promising. Oh wait. Calawarner sighed in disgust. It's one of those live anime performance places. All the staff dress up like they were going to a comic book convention. Can I see that? Issei took it and flipped it around. He looked at one place in particular. This place is good. They make reservations, and they have a sauna and hot springs in. Yeah, I like this. Calawarner found no problems. Fine with me. Rainer shrugged. All right, it's decided. This will be our reward at the end of summer. She suddenly stood up. Now if you two will excuse me, I have a bikini with my name on it that I must simply snatch. Oh Issei, I'm gonna stop by the store. Want anything? Something quick would be nice. Got it. See ya. She waved and closed the door behind her. I just don't get her sometimes. Rainer just shook her head. Yeah, Issei had a frown that went unnoticed by her as he looked back at the resort on the flyer. Next day. Okay class, here's your test scores. The teacher was handing out test scores to all the students in her class. Issei was just staring out the window without a care in the world. Here Issei-kun. He took the paper and just looked at the score. He then set it down and grabbed a notebook and pencil from his bag and began writing. Issei-senpai. He stopped writing immediately and turned to Kaneko, who was standing near him. Konkachan, how are you doing? She asked him. Pretty well, considering. How about you? I'm doing okay. Are those fallen angels treating you well? Yeah, they've actually been very helpful the last few days, helping with chores and everything. He recalled. I see. Issei nodded. He went back to writing in his notebook. How did you do on the test? Right? Here. He was blindly searching for it under his desk and then gave it to her. Issei-senpai, her eyes were widened. What is it? He asked curiously. Yeah, at 100. She was speechless. Well, it's not really that hard. He was confused. I read books with similar content when I was in Oni. This is just 10th grade level stuff. He waved it off as nothing and went back to writing. Only few people have actually aced all 4 subjects. You're really smart, she praised. No, I'm not, he said, slowing down his writing. Issei-senpai. Kaneko frowned worriedly. What's this? You got everything right, Issei-kun, a random classmate said, which surprised him. Hey? He looked up dumbfounded. Issei-kun got them all right. No way. Is he secretly really smart or something? 100. Let me see. The class was in a sudden uproar. They all came over to see the score. It's just 10th grade. Issei was bewildered. Oh, can I have that back? He tried to retrieve it from one of them. How did you get this question right? I've been stuck on it all week. One of them asked. Well, the formula is just this. He pointed and explained. You got to be kidding me. I was staring at the answer the entire time. The girl was surprised. She gave it back and he folded it and put it in his bag. Well, if y'all excuse me. It was getting a bit crowded, so he thought it best to retreat. Wait, Issei-kun, would you mind lending me your notes sometime? One of them asked. I don't make notes. I remember it all, he said, slinging his bag over his shoulder. No way. That's at least 20 pages. How did you? Issei-kun. Yuma suddenly came up out of nowhere and linked arms with him. You promised you would walk me home. Did you forget? Right. Sorry, he nervously said. Hey, Yuma, you've been getting all chummy with him since he enrolled. One of them protested. Well, he's my boyfriend, she said, smiling at him. Thighs isn't good for my heart. Issei was blushing again. Yuma Mano is just as beautiful as Rainer. Well, let's go, she said, pulling him along. The other girls in the classroom were pouting that they didn't get to have a conversation with him. Yuma and Issei just walked down the hallway towards the stairs. Thanks, Issei said. We have appearances to keep up after all, she said. Something wrong? No, I was just remembering when you told me that we were just friends in school and not outside of it. He recalled. How do I put it? I think we've come a long way. He smiled. HMPH, don't get cocky, she smiled, amused. We're in this together. Yeah, let's go home, she said, leaning her head on his shoulder. Issei nodded. Hey Ray, it's Yuma-chan, she corrected him. Why Yuma-chan? What is it? She wondered. I can trust you right, he asked. Baka, she bluntly said. After everything we've been through, I'm amazed you would ask that question, she said with an upset look. I'm the only one who you should trust, she said with a stoic expression. Do you want to come with me somewhere today? He asked. Where? A place I should have visited when I got out of Oni, he said while they stepped outside. Yuma was curious. Elsewhere, Issei and Rainer were walking down a beaten path on the outskirts of town. The sun was starting to set. They had passed the house and took a detour up a hill about 2 blocks away. They had then proceeded on foot to some public road. Where are you taking me? She asked. We're almost there. It should be behind the tree up ahead. He said, You know, I don't particularly remember much about the incident 10 years ago. He began to tell. I never could remember after the first week they gave me antidepressants. I didn't even know what death meant. I kept trying to convince myself it was just a bad dream. It wasn't. He shook his head slowly. After about a month passed, it sunk in that they weren't coming back. And I just freaked. He recalled as flashes of images from the past years hit him all at once. I didn't trust anyone. The only thing that went through my mind was that everyone around me wanted to hurt me. He stuttered a little, but recomposed himself. I was feeling alone, afraid. The sight of the color red sometimes would just make me black out. Sometimes I couldn't even remember what happened. Doctors said it was some type of episode that trauma patients experience when their mind calls back pieces of the event. But anyway, beside the point. I couldn't leave until my episode stopped. For 10 years. No, it was only for a few months. Tons of other things happened, and eventually it was decided that since I hadn't blacked out for more than a month, I could leave it. But the minute I stepped out of that building, his eye then widened and he grabbed his head and cringed. Che, are you okay? Jyod. His head just felt like it split open. He felt like he was just in a car accident. And he was the car. His head stung and he trembled. He panted and he was feeling a little dizzy. Shit, I hate that. He uttered. Let's just rest a little. She thought it would be a good idea to stop. No, we're almost there. MMGHH. He winced a little. He was getting a headache. Bit and pieces, cracks and holes. What? Rainier was confused. I can't think about stuff like that anymore since I was off the pills. What happened in there? She asked. He looked at her slightly but then continued on. They reached a large tree on the side of the hill, and in the front were 2 marble plates with the names Hyoudou in the ground in front of the tree. This is. Rainier realized where he led them. Uncle told me it was here. I didn't think he would put them to rest here though, he said, still holding on to Rainier. He eased off her and walked up to the 2 slabs with his parents' name chiseled on them. His breathing was shallow and he just dropped to his knees. Rainier stood behind him in case he needed a hand back up. This place used to be my favorite spot to play tag with my dad. He still couldn't get me unless I stopped. He lightly chuckled. We had picnics here every summer. Mom always made those sandwiches that she cut into flower shapes. She used to tell me you could see Kyoto from here. And the new telescope she bought me, I'd just stare at the sky for hours on, and Che used to get upset cause I stayed out late here with Dad. He slowly clenched his fist in the grass. She didn't want me to miss school the next day, so she limited my stargazing time to an hour and sob. He was tearing up while trying to remember. And I can't sob I can't remember. He just couldn't hold it in anymore and he just buried his head in the grass. I can remember anything. Every time I do it hurts. I want to sob, but I can't, he silently cried. I don't want to forget my parents, but I can't think about it cause it hurts. He just slowly pounded the ground. He just felt like a vital piece was missing inside him. Something he desperately needed. Something so precious. But no matter how much he reached, it would just vanish as if it never existed. Issei, Rainier suddenly said. Get up. Huh. He looked back with his tear-stained face. Hold on, she gently said and wrapped her arms around him and held him tight. Her wings then spread and they both left the ground. Issei was surprised that they suddenly took flight. Where are you going? He asked, confused. Here. She stopped some distance from the hill and he looked out and his eyes widened. He could see his neighborhood. He saw the entire city and far off in the distance. Kyoto, you really can see it, he said in amazement. Yeah, your mother was right. You remembered well, she said calmly. Take your time. But, he was about to say, but Rainier just hugged him and rested her head on his shoulder. Don't worry about me. This evening isn't going anywhere, she said, and he looked back out at the view. It's nice. Yeah, it really is. Rainier held him for about 15 minutes and Issei fell asleep. She silently floated down towards their house and Calawarner was standing on the porch as if she was waiting. She was drinking a soda and her emotionless expression changed to one of a gentle smile. About time you showed up. She stepped aside while Rainier walked past her, carrying Issei. Shut up, Rainier simply said. She sniffled a little and proceeded to Issei's room. What a stubborn little vixen. She shook her head and followed them. Who knows how long it's been since she felt this way. She closed the door and the sun went down. All rise, the teacher announced to her class. It was the last class of the day and everyone was getting excited. Just one more week till summer vacation. Everyone was looking forward to it. They all just squealed in delight in their own groups in the classroom. Issei had put his stuff in his bag and began writing away in his notebook. He looked around his classroom and just shrugged. He wrote down a few more things in it and touched his mouth as if he were trying to recall anything. He finished and put away his notebook in his bag and then proceeded towards the door. He exited the classroom and he was about to head toward the stairs, but he bumped into someone and their things spread out around the floor. Sorry, Issei apologized and he immediately bent down and grabbed some of their things. He looked up and he was surprised to see it was Ria's Gremory. Her red hair was a dead giveaway and he instantly recognized her. Ria-senpai, I'm sorry, I didn't see you there. He apologized. Oh no, it was my fault. I was waiting for you and I wanted to get your attention. She replied. My attention? Did you want something? He asked her. Well, I was coming to ask if you had time to come by the Occult Research Club. Oh crap, I am so sorry. He put his hands together and bowed. I've been meaning to do that, but things just kept popping up every time. He explained desperately. Oh no, I understand. You've had your hands full. I invited you out of mere courtesy when you came here. No, I have time right now. He was picking up her things faster and giving them to her to put in her bag. I can come right now if you want. He offered. Of course, let's go. She smiled happily. Room. They had arrived at the door to the club room and she proceeded to open the door. Please make yourself comfortable. She led him to the center of the room. They weren't the only ones there. Kaneko, Hyoudou, and Akino were also present, as if they were waiting. Hi, Issei-kun. Hyoudou greeted him with a smile. Issei-senpai. Kaneko also greeted. You two are part of this club too? He asked curiously as he sat down with his bag on the couch opposite from them. Hi, we are also members of the orc. He explained. Issei nodded. His eyes then fell upon the well-endowed and black-haired girl sitting next to them. I don't think I've met you yet. It is true, Issei-kun. I am Akino Hanjima, Imraya's queen. She introduced herself. Our president has been in a frazzle because you didn't visit us, so she's been looking forward to this moment as much as I have. She explained with a smile that was hiding some sort motive he couldn't read. Hey Akino, don't say unnecessary things. Ria said, a bit embarrassed from her comment. She came back with a tray of tea and a chessboard. I haven't really stressed about it that much. She's exaggerating. She waited till school was over almost every day since then. Akino said with the same smile. Akino, Ria's whined at her. I'm sorry. Hey me no heat Issei-kun. She giggled. Is this like some form of bullying? Issei's sweat dropped. Well, anyway it's nice to formally meet you all. I am pretty sure you know a lot about me than I know about you, but I hope we can continue to get along. He sheepishly chuckled. Why Mary, that sounded so stupid. He thought. I look forward to it. Hyoudou nodded and responded with sincerity. I do certainly hope so. Akino said with a tone riddled with ulterior motive. Looking forward to it. Kaneko said with her same blank expression. Ria sat down in between them and she opened up the chessboard. She then raised a finger and pieces appeared on the board. Do you play? She asked. I know how. He nodded. Perfect. How about a little friendly game to break the ice? She smiled. Yes, sure. He scratched his head. So which color? Black, he said. She nodded and the pieces arranged themselves. Issei was fascinated by it. It certainly saved time setting the board. Magic was so convenient, it was like the new way the world would operate, or at least the supernatural world. Let's begin, Ria said and moved her pawn forward. So tell me Issei, if I may call you that. She asked. Sure, he said. Issei, how has your school life been? Comfortable, I hope? She asked as she watched his expression. Not too bad. He moved his pawn forward. I'm sure you've been giving lots of effort to adjust properly to this new world you are living in, she said and moved her bishop. It was a lot to take in at first, but I think it's starting to sink in. He shifted his eyes to her pieces and his. He moved his other pawn. I'm glad to hear that. She moved her piece. I trust those fallen angels are treating you well, she asked as she glanced up at him. Yeah, he said, recalling that moment he and Rainier visited his parents' graves. They've been a real help. He smiled a little and moved his piece. That is reassuring, she said and moved her queen piece and took one of his pawns. Check, she said with a smile. But if you just need advice or anything, you're always welcome to ask. I appreciate that, he said and moved his bishop in place to block her queen. May I speak honestly? He asked. Of course, Riaz quickly said. Do not feel the need to be so reserved. She moved her queen back. Let's be frank, I am without doubt the worst person in the world to get this sacred gear, he said, which made them all make sounds of surprise. I don't know anything about magic. I'm not very strong, and I am sure there are better individuals out there better suited to using this power. He looked at his left arm. He moved another piece. Why me? That's all I want to know, he said with a frown. I cannot answer that question, Issei, Riaz said and moved her piece. But whether you had received it or not, you are a very smart and kind individual, and very pure-hearted. I can say for certainty that you are special whether you had the sacred gear or not. You shouldn't belittle yourself like that. Perhaps it is fate that you were chosen to be the wielder of the boosted gear, she said in a calm tone. Well, fate must have a great sense of humor if he picked a 10-year nut job. He chuckled a little. I honestly don't think I'd be fitted among high-ranked individuals. He moved his rook. We accept you as much as all the students in Kuoh Academy. You are just as important as anyone else, Hyoudou pointed out. Maybe high rank and nobility are a bit charismatic, but what matters is the person, he concluded. And in time, who knows, you may even surprise yourself, he concluded in a friendly manner. Wish I knew when that time was. He moved his piece back. If it bothers you that much, I wouldn't mind counseling a cute little Kuoh. Akino offered. No thank you. Issei wasn't sure what she meant by that. Vibrating. Oh sorry, I thought I turned this thing off. He was surprised at the caller ID on the cell phone he received from his uncle and aunt. Excuse me, Raya-senpai. Hello? He answered. No, I'm still at school. He answered. Just talking with an upperclassman. Yeah, who sorry. I must have left the light on when I left. I know. Today. No, you'll get it somehow. All right. I love. Hello. Hello. He looked at his phone and it said call ended. He sighed and put his phone back in his bag. Sorry, Raya-senpai, I got to head home now. He stood up and bowed. Thank you for the game and talking with me. Of course, sorry if I have inconvenienced you. She bowed. No, not at all. I just had something being delivered and I was supposed to show up when it came. Any other day would have been fine. He quickly explained. It's all right, Issei. Thank you for taking the time to visit us. I'm always in the mood for whenever you want to play, she said, and as if on cue, they all stood up and said farewell. Right, see you guys later, he said and began leaving but stopped. Oh, right. He turned back and then moved his queen on the board and took her queen. Checkmate, he said and then quickly left. Riaz looked at the board, and sure enough, he had her king cornered from all angles. Ara, just because he's cute doesn't mean you should let your guard down around him, Kaichu. Akino giggled. I lost. She just stared at the board and then smiled. School gates. Hey, what took you so long? Rainer asked while greeting Issei. Sorry, just something I was taking care of. Is Calawarner at the house? I think so. She shrugged. Issei then dialed his house number on his phone. He put it on speakerphone. Ring, hello. Calawarner's voice answered. It's Issei. Oh, hey kid. Listen, did I get a package by any chance? Yeah, took it off the mail guy. He wouldn't stop hitting on me and tried to ask me out to dinner. I think we might need to come up with a more convincing story than a housemaid. Cause I don't think he's buying it. He offered me $50 to let him fondle my ass. That's cause you dress like hooker. Rainer said deadpanned. This is not loose clothing. How many times do I have to tell you that? It's a trend I read in a magazine. I think that was a porn mag Lord Azazel gave you. Rainer said. What? He told me it was Never mind, you're right. Alright, me and Rainer are heading there now. Well, see you in a few. Issei just shook his head from the thoughts that entered it. Sounds good, kid. Oh wait, I need to ask. Shoot, was there anything left turned on last night? Nope, I checked before we went to bed. Why? My uncle called. He said the electric bill was 3 times the cost this week. 3 times. I've only used the shower and lamp light this week, she said confusedly. Well, we'll talk about this more when we get home. Bye. He ended the call. What's in the box? Rainer asked curiously. I have no idea. He shrugged and they proceeded home. Issei's house. Anyone want to take a guess? Rainer asked as they sat on the couch and examined the box. Another fan. Calawarner leaned back and put her hands behind her head. A blender. Issei was drawing a blank. Maybe it's a watch. In a box this huge. Rainer turned to her like she was dumb. A clock. Calawarner threw her arms up in defense. Already have one. Issei pointed out as he examined it. Let's just open it. Rainer was at the end of her patience. All right. He began pulling tape off and then opened the flaps. He reached in and felt a lot of packaging wrap. He struggled a little, but he pulled it out. He set it in front of them and they stared in awe. Another box. Calawarner simply stated. We can see that. Rainer shook her head like she was stating the obvious. Issei proceeded to open the box and he pulled out another box. Really? Rainer said with an annoyed tone. Wow, I thought this joke only existed in TV shows. Calawarner was surprised. Hold on, I think this is just covering. Issei pulled off the wrapping paper and it was unveiled to be Are you screwing with me right now? Rainer shouted angrily. Does your aunt and uncle have a sense of kid-like humor or something? Calawarner asked with a raised eyebrow. Must pretty important. He opened the box. They looked inside and they were surprised what was inside. It was round hollowed-out brass sphere with a brass ring around it. He took it out and he set it on the table. They looked at it curiously. What is it? Rainer was the first to ask. A toy of some sort, Calawarner suggested. Looks like a light of some sort but it feels familiar. He looked around it and he then saw 2 letters etched into the bottom. IH, he said. Those are my initials, wait a minute. He then looked more closely at the center inside the sphere. It was an electronic light that was surrounded by different colored glass frames. He looked at the bottom again and noticed batteries were missing. It needs batteries to work. You got any lying around? Rainer asked. No, gonna have to go to the convenience store. We also need some more noodles and milk. We're cutting kinda close from last week, Calawarner pointed out. We don't have any cash right now for extra things. Issei confessed. What are you talking about? Of course we do. I got $50 right here. She revealed in her hand. What? When did you? Wait, Issei slowly recalled their conversation on the phone. You let him grope you, Rainer said in disbelief. I made 6,000 yen, $50 in 10 seconds. The guy's wife must be as flat as a cutting board. She shrugged. Issei wasn't sure praising her was the right thing to do in this situation. Oh, don't mind it. I don't go around letting middle-aged men fondle me. She rolled her eyes. No, you charge them first. Rainer deadpanned. Look, we got 6,000 yen. Let's just buy some damn noodles. She sighed. All right, I'll go. Issei volunteered. Wait, Calawarner said, and Rainer and her both suddenly did paper, rock, scissors. Paper beats rock. Guess it's you and me, kid, she said and went to go find something to wear. Issei went to go put on his shoes when Rainer suddenly spoke up. Hey Issei, HM. He looked back attentively. Remember when I asked if you could go somewhere with me? She asked while she clenched her finger behind her back. Yeah, I remember. He blushed a little, remembering when she kissed him in the bathroom. Did you want to go? She asked with a pink shade on her cheeks. Sure. I mean, you came with me to visit my parents' graves, so it's only fair. He figured. All right then. Okay, all right, she said with a smile. She was happy that he accepted. "Man, I need some clothes." Calawarner came out, wearing shorts and a white t-shirt. "Is that my?" Issei recognized his shirt that she was wearing. "I couldn't find anything else." "Let's go, no one is going to notice." She slipped on some white sneakers she brought with her and the two proceeded out the door. "Later," Issei said and then shut the door behind them. Rainer just stared out the window until they had gone out of sight. She smiled and thought, "I wonder what I should do." "Store. Hey kid, do you know if they sell underwear here? I'm in dire need of some." Calawarner asked as she followed him around the store. "No, they only sell t-shirts and pants," he responded. "Oh, Simon, my shoulders get so sore." She massaged her shoulder with one of her hands. "Look, I'm sorry you feel that way, but if we want to keep the budget." Issei was getting embarrassed from their conversation in the store. "Wait, that's it." Calawarner suddenly thought of something. "He'll get a part-time job." She liked her idea. "Huh." Issei turned to after grabbing 2 jugs of milk. "This is a perfect idea. I can provide, while at the same time earning my keep. A part-time job. Huh. I think that's a great idea." He smiled. "Right." She rubbed his head while grinning. They continued to walk down the aisle while Issei listened to her brainstorm. What could I do though?" she thought. I could try working here, but it would be a pain because of the lack of hours." "Well, what do you enjoy doing?" he asked, trying to be of help. "Well, I'm really good at magic, cleaning out an air filter. I can also whistle really loud." "Oh, you think I should put down fashion advisor as experience, or special skills?" "Well, you could put down you aren't lacking confidence." Issei sheepishly chuckled. "How about we take you to the food market? They are always in need of part-time work," he suggested. "Plus you can leave whenever you want, because they got plenty of workers." "Really?" She made a look of surprise. "Yeah, I knew one of the vendors over there when I was a kid. I could go with you to ask him," he offered. "You got connections." "That would be fantastic," she said happily. "My days of Nabra are over," she proudly declared. Every male in the grocery store immediately turned to her when those words entered their ears. "KKK Calawarner, you're making a scene." Issei blushed while waving his arms desperately. On the way back, when they had left the store, Issei was drooping. They didn't leave the store anytime soon, due to the fact of a young adolescent cashier constantly monitoring her chest, instead of paying attention to their purchase. "Man, that kid was slow. I could do better than that." Calawarner shook her head in annoyance. "I've never seen someone having to scan a box of noodles 5 times. "I don't think it was the noodles," Issei said with a sigh. "Was it the jugs then?" she asked after leaning forward. "Yeah, sure," he recalled. He was being honest with her. "Hey kid," she suddenly asked as they walked down the sidewalk. "What is it?" "Thanks for, well, I don't know, putting up with us." She scratched the back of her head. "I was a bit concerned about freeloading, and that you'd kick us out after making you train, cook, sharing a bed, and nearly getting in trouble with the devils. I had some doubts whether you could keep us around after all that." She confessed. "It's no big deal. I don't really know that much about supernatural beings like you guys, so I felt relief that you told me everything you did. To be honest, I didn't want to get on your bad sides, otherwise I'd be left alone again," he said with a sad smile. "Well, after getting to know you two, I'm happy that you guys would look after me, ordered or not," he concluded. "Wow," Calawarner said with astonishment. "Sorry, did I?" "Oh no, just that was like totally unexpected." "Damn kid, I think I see you in a new light now," she said in awe. "Haha, you're such a lady killer, kid." She put her arm around him with a grin. "No wonder Rainer is after you." She smiled. "Huh?" he asked curiously. Never mind that. Simon, it's getting late." She led him on. Issei's house. "All right, this should do it." Issei slipped the batteries in place. He placed it on the coffee table in front of the couch and was trying to turn it on. Calawarner was just sitting with her legs crossed and relaxing while Rainer looked at her with a raised eyebrow. "What's with you?" She noticed her smiling. "Nothing, just enjoying the fact I have a house to sleep in," she said with a smile. "You're weird." Rainer turned away. "Okay, here it goes." Issei flipped the switch on and it just turned on and spun around. "That's it." Calawarner was a bit disappointed. "I was kinda expecting more of I don't know, impact." Rainer tilted her head. It just spun around with little strange holes being opened and closed on it. "Wait a minute." Issei got up, closed the curtains and switched the light off. His eyes then widened. The entire room was covered in many colored shapes of angels flapping their wings. It looked to be flying around the room in the darkness. "Wow, that's one trippy disco ball." Calawarner was surprised. "It's an angel. Looks like it was chiseled into that brass ring around the sphere." Rainer noted. "Hey, this is pretty cool, Issei, come home." She asked and realized he was looking at the pictures with a shocked expression. He slowly put his hand on his mouth. I forgot a smile worked its way to his face. She still had it. "What is it?" Rainer asked. "My aunt gave this to me for my birthday. My mom and I used to watch her." GGHH. His eyes widened and his head just started hurting again. He trembled and fell down on the floor. Issei. The two got up and immediately rushed over to him. "Turn it off," Rainer shouted to Calawarner. Calawarner ran back and was trying to find the switch. "Issei, snap out of it." AGH. He dug his fingers in his hair. It was hurting his head whenever his thoughts drifted to his memory of when he received that gift. So many memories flashed in his head from times he spent with his mother. That shape of the angels was going through his mind while seeing the moments of his mother's face flash all at once. Doesn't it look nice? What are they? Angels, Issei. What's an angel? It's a messenger of God. They come from heaven. Does that mean that we get to be angels when we die? MHM, of course, Issei. To me though, you are already my little angel. But Daddy calls me a devil. That's only when you aren't being an angel, sweetie. Then what am I? You are. Issei. Wake up, Issei Hyoudou. Issei. Rainer kept shouting while her and Kalawarner tried to hold him still. Up and panpant. Issei's eyes shot open and he felt drenched in sweat and tears. His whole body shook. He felt clammy and trembled. His emotions were flooding him like no tomorrow. He seemed to realize he was being pinned down by the two. Issei, are you back? Kalawarner asked. She waved her hand in front of his face. Swallows, yeah. He answered. Shh, calm down. Kalawarner said softly. What the hell was that? Rainer asked him worriedly. I don't. Hey, Kalawarner patted his cheek. Don't think. Just focus on breathing, she said to them. While he tried to get his breathing under control, Kalawarner and Rainer looked at each other. Did something trigger a traumatic memory or something? I don't know. It was like when we went to his parents' graves, but it wasn't this bad, Rainer said. Looks like it was a repressed memory, but why was he going nuts because of that? It didn't make sense to her. Issei, Rainer asked, but realized he blacked out. She felt his pulse, then put a hand on his chest. He's just unconscious. They looked at him worriedly. What did they do to you all these years? Rainer said as she looked at him with a frown. He just lied down on the floor. Issei's mind. Issei was confused beyond words. He was just floating in a dark void. I'm back here. How long has it been? He recalled the familiar pitch-black surroundings. One time when he was in Oni, he was in this state for no more than an hour. But when he woke up, he was unconscious for 4 days. Oi, human. Dreg, he responded. Good thing you're asleep. I couldn't repress your memory completely, but your mind is about as stubborn as you are. What do you mean? Him saying you almost triggered the sacred gear's balance breaker. Balance breaker. Nothing to worry about. I made sure to keep your mind one track so you didn't trigger it. If you did, you'd be about as mindless as a vegetable. Hey. What do you mean? Issei asked. Don't worry about it. When the time comes, he'll explain it to you. Just don't go crazy and die before we fight the white guy. What are you? Issei's mind suddenly was becoming engulfed in light. Morning. Issei's eyes slowly opened and he was staring at the ceiling with weak eyes. The fan in his room just spun around and around while he watched it. He turned his head and he was staring at Rainer, who was sleeping usually on her side of the bed. He turned and he saw Kalawarner also with him. But once again, he was found without his clothes. They snuggled up to him and were fast asleep. He noticed that they had some bruises on their arms. He wondered what happened. He then recalled when he went out of control last night. He frowned and felt bad about it. They must have been watching him the entire time and didn't get any sleep. He just felt awful. He felt tears entering his eyes once again and just cursed himself. Him awful. It was an awkward silence at the table as the three sat down to eat. Issei was just slowly eating his food with a frown on his face. Rainer and Kalawarner were glancing at him with concern. He hadn't said a word all morning. Rainer cleared her throat and decided to initiate a conversation. Well, it's almost summer vacation. We'll have to be using that time to train you up, she mentioned. Yeah, Issei nodded hesitantly. Rainer couldn't find what else to say after that. She looked at Kalawarner for help and Kalawarner let out a sigh. Hey kid, Kalawarner suddenly said. If you're worrying about last night, don't. She told him sternly. We knew that at some point you were bound to snap. Besides, there's not that much you could even do to us in the first place, she said as she turned to him. We can heal just fine after a night's rest, she said as she showed him the bruise on her neck. Why is it still there? Rainer asked curiously. Oh, I'm gonna heal it after the mailman comes around. This time he'll tell him I met someone and we had a wild night. She smirked at her plan. His behavior is a little stalkerish, to be honest. Hopefully that will make him back off for a bit. She recalled. BFF, someone stalking you. That's a good one. Rainer scoffed. And what are you implying? Kalawarner asked with a slight twitch of her eyebrow. You haven't had a lot of luck with men, have you? She grinned teasingly. Oh, that reminds me. Hey Issei, wanna know something interesting? She asked him. What? He responded after putting his fork down. Every boyfriend of Kalawarner's has died by her own hand, she said, still smiling. Why, who told you that? She demanded with widened eyes. Skrina from Lord Barrakeel's forces, she mentioned. She was drunk and she told Kuoh a story. That woman is still alive. I thought she died in the last war. Kalawarner was baffled. Issei, do not listen to a word she says. While it may be true, it was because they were enemy informants, she explained. Yeah, you really know how to pick him. It amazes me that you still held your rank after all the information you let slip. I guess y'all settle for any guy who says he likes it, Rainer went on. Shut your mouth, she yelled with a tick mark. They seemed to ignore him while his sweat dropped inside. School. As if it were another day at school, Issei and Rainer were walking with their arms linked. Yuma was just smiling happily like she normally did, but Issei still had a depressed look from this morning. He heard the usual comments of how surprising it was that they were dating. After they arrived, Yuma had to head to a different class. I'll see you later, Issei-kun. she said, but noticed he was still sporting the same frown from earlier. She clicked her tongue in annoyance. Why would he be so glum after something like that? She then thought of something and an evil grin made it to her lips. She walked up to him and gave him a peck on the cheek right in front of everyone, snapping him out of whatever guilty conscience he was entranced in. So bold. They do that already. The school was in an uproar. Before pulling away, Rainer's familiar tone whispered in his ear. Stop acting so gloomy, or you're gonna cause us trouble, she said and walked away. Issei stopped frowning and made more of a worried look. He felt like there were devils in the area. He immediately headed for his classroom. Before he got there, however, he was greeted by two young men who appeared to be students. They appeared to be waiting for him. Stay where you are, the one with glasses announced. That's far enough, Issei Hyoudou. The other with a bald gray head said. Huh? He stopped in front of them. Do you need something? He asked. Damn right we do, he suddenly said. I'm Matsuda, and this is my comrade in arms, Madohama. And together, we make... Excuse me, Issei said as he attempted to go past them. He really had to get to class. I really have to attend this class. Hold up, don't just ignore our introduction. Madohama and Matsuda protested. Who are you two then? He asked. Guess we have to reveal ourselves. Madohama adjusted his glasses with a smirk. Although we don't really like to. Matsuda stood back to back with him. Then don't do it then, Issei told them blatantly. Dude, stop interrupting us. You're trampling on our build-up. They both yelled in annoyance. Wait a minute, I saw you guys being chased by a swarm girls last week. He recalled. Huh, you saw that? They yelled in disbelief. Well, we do have somewhat of a reputation around here. They decided to use it to their advantage, given what little Issei knew about them. Yeah, you see, we actually have a fan club, he said. Were you surprised? That looked like an angry mob rather than a fan club. Issei raised an eyebrow. Wait, we're getting off topic here. They completely forgot their introduction. We are TKD, they posed. Taekwondo. Issei tilted his head, confused as ever. No, they roared. Oh, sorry. I know this place had a kendo club, but it would be a little weird to think they practiced. Dude, don't read too much into it. They begged. So what did you want? I have to go to class in a minute, he pointed out. We have a request of you. They suddenly sounded serious. He innocently raised his eyebrow. Please show us how to get a girlfriend. They bowed. Huh, he was now even more confused. We've tried every trick in the book to get these girls to look at us. They play hard to get all the time. It's nearly impossible, but you did it in the blink of an eye. They both seemed to sob while recalling all their peeping and locker room raids that they did over the time they were in school. So how did you get Yumasan to become your girl? They demanded. Do you have something on her or something? If you do, show us please. They both blew air out of their noses as perverted looks appeared on their faces. Don't, he said, which led to shocked looks on their faces. What? You gotta be kidding me. Matsuda shouted in disbelief. Lies. How did it happen then? Madohama demanded. She just came out and asked. I guess. He scratched the back of his head, trying to recall. He wasn't quite sure how it happened. Why, he's a natural-born lady killer. They gawked. How the hell? Matsuda was shocked. Well, what's she like? Does she let you fondle her ass? He demanded. Why would I ask her to let me do that? He asked with a slight blush. Because she's your girlfriend. He spelled it out for him. You link arms with each other back and forth from school. You have to be feeling those luscious melons pressing against your arm. Every morning and every evening. Madohama seemed to cry tears of. You're watching me. Issei backed up a little from that comment. So how far have you gotten? They both got up in his face, towering over him like two cops putting the squeeze on their perp. What do those mounds of glory feel like? They both had weird looks on their faces. There you are. They both seemed to tense up from the voice that was familiar to them. Ooh, crap. What do they want? The two perverts whipped around and saw two girls with two wooden swords gripped firmly in their hands. They seemed to be sporting angered looks of disgust and annoyance. You won't escape this time, you perverted baldy in glasses. The brunette among them declared. Shinai, are they kendo club members? Issei wondered. What the hell? We weren't peeping on you two this time. Matsuda protested. Lies. We saw you in the new window well that was just put in yesterday. She accused. I wasn't in the window well. Wait, we have a window well down there. Where? He suddenly became curious. We were watching Ria's Grimarai-senpai and Akino Hajime-senpai play against the vice and pres of the student council. We have pictures, Madohama pointed out. I bet it's just a bunch of lewd pictures you took. The peach-haired girl said as if it were obvious. Well, I won't deny I took some illicit pictures, but I swear on my that we were there. They defended. Issei perked up, which got both parties' attention. Isn't class about to start? He pointed out. Oh, look at the time. We'll talk later, Issei, Madohama said, and him and his colleague took off towards their classroom with the other two girls in hot pursuit. Issei just shrugged and headed towards his desk. Afternoon. Issei-kun. Issei Hyoudou. Issei snapped out of his thoughts and perked up to the teacher calling his name. Are you all right? She asked worriedly. Yeah, sorry teacher. Issei cleared his throat and paid attention. I said you have cleaning duty today after school. Hi, he nodded. Well, all right, let's begin with. She went on to finish the class lesson. Issei was just moping and frowning. He was still feeling guilty about what happened last night. Rainier and Calawarner told him that it was no big deal and that they would be fine. He just went to school like any other time and just stewed. He wasn't sure of himself. But what worried him the most was that if he ever had a breakdown in the middle of school, they'd send him back to Oni. Rainier was watching him with a worried look on her face. She could tell he wasn't feeling like his usual self. After what happened the night before, she was contemplating on whether she should contact Azazel. She knew that he had experienced trauma in the past, and people usually recover with proper treatment and time, but he was different. It was weird to her. If he was recalling a happy memory, why would that set him off? If anything, it seemed like all the bad stuff he recalled never made him freak out. But whenever he was reminded of a happy moment in his life, he was overcome with terror. She furrowed her eyes a little but then softened them. She looked away irritably and her cheeks were a tinge pink and she was contemplating something in her mind. Why do you sulk so much? It makes me feel like I need to worry about it. She glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. Maybe I should take his mind off it. Still, this goes beyond a simple traumatic experience. The only thing she could speculate was that something happened in that Oni building that made him like this. She had experienced loss as well, but she overcame it after a few months. If anything, it made him worse. After about 4 to 5 minutes, the teacher dismissed the class and they all happily left, knowing that summer vacation was coming soon, except Issei. The sun was setting outside and the school entrance was flooded with students who were leaving and talking with each other. Issei just watched from the classroom as they left. He sighed and then headed out of the classroom to grab the cleaning supplies from the janitor's closet. When he had grabbed it, he headed back to the classroom and began stacking the chairs on their respective desks. When he finished, he was sweeping away and was just deep in thought, oblivious to everything around him. I wonder what I should do with that thing that Uncle sent me. He'll just hold on to it for now and won't turn it on. He decided. Every time can't I just have one thing to remember my mom or dad by? He frowned and just slowed his sweeping. Hey, Rainier suddenly said behind him, which surprised him. Huh, you imagine? He answered. Her hair was covering her eyes as she approached him. Everyone went home, shouldn't you? She then pushed him against the window and trapped him there with her arm. He was surprised and he sweated nervously. Did he do something wrong? His mind raced to what could have happened, but the only thing he could recall was the other night. Was she upset about that? He thought she said it was no big deal, but perhaps it was. Hey Issei, she said, and she then pressed her chest against his and got close to his face. Do you want to make out? Eh? Issei blushed. You want to touch me? She asked as she whispered in his ear. TT touch. Issei stuttered. She ran her finger slowly up and down his chest. Oh wait, we already did that in the bathroom. She realized. But do you want to take it a step closer? She asked seductively. Why you match? She put a finger to his lips. Call me Rainier. No one is around. She pointed out. 3 don't think we should. You're still worrying about last night, aren't you? She mentioned. His eyes then widened and he suddenly frowned. No. He glanced away. You're a horrible liar, she said as she grabbed his chin and made him look in her direction. I thought I told you it was fine. Look, you can't even see the bruises anymore. She pulled her collar down slightly and there was no trace on her neck. He just frowned. I'm sorry. He began to apologize. There you go again. If you apologize again, I'm going to punish you, she said as she pinned him to the window. Sore. He was about to apologize again, but he realized it and clamped his mouth shut. There you go again, she said with an irritated sigh. If you keep acting pathetic. She then licked her lips slightly. She then tilted her head and smiled slightly. He'll do this to you. She then opened her mouth and suddenly lightly bit onto his neck and began sucking intensely. Issei was feeling a sensation he had never felt before. It was tingling all over his neck as her saliva drizzled down his neck. She was holding him firmly so he wouldn't move. She was slightly blushing from what she was doing. But his neck was so tender, she couldn't help but bite it harder. She pulled him closer and the sounds of her lips smacking against his neck was echoing in the classroom. Rhea. He wanted to tell her to please stop, for fear of someone walking in on them. But the feeling was just too stimulating for him to protest. Her fingers raked through his hair as she stroked up and down the side of his face. After about a minute of this, she slowly pulled away and her saliva stretched into a strand from her to the spot she was sucking on his neck. Issei was trembling and was blushing up a storm. He slid down to the ground and he touched the spot she was sucking on and it tickled and made him shiver slightly. He then looked up to her and she bent down to him and smiled. Let's clean up and go home, she said with a smile. Hi, he nodded quickly. She offered him a hand and he took it hesitantly. Don't worry about it so much, she suddenly said. Issei looked back up. That's why me and Calawarner are here. If you are struggling, we'll be right there for you even if it's bothering you, she said while looking away from him. You're alright. Sorry about that. He sheepishly smiled. Are you apologizing again? She asked and leaned towards him. No, he instantly answered. She chuckled and helped him up. Here, you'll sweep, you dust, she offered. Hi, he nodded and smiled. Later, at Issei's house. You crazed vixen, Calawarner yelled as a sound from a frying pan knocking Rainier across the head echoed. She was lying on the ground with her eyes spinning. What the hell is your problem? Do you even have an ounce of intelligence in that solid block you call a brain? Calawarner demanded. After Issei and her came home, she noticed the hickey that was on his neck and it didn't take her long to figure out what happened. It was just a light hickey, she said in defense as she rubbed the back of her head. Light? It looks like a lamprey with human teeth latched onto him, she shouted while examining Issei's hickey. He was embarrassed beyond words, so he stayed silent. But he wouldn't stop acting gloomy all day. She pouted while looking away. I just thought I'd take his mind off it, she explained. You went overboard. What do you think everyone at school is gonna think? Calawarner scorned her. Well, we're dating. It's only natural, right? She tried to reason. Do you really think the devils will see it that way? She just shook her head in disbelief. They will assume we are assaulting him. Then they will try to take him away for his safety. She bent her fingers in a mocking fashion. Did that ever enter your head? Or were you too busy sucking his flesh that all sense of reason was thrown out of your puny brain? Ooh. Rainier was at a loss for words. Calawarner, however, had a point. She clearly should have thought it through, but she didn't take into account of the ramifications of her actions, which she never does. Well, just have to roll with it. She sighed with frustration. Sorry kid, looks like you're gonna have to talk your way out of this one. It's fine. Tomorrow's the last day of school anyway. He'll get by somehow. He scratched his head sheepishly. It's not okay. Calawarner snapped. She then suddenly realized she was shouting and just sulked. Oh, who am I kidding? This is completely different. She sounded depressed all of a sudden. She sat on the couch and was recalling her past. When I was a kid, every time a boy got together with a girl, they sometimes would have hickeys on their necks. I was interested in one boy and he and I got together. After a crazy night, this one girl who looked the same as me came out of nowhere and said that she and him were already dating. Out of guilt, that bastard immediately dumped me and somehow, him and that screer, that girl, got back together. I cried myself to sleep for a week after that. I hate my life. Why does God punish me so much? She slowly drew circles on the table as she told her story. That's harsh. Issei's sweat dropped. Wait, why is she telling us this? And you think of me as pathetic? Rainer's sweat dropped. You are Issei. Damn all young adolescents. She whined. Sniff, sniff. Issei's nose picked up a smell as if something was burning. Do you smell something burning? Why? Sniff. The two looked up and they suddenly picked up the scent. Issei hurriedly went to his kitchen and his eyes widened. The fridge was smoking. Oh shit. He went to open the fridge to see what was burning. When he did, his eye widened and something shot out at him. He only saw it for a split second, but it had eyes. Look out. Rainier dove and tackled him out of the way just in the nick of time. It was like a red electrical current rushed out of the fridge and vanished. Calawarner had summoned a light spear and was holding it at the ready. She then threw it at the wall, but it just barely nicked the electrical current, and it disappeared. A small hole was in the wall where she threw her spear. Rainier, she called out. We're okay, Rainier said and helped Issei up. Did you see it? She asked. No, it just vanished, she answered and made her spear disappear in a flash. Damn, it got away. She scowled. What was that? Issei asked, greatly confused. A lightning yokai, a lightning element spirit, Rainier said with a stern look. They feed off of electricity to grow. They are pests most of the time, but if one absorbs enough electricity, it will turn into a more powerful yokai. But they usually only stick around power plants or just follow the currents in power lines. Why is this one at your house? She wondered. This probably explains why your power bill has been skyrocketing. Calawarner figured. It's been feeding off the electricity for the past 2 weeks. She made a serious look. 2 weeks, Issei slowly said as he thought on it. He then realized that Rainier was still holding him close to her. You can let me go now, he said. Oh. Rainier realized it and released him. Well, anywho, do you think it will be back? She cleared her throat and asked Calawarner. Hard to say, but if it does, we'll have to deal with it at some point. Calawarner pointed out. She then widened her eyes. Oh shit, I put a hole in the wall. She face-bombed. Yeah, nice shootin'. Rainier mocked. She had so much pent-up annoyance of her fellow fallen angel that she was about to send the next light spear in her direction. I'm going to go get in the shower now. Issei decided it would be a good idea to get away from the blast radius. Hold it. If that thing comes back, it'll fry you in the shower. Not gonna happen, Rainier pointed out. Then, what should I do? He asked. That is obvious, Rainier and Calawarner said in unison. Bathroom. Issei hummed uncomfortably. He was sitting in the bath with Rainier, who had wrapped her body in a white towel. The bath itself was rather large, being able to fit the two of them rather easily. Calawarner was also present, but she was washing her hair, her body wrapped in a towel, similarly how Rainier had done. Although it left little to Issei's imagination, due to the fact that their towels were nearly transparent when they dumped water on themselves. Hey kid, hand me the bar of soap, Calawarner asked. All right. He went and leaned forward to hand her the soap and she took it and began scrubbing herself down. You don't need to be so nervous. This isn't the first time you've seen us naked. Rainier raised her eyebrow with confusion. And just not used toit. He blew bubbles in the tub as his head shrugged deeper in the water. Hey, Rainier worked a mischievous smile to her lips. Glare. Calawarner's head turned and her eyes were glowing red with an aura that spelled, don't even think about it. Rainier recoiled from her deadly stare and just stuck her lip out like a pouting child. She just glanced at Issei out of the corner of her eyes. First thing that came to mind was that he was weak. At least mentally anyway. He was just upright pathetic when it came to sticking up for himself. It made her feel frustrated seeing something so pathetic and weak. And yet, he also had his good points. He was responsible, he was caring, and selfless. Almost too selfless for his own good. He also looked like her old boyfriend, but was way different than him. But she didn't dislike it. He was also understanding of her when she acted mean and nasty toward him at the beginning. Not anyone she could think of would still consider a person like her a friend after her actions. It made her feel happy. At first, she saw him as nothing but a sorry imitation of her old boyfriend. But as time went on, she had grown to like him more than she would even think. He was like the friend she never had, and a pleasant human to be around and somewhat of a toy that she looked forward to playing with, but a friend nonetheless. She still could recall when she was sucking on his neck in her mouth. His neck was smooth, soft, and tender that she couldn't help but wonder what would have happened if she didn't stop there. The fact she even wondered was troubling to say the least. Azazel's orders were absolute to her. If he said Issei was off limits, then that was the end of that. But she couldn't stop the little inkling of a feeling in the farthest corners of her mind from whispering as to why she shouldn't obey that order. Issei just sat nervously the entire time. Rainer then put her arm over his shoulders and leaned him on her. Rainer, he asked suddenly. What? She asked simply, and that uncomfortable to be on. No, it's just what? And nothing. He decided to stay silent. He couldn't see the expression on her face, but she sported a blank look with a slight tinge of pink on her cheeks. Out of every guy out there, him stuck with this one. Well, I guess beggars can't be choosers. She smiled comfortingly and laid her head against his. Warner glanced out of the corner of her eye and smiled a bit. You're still brainless, Rainer. She shook her head while giggling. Next morning. No way. Umasan is very bold today. I never thought I'd see this. That's just not fair. The class was in an uproar once again due to the romantic shenanigans of Issei and Rainer. She was sitting on his lap and holding onto him like a lovey-dovey couple. Well, in their eyes at least. In reality, it was a somewhat complicated relationship that was slowly maturing. Why you imagine? People are watching. Issei stressed. But we do this all the time. Yuma pouted in a cutesy way. Besides, class isn't for another 10 minutes. Still, Issei was acting like a scared puppy that didn't know how to get himself away from the person that picked him up. Not that he disliked their position, but he believed there was a time and place for everything. Plus, his inexperience with girls made him anxious. Yuma then leaned in towards his face and all the girls thought she was going to kiss him. If you don't want a matching one, then play along. Her eyes turned a bit more sharper and her tone was that of her dominating personality. Issei nearly fainted at the thought of her giving him another hickey in front of the entire classroom. Just kidding. She laughed and smiled playfully at him. She then hugged him once more and said something in his ear. Don't worry so much, Issei. He made a sound of surprise. I won't let anything bad happen to you, she assured him. His eyes widened in surprise at her words, but also from the kiss she gave him on his forehead, which triggered a classroom-wide squeal. Issei touched his head and looked back at Rainer, who smiled at him warmly. It made his heart skip a beat for a moment, but seeing her genuinely smile out of pure happiness filled him with warmth he never had before. He lowered his head and smiled to himself. I guess she's really nice. Issei was passed out on the ground in the middle of the forest. He was in his school tracksuit. He was nearly out of breath and he was breathing heavily from running for his life. His eyes widened and he suddenly rolled out of the way from a red light spear that struck the ground. He looked back up at the owner and there was Rainer in her fallen angel form with her arms crossed under her chest. Not bad, you're getting better at dodging them when you need to. She chuckled. Simone guessed. How much longer? He complained while slowly standing back up. Until I say, now let's try this. She then multiplied her light spear into 10 more that floated above her, poised at Issei. Oh, that is so not fair. Issei shook his head in disbelief. You better move it. Rainer smirked. Give me a brioche. Issei shouted as parts of the forest were becoming smoking craters. 3 hours later, Issei was jogging back to his house, despite being completely covered in dirt and bruises from dodging Rainer's constant barrage of light spears. Rainer had went on ahead to the house and was waiting for him with Warner, who was just bathing in the sun on his lawn. She sported a pair of shorts that revealed her legs and a low-cut white t-shirt that showed off her cleavage. What time is it? Rainer asked as she sat on the porch wearing a pink shirt and white jeans. I don't know. 4 o'clock maybe. It took him at least 3 hours to walk that far into the forest. Would you leave him alone? Warner asked as she turned her head to the side. I waited till we were back in the city limits. It was his idea to jog back. Rainer explained as she puffed her chest out and stretched. Kid's got stamina to burn, he'll give him that. Warner yawned. Yeah, we've been at this for 2 weeks and he's bright and early every morning. Him surprised, to be honest. Yeah, he's keeping the training regiment on schedule. By the end of the summer, he'll be able to start using his sacred gear even longer. He's actually going a lot more than our predictions. Rainer suddenly said, which prompted Warner to turn to her. How many boosts is he able to use? She asked. He got around I think 8 before he started feeling tired. She recalled. 8? I thought he only could do 3. Warner nearly fell out of her chair. Well, he handled 8 boosts and then suddenly on the 9th, his body got too tired. She explained. 8. In 1 month. Let's see, that's about 2 more times every week. she estimated. So, by the end of the summer, I'll be able to endure about 24 boosts, she calculated. Holy cow, Warner's mind was blown from underestimating how long he could maintain his boosted gear. Here he comes. Rainer got up and Issei was panting and his head was covered in sweat from the sun and came to a stop at his house. He slowly fell on his lawn and he felt like his legs were about to burn off. His heart was in his throat from running back. He was overshadowed by Rainer, who came over to him. She bent down and handed him a water bottle, which he took quickly and downed it like no tomorrow. He gasped after chugging down the water. He sat up and leaned forward and stared blankly at the sidewalk in front of him. Not bad. You got here a lot faster than I thought. Rainer smiled as she massaged his shoulders. Thanks. He dropped his head. Ugh, I feel like my joints are going to burn off, he said as he took another drink of his water bottle. Well, Spartan training for 6 hours a day will do that to you, she said as she put a cold wet towel around his neck. He patted his face off and ruffled his hair a little. He brushed the dirt off himself. He took off the top of his tracksuit and he felt a bit more relief. He fell back a little and Rainer cradled his head. He then realized what happened and he blushed slightly. He was about to sit back up, but suddenly Rainer put a hand on his forehead to keep him on her lap. Calm down, I don't bite, she teased. Unless I want to, she said with a mischievous grin. Issei's head turned redder from that comment. She would do it. He couldn't even tell when she was just kidding or she was serious. That quality of her always made him very wary about her. Boy, let him rest, Rainer. He just got done playing dodge or die with you and running about 3 miles straight. Warner scolded her. It's just a joke. She shrugged. It's hard to say when you're joking nowadays. Warner rolled her eyes. 2 weeks into summer vacation, and the three did nothing but train Issei. He was getting a bit more toned than usual. He felt a bit more stiff than before, but he was very sore almost every day since they started. He then sat up and he began stretching outward, but he couldn't quite do it right. Rainer then leaned against his back and overlapped her arms over his. He flinched from her suddenly doing that. Her head was resting on his shoulder as she assisted him. Relax your shoulders. Here, just ease up, and now lean forward, Rainer instructed him as she smiled playfully. Issei could feel her pressing her ass against his back. She was intentionally making him frazzled with her body. She was always amused every time he was embarrassed. Now back and forward, she instructed him as she continued helping him. He was becoming too conscious, he had to speak up. Rainer. Yes, she asked. See, could you please not lean on me a lot? He politely asked. Why? She asked in a tone riddled with amusement. I mumble. There, touching me, he muttered. And, she asked again. Doesn't that bother you? He asked again. I don't mind it, she said as she suddenly hugged him from behind. Do you not like it? She asked as she turned his head to her violet gaze. No, he said nervously. Okay, Rainer, that's enough. Warner suddenly dropped a snake on her that happened to be in the grass. Gyahhhh. She flailed around and threw the snake to the far reaches of the sky. The hell, she shouted angrily. That's my line. Stop taking advantage of the poor kid. She fired back. I'm just playing with him. My point exactly. Warner suddenly erupted. Rainer fell back from shock of her. Put yourself in his shoes. He is clearly not accustomed to having a girl do that to him. Warner, it's not that much of a silence. You're in no position to protest. Warner shot a glare that looked demonic at Issei. Yes, Issei zipped his mouth shut. You are going to be the future victim of a molester with that attitude. She towered over him. Issei's sweat dropped. You're just jealous because you suck at this sort of thing. Rainer scoffed. The only thing you got going for you is a pretty face and a decent rack, so I don't feel the least bit annoyed by that comment. Warner sneered. What? You take that back. Rainer and her butted heads. Why, does it irk you that much because it's true? They argued. We both know I am the brains behind this assignment. Well then, we might as well throw in the towel because with you at the helm, we nearly were kicked out of this place. Rainer couldn't talk back after that comment. Issei was just staring up at the sky, ignoring their argument about who was the dominant one in their roles. He then sat up and stretched. He headed back inside the house to find something to eat while the two were still at it. Later, someone looking for a job. A middle-aged man over a small stall asked while he was chopping vegetables. He was in an apron and wearing a checkered bandana. Yesha's my cousin. She's visiting for a while now, and she wanted to find a job to help pay rent. Issei explained. Well, I don't mind at all, though I haven't had much business over here thanks to that damn stall that's selling those teriyaki meat skewers. He nodded over to a stall that was swarming with people who were trying to get in line. The staff looked to be quite pleased with themselves as they served up multiple customers. When did that stall get here? Issei curiously. Oh, about a year ago. Since then, most of my customers went over there because it was just a tad faster at serving. He grunted in frustration. You don't say. Issei scratched his head. But anyway, your family was good to me. Still is. He realized what he said and tried to correct himself. I heard about what happened. A real shame. Your mom and dad were very supportive when I first arrived here. He said with a frown. It's all right, Mr. Jun. I've learned to move on. The most I can do at the moment is continue to keep up the good business we've had with you. Issei smiled. You've really grown, Issei. He smiled proudly. I'm sure that they are up there smiling at how much their son has grown. So if you need someone who can provide the best sale for produce or meat, you seek me out. He pumped his fist. I appreciate it. Issei laughed a little. Anyways, should Issei stop to think. How old should I put her down as? 25. No, I don't think I should tell him. She might have already something ready. He figured. Jun raised an eyebrow. No, it's nothing. He'll bring her by sometime. Take care, Mr. Jun. Issei waved and left. Later Issei. He waved. Issei then was hurrying through the crowd with some fruit and vegetables in bags in both his hands. On the way through, he brushed past Kiba, who was equally surprised to see him. Issei stopped. Good day, Issei. He greeted with a smile. Kiba, Issei said with surprise. Haven't seen you since school ended. He recalled. Our president is doing a training camp for our club, so I came to pick up some ingredients. He explained. Training? Issei repeated curiously. Even we need to practice. Actually, Hyoudou smiled sadly a little. Our president is going to be having a raiding game with another house, so we have been training to get a bit stronger. He explained. Raiding game? Issei repeated. It's basically a battle between two kings and their peerages. Everyone in the Occult Research Club is going to be taking on another peerage. There are rules on how the game works, but the purpose of the game is to move up in your social standing among devils based on performance. Wait, everyone in the club. It will be us against the House of Phoenix and their peerage. He explained. So, this a normal thing then? Issei sounded interested. Of course. He nodded. So, if you win, y'all be moved up a rank. Issei raised an eyebrow. Something like that. Although, he sounded a little less happy. The president is very powerful. She will be debuting for her first raiding game. He explained. Sounds like she has it rough. Issei shrugged. But to repay the president for her kindness, he'll give it everything I got to help her win. He stated. Say Kiba, he asked suddenly. Yes, does anybody die in these things? We have a system in place to teleport peerage members once they are unable to continue. He explained. That's convenient. He nodded. Oh, I forgot. Kiba reached inside his pocket and pulled out his phone. I never got your contact info. Right. Issei put the bag on the ground and grabbed his cellular phone, and he exchanged his number with Kiba's. Well, I hope your raiding game goes well. Tell your president I wish her well, he said before leaving. Yeah, I will. By the way, Issei, he suddenly said, you look like you're doing pretty well. It's good to see. Yeah, thanks. Issei continued walking back. Much later, Issei was heading back to his house with his groceries in hand. He was thinking about the members of the Orc and that raiding game that Hyoudou was talking about. He wondered how powerful they all were and what the other devils were like. Something on your mind? D-Drag, Issei exclaimed. You thinking about those young devils? Well, I guess. They seem like a nice bunch though. He bobbed his head a little. What is it, D-Drag? Issei lifted his eyebrow. Oh, nothing. I think it's time you called that Azazel punk. Azazel? What for? You need to learn how to use me right. And that fellow seems to be quite strong. Perhaps he could set us up with a barrier we could practice in HM. What? Partner, incoming from high up. D-Drag shouted suddenly. Issei looked up and he dove out of the way from the slash of a sword. He recovered and looked back. He saw a man with pale hair, wearing dark clothing and holding a sword and gun. He yanked the sword out of the ground and whipped to his side. How the hell did you see that coming? Yes, it's expected of a youth wielding the sacred gear. He spoke up with maniacal look. Who the hell is this guy? Issei asked D-Drag. That sword and gun he's holding. There's holy power endowed with it. Watch yourself, D-Drag cautioned. Holy, then he's with the church, Issei assumed. Oi, don't ignore me, young man. It is rude, I tell you, rude, 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 rude. He shouted as he aimed his gun at Issei. Issei then began running towards a tree while bullets of light were being fired off from the man. Issei peeked out a little, but he just barely ducked out of the way of a bullet that nearly took his head off. Is this guy crazy? We're in the middle of a public street. Issei couldn't understand. There's a barrier put up around us to keep prying eyes away. You better start fighting back quick, or we're going to be in trouble. Got it. Issei nodded and his left hand turned into his dragon gauntlet. Boost. The green orb flashed and D-Drag's voice echoed. Issei then ran out and headed straight for the newcomer. Ahead on attack. What are you, retarded? I need to teach you a lesson. He raised his gun at Issei and opened fire. Issei suddenly ducked out of the way, which surprised the man. I can see it, Issei thought as he clenched his fist and attempted to punch the guy. He blocked it with his sword and slid back while blocking with both his hands. Boost. That's two, Issei thought while keeping count. I'd have to beat this guy before he hit his limit. TCH. That's a dragon's power for you. Let's see how long you can keep up. He began opening fire again. Barrier. Suddenly a green screen shined in front of Issei, blocking the bullets. They disappeared and the man scowled. Damn you. That's just a cheap, cowardly way to protect your host, Red Dragon Emperor. You suck, you suck, you suck. He began throwing a tantrum, stomping the ground like a child. Thanks, D-Drag. Issei thanked. Just use it on your own now. I can't do everything for you. D-Drag sounded annoyed. He's coming, Issei said while the man charged him with his sword. He rapidly began striking the screen and it suddenly cracked. He held his gun up and opened fire. It shattered and Issei was knocked back from the blast. He quickly looked up and rolled to the side as the man stabbed the ground. Stop moving around, you piece of shit, Lizard King. He scowled while trying to slash Issei. Boost, partner. What? Issei asked. The person running this barrier, we take them out, this guy might back off. Can we beat him? Issei was confused. Not unscathed you want. You're only human, if he gets one score on you, it's over. Wait, I have that card that Tsubaki gave me. Running might be a good idea, but you gotta get clear of the barrier first. Clear, huh? Yikes. Issei hopped back from the man just barely nicking his shirt. The man panted and took a deep breath. Woo, you are very agile for a mere human. Guess you aren't as weak as those shitty devils that prowl the streets. He propped his sword over his shoulder. Well, since you've lasted this long, I suppose a noble priest like myself can introduce myself to the shitty likes of yourself. He took a bow. Name's Fried. I am the righteous hand of God, and I must take you out, for being an impurity of human life. He bowed. Fried. Issei repeated. And did you say priest? You look like you belong in Oni. He said with disgust. You mean that loony Ben with the crazy-ass patience. Now you're being mean. This is why pusses like you suck. All you do is run and call people names when they have no hope of beating their opponent. Repent for that sin. Repent. He kept firing and firing at Issei. Barrier. Issei activated his barrier and it withstood Fried's attack. His gun clicked, indicating he was out of ammo. Well, shit. Gotta remember to carry spares. He stuffed the gun back in his trench coat. Well, let's give this a try. Spears of light will turn you into a human kebab when I'm done with you. He smirked evilly as he aimed them at Issei. Boost. That's 4. You sure we can't beat him? He asked Diedrag once again. If you think you can dodge all those sword strikes that move faster than the human eye, then sure. Sorry, just asking. Wait, I see someone over there by the trees. Could that be the one casting the shield? Issei asked Diedrag. Shoot first, ask later. Got it. Issei then aimed his palm over by the trees and red energy began building up. Wash it. Hey Asia, get out of the way. He's trying to take down the barrier. Fried shouted angrily. I'm sorry. Suddenly the nun Issei saw earlier from last month appeared. His eye widened. Issei was about to unleash the energy but then redirected it at Fried, who took a step back. Oh shit. Dragon shot. Issei released a beam of energy at Fried and the priest became enveloped in an explosion. Issei covered his eyes but then looked again. The two were gone. Where did they? Issei looked around. Looks like they turned tail and ran. The barrier is down. Diedrag noticed. Yes, that nutcase priest underestimated us. He looked like he was waiting for us. And that girl Issei frowned. Yeah, she's a servant of the church. What did you expect? I don't know. Issei's arm turned back to normal. I didn't feel any evil intent from her, he said as he looked around the area. Issei Hyoudou. Our enemies will come at us in many forms, from an obvious monster to an innocent little girl. Or do you not remember what happened with your nurse from Oni? He reminded. Issei clenched his fist. I remember Diedrag. He recalled when he snuffed out that stray devil. I remember. I'm not going to tell you what you should do. I'm just speaking from past experience with my hosts before you. Yeah. Issei looked around and noticed that the area around them wasn't damaged. We should go let your 2 babysitters know what happened. Diedrag pointed out. Hey Diedrag, Issei suddenly asked. What is it? What did he mean impurity of human life? He asked in a more serious voice. Who knows? Someone involved with the church seems to want you dead. Fried acted like he was targeting you. Issei seemed deep in thought. Either way, let's head back. Issei picked up the groceries on the street and cautiously headed back. Issei's house. What? A priest? Rainer was up in Issei's face with a shocked look. They were in the house, listening to Issei's encounter with Fried. Shit. Kalawarner face-bummed. You gotta be joking. Now the church is after you. 2 fought him off. He probably didn't expect me to fight back as much. Issei tried to explain. Forget that, are you alright? Rainer asked, examining him all over. I'm fine, really. Issei tried to assure her. The church, we got quite a troublesome enemy ahead of us. As if the vanishing dragon wasn't enough, now we got to watch out for the saints. Kalawarner shook her head in frustration. Okay, I think we better contact Lord Azazel before we do anything. If we made enemies of the church, they're gonna keep poking their nose in our business until you're dead. She told him as she sported a serious look. She then stood up. I think we should stick you in a more secure location. As it is, we have little to no defense against any heavy hitters that try to attack you. Issei stayed silent, frowning at the ground. Start packing, we're going to the backup hideout. Kalawarner explained. Oh brother. Rainer rolled her eyes. She then noticed Issei was a little gloomy. She then sat down next to him and smiled. Don't worry Issei, our job is to keep you safe, and we intend on doing just that Issei. She then noticed he was sporting a more serious look, almost a glare. The things that were going through his mind were about something in particular. Hey guys. What? They both asked curiously. I want to try something, but I need to talk Azazel. He suddenly said, which made them confused. Okay. What do you need? Kalawarner asked. I need a place where I can practice. I need to learn how to use my boosted gear more effectively. I can handle 10 boosts at the most, but I need to learn how to use other spells as well for this thing. He said, looking at his left arm. After my fight with Fried, I realized that I couldn't keep up with him. Sure, the boosted gear gave me an edge by making me stronger and faster, but I need to learn more than just running up to my opponent and hitting them. You want to learn more spells? Rainer asked. Well, there is a place. Warner shrugged. Huh, where? Raynor asked curiously. Ugh, I'd have to ask her though. She seemed annoyed by something. Spill it already, Raynor urged her. We can go to Skrina's dojo, she said reluctantly. As far as fallen angels go, she's one of the few strongest left in the faction. Is she that strong? Issei asked. She's leagues above us. She was once a general in the war, but she retired, saying it was no fun and tedious. Warner admitted as she imitated her in a mocking fashion. Wait, you gotta be kidding me, are you serious? Last time you guys parted, it wasn't exactly on the best of terms. Raynor seemed to recall something. Who cares? Even if she's not part of the war anymore, she has an obligation to help out her fellow fallen angels. Warner argued. What happened the last time? Issei asked curiously. It must have been pretty bad from the way she was talking. I may have discharged a light spear at her pet raccoon and killed it. She confessed as her facial expression turned a bit nervous. You killed Tanuki. I thought you said he ran off in the forest. Raynor seemed surprised at this. It may have been a bit more upset when she stole my boyfriend. You killed her pet in retaliation. Issei shook his head. She was an incarnation of a devil woman. No matter how many times I tried to keep my boyfriends away from her, she always impersonated me and used them just to mess with me. Warner suddenly exploded as Issei and Raynor were shrinking away. As much as I don't want to, she's the only person I can think of that knows how to teach basic spells, Warner explained as she sat down and slowly ran her fingers down her face. If you really want to get stronger, kid, you're gonna need someone like her, she said inside. Sorry, I just don't know how to handle her. It's been a while since I last saw her. Well, it might be a good idea. Maybe we could get her to watch Issei while we contact Lord Azazel. Raynor figured. Sigh, maybe. For now, let's just get ready to leave. Warner sighed in defeat. Elsewhere, we find a dark forest in the middle of an unknown location, and in the middle of it was a large stone structure that represented a Japanese-style dojo. Beyond the gate and sliding doors of a large rectangular room was a woman who sat cross-legged. Her hair was dark purple and she had 2 small moon-shaped earrings that hung off of one ear. Her face was nearly identical to Warner's, and she had a dark green overcoat that hung at her shoulders. Her hair was held up in a bun and then a long ponytail that ran down her back. Her skin was white and she wore a black tai chi uniform that had partially been zipped down to show her cleavage and had wrappings on her feet. She exhaled and looked up with dark yellow eyes. I'm bored. The human world, Issei asked curiously. They were in the midst of a conversation while walking through a dark forest. They had packs and were currently heading to Warner's associate's dojo, hoping to find refuge for Issei till things cooled down. Yeah, she decided to hang out here until it was over. Fallen angels aren't able to live in the underworld or anywhere near heaven. So we took refuge in the human world, while also trying to build our numbers back up. Warner explained to him. We took some heavy losses in the war and were really close to disbanding. Raynor sighed. That must be tough, Issei said. By the way, what's this Skrina like? Issei decided to ask, seeing as how they were almost there. She's kinda laid back. But when she's on the battlefield, you better pray you aren't her foe. Raynor cautioned. She must be very powerful. Issei nodded. She also is pretty fond of human world animals, Warner said while sighing. She had a litter of wolves about 20 years ago. She raised every single one of them. They all died though, so she was pretty bummed about it. Then she came across a weird-looking raccoon. It looked like a small ball of fur, to be honest. I thought it was a hedgehog at first, she recalled. Like that one, Issei asked while pointing over to something he noticed watching them. Warner and Raynor turned in the direction he was pointing, and they were staring at a little animal that looked no bigger than a ball of yarn. It had a little bandit mask-like face with beady eyes. It hung off its branch by a stripped tail. It was an awkward silence as the four stared at each other. The ghost of Tanuki lives on Warner and Raynor shouted in horror. Hey little guy. Issei walked up to it with a smile. BB, but how I thought I skewered that little punk. Warner was flabbergasted. You killed this little thing? Issei asked as he offered his hand to it. It blinked and then dropped onto his hand and scurried onto the top of his hair. It curled up like an armadillo. Did she bring it back to life or something? Raynor wondered. Well, he seems kind of shy, he noticed after picking it out of his hair and back into his hand. It popped out of its curled up state and just watched Issei with a blank expression. It's like Issei meets Issei. Raynor thought it was kind of adorable. I'm a raccoon. Issei sweat dropped. Well, if he's here, Skrina can't be too far away. The dojo should be over there. She scanned through the trees and spotted the dojo in the distance. They came up to the gate that was made of a slab of stone. There was no visible way of opening it. So this is her dojo? Issei spoke up as they examined it all. Yeah, she cast a boundary-type magic around this place to keep ordinary people away from it, as well as angels and devils, Warner explained. How come we can see it then? Issei asked curiously. Me and Raynor are fallen angels, and you being aware of it makes it visible to you, Warner explained. So how do we get in? Raynor scratched her head. We knock. Warner came up and knocked on the stone slab. No one answered. Try again. Raynor shrugged. Warner knocked again. Still no answer. Maybe she's not here, Issei suggested. Oh no, she's here. Warner narrowed her eyes. Skrina, I know you're in there. No answer. Damn it, Skrina, would you let us in already? Hey Skrina, it's Raynor and Warner. You remember us, right? Raynor shouted. Issei looked down and noticed Tanuki trying to climb up the wall. He walked over and helped him up. There you go. He smiled. It looked back and blinked. It then traversed the wall. This is just ridicule. Screena. Does your fellow fallen angels mean nothing to you? Kalawarner yelled impatiently. What about family? She shouted again. TCH, she scoffed and crossed her arms. Yes, she's out of the question. Let's go. I'd rather not be here when the yokai are out and about. Rainer frowned and the two began leaving. Wait, a voice suddenly said. They stopped dead in their tracks and turned around in surprise. Magic runes then lit up on the stone slab, and it rose from the ground, revealing a young woman in a black teichai outfit that was zipped down to show off her cleavage, purple hair in a bun, then draping down into a ponytail. She had 2 moon earrings on one ear and a green overcoat over her shoulders. She was about as tall as Kalawarner, and her face was about identical to hers. Her eyes were sharp and yellow. She had a hand on her hip as she locked eyes with Kalawarner in particular. It was silent for a moment before she walked towards Kalawarner. She stopped in front of her and the two sported narrowed looks at each other. Hey little sis, she greeted in a normal fashion. Screena, Kalawarner also greeted in a similar fashion. Sis. Issei turned to Rainer. Screena is actually her sister. The two were separated when the war got too close to home. Rainer explained. Been a long time. Screena crossed her arms. Not that long, she responded. HMPH. She then took some of Kalawarner's hair and played with it in her hand. See, the years haven't been bad to you. Kalawarner stayed silent. Screena then let go and the two locked eyes once again. Have you gotten any stronger? What do you care? Just curious if little Kay is actually able to protect herself. She smirked. A lot more than you ever did. She coldly stated. The call of war is quite hard to ignore. You should be glad I went. I won us enough victories to take back our territory. She shrugged as if it were no big deal. You honestly think I gave a crap about that? She gritted her teeth. No, what I did, she said sternly. Even after I got back, you, Mom, and Dad wouldn't even so much as talk to me. Even after the ceremony ended, you acted like I wasn't even your own flesh and... She recalled. I still don't. How can you even call me your sister after everything? Kalawarner hissed. You left didn't even so much as talk to us. I guess you were more suited for the front lines than a family member. That's what you're upset about, she chuckled while shaking her head. I enjoyed the fighting, I won't deny that. But I also wanted my family to welcome me home when I returned from that god-awful battlefield. And you know what happened when I walked through that door after 3 years? All I got was a sneer from Dad. Mom wouldn't even look me in the eye, and you wouldn't even talk to me. You were afraid whenever I was in the same room. I never left little Kay. She then put her hand to her chin and got close to her. I was cast out. Kalawarner slapped Screena, which shocked Rainer and Issei. Shut up, she said with face hidden in her hair. Screena cocked her head back and looked back at Kalawarner with an amused look. You remember where the guest room is. Make yourself at home, little Kay. She bowed and directed her towards the front door. Kalawarner stormed past her without so much as another word. That's the problem with little sisters, they never seem to grow up, she said to Rainer and Issei. By the way, nice seeing you again, Rainer. Been a while since I saw you, she greeted. Uzer, nice seeing you too. Rainer greeted nervously. Who's this kid? New recruit, little brother, perhaps a little dirty secret that tags along with you, she teased. No. Rainer blushed a little and scratched her head sheepishly. This is Issei Hyoudou. He's the current host of the Red Dragon Emperor, she explained. Screena narrowed her eyes at Issei, which made him feel a tinge of danger from her. Never thought a fallen angel would get a hold of one of the big bad dragons. He's not a fallen angel, she corrected her. She raised her eyebrow. He's still human. He just awakened his sacred gear last month, she explained. How? She asked, drawing a blank. He got attacked by a stray devil and I guess the dragon forced him to activate it. She shrugged. And he's still human, she wanted to clarify. Yep, she bobbed her head. She slowly nodded in acceptance. You know CC, she mentioned. CC, Issei repeated. CC, another human who trained to use his sacred gear. He's quite a nasty foe to tangle with, so I'd steer clear of him and his little band of followers, if I were you, she pointed out. Who never trained for it. Rainer corrected her again. Say what? Screena thought she misheard her. It was just kinda spur of the moment. Him still learning about how this supernatural stuff works. Issei sheepishly laughed. She then smirked. Well, maybe I hit the jackpot. Rainer couldn't quite hear her. Simon, you two, let me direct you to the main room. She led them off as Tanuki landed on her shoulder. So that's a fallen angel that's crazy powerful, Issei said as he watched her walk back. Nah, that's a Screena. Rainer's sweat dropped. Screena's dojo. Main dueling room. Make yourselves comfortable. He'll bring us some tea. She walked in with the other two behind her and went to grab her tea. She brushed past Kalawarner, who came back into the same room. She ignored her and went over to Issei and Rainer. This is a large room, Issei noted. It was padded throughout the floor, and various weapons were hanging off of the walls. He saw a gold slab with writing on it on one end of the room. He went up to it and it was written in characters he had never seen before. Presented to First General Screena. Rainer translated for him. What is it? A commendation, Kalawarner said as she kept a stern look. Those who have won 28 battles are rewarded with the title First General, Kalawarner explained. She was known in the vanguard as the Raven Glint. She always spearheaded operations that took her opponents out head-on with speed and precision tactics, particularly when she destroyed the first wave of enemies in every battle she participated in. No matter what the first wave was, angels, devils, monsters, you name it, she would always beat them all in the start of a battle. She recalled, "I don't go by that anymore." Skrina came back with a table and tea balanced on her hand. She put it down and they all huddled around the table. Kalwarner sat next to Issei and Rainer across from Skrina. "So, let's get down to business. What brings my little K and her friends to my esteemed establishment?" she asked. "We need your help training him to use his sacred gear," Rainer explained. "We're trying to get his stamina up, but the balance breaker is going to be an issue." Rainer explained, "Balance breakers aren't really my area of expertise. They require more of a mental boost from the person using it." Skrina shook her head. "Can you at least try to teach him some basic spells?" Kalwarner asked as she rolled her eye. "Anything for you, little K," she winked at her. "But it won't be easy. Never trained humans before." She took a sip. "Magic is a lot more easier to use if you're already one of us, but since you're still human, gonna take some work." She then smiled confidently. "But don't worry, I can get you in ship shape before that white dragon finds you," she assured him. "Thanks," Issei bowed. "Well, I have been in need of a disciple for a while. Since I built this place, I could use some bodies to occupy it, really." She sheepishly laughed. "Just teach him basic stuff. His power will get stronger on its own," Kalwarner told her. I know. She waved it off. "Well, begin tomorrow morning. In the meantime, I suggest you try to get some rest," she concluded. "If you say so." Rainer sighed. "Oh yeah, the hot tub out back is good for rejuvenating you if you got any soreness," she mentioned. "Fine with me. I could use a bath." Rainer stretched. "Okay guys, feel free to wander around, but don't go too far out. The forest spirits aren't very good at distinguishing a predator from prey," she warned them before getting up. They all nodded. Forest spirits, Issei wondered. It was getting dark outside. Issei was exploring around the premises while Kalwarner and Rainer were in the hot tub. He was walking along the inner walls, admiring the many flowers that were grown perfectly along the wall. He then was coming upon a fountain that had green and red orbs floating around it. The fountain was a single dish that had water shooting upward in the center. It intrigued him, so he went forth to investigate. He cautiously approached before stopping about 10 feet away from the orbs. Suddenly, one of them came over to Issei very slowly. Issei was entranced by how calmly it approached him. It circled him and then stopped in front of him. It changed its color to blue, and it then floated back to the fountain to join the flock once more. "Interesting little fellas, aren't they?" Skrina revealed herself behind him. "What are they?" Issei asked, turning to her. "Spirits of the forest," she began to explain. "These are just babies. They gather here together in swarms because they feel safer that way." "Safe from what?" Issei asked curiously. "The yokai. They absorb spirits like this so they can become stronger. However, if a swarm of these buggers feel threatened, they'll discharge spirit energy like a miniature bomb," she said as she crossed her arms. "Why did it change color when it came up to me?" Issei asked curiously. "You aren't a threat to them because you couldn't touch them. They are like ghosts with 3 types of moods. Blue means it's calm, green means it's investigating, and red is zap mode," she explained. "Huh." Issei thought it was pretty neat. "By the way," she suddenly said, "has little K been giving you trouble?" she asked as she stood beside him. No. She's been very helpful." Her and Rainer. "Huh." Skrina sounded surprised. "Did she say anything about me along the way?" she asked curiously. It's okay, Dragon Kid, I can take it." She chuckled. Him guessing not a whole lot of good things, she smiled. "She said that you always stole her boyfriends to mess with her, and that you were very annoying." He recalled on the way over. Haha, she always picked total sleazebags, and was always succumbing to a promise of everlasting love life. Haha, she's kind of strange that way. She laughed. Really, she seemed kind of serious all the time. Issei was trying to imagine Kalwarner with a happy-go-lucky personality. "Yeah, that was after some of the fallen angels defected. I mean, Simon, my sister is kinda hot, right?" she asked him. Yeah, sure," Issei said a bit nervously. "Oh my gosh, you're still green." Haha, as she began laughing her head off. Be quiet, I am still trying to get in touch with the rest of the world." He blushed and was trying to quiet her down. Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh, okay? Maybe I did. You haven't slept with my sister?" She was trying to calm herself after patting her chest. No, Issei replied, still embarrassed. "What the hell, really aren't those 2 your lovers?" she asked with a surprised look. No, they've just been looking out for me since I found out about all this," he hastily explained. "Okay, calm down." Raised her hands. "Tell me how it all got started," she said as the two walked and talked around the dojo. Rainer began to say as she looked up at the sky. She was sitting in the hot tube with Kalwarner, who only leaned on the edge with the same stoic look she had since they got there. "She doesn't seem to be upset." Rainer shrugged. "So it would seem," Kalwarner replied in a spiteful tone. "Do you seriously not like each other?" Rainer asked as she leaned over next to her. Kalwarner stayed silent. "Well, we should be able to use this place as a new base of operations. Only question is, will Issei be able to get stronger here?" she sighed. "Skrina is used to this sort of thing. With any luck, they'll be done soon, and we can head back to the house." Kalwarner noted. "I never talked with you a whole lot about your family, but are you mad at her or something?" Rainer raised her eyebrow. Not so much as angry, more like I don't understand why she left, she said as she recalled. During the war, when the devils had started pressing into our territory, Skrina decided to leave home without so much as telling us. We never saw her for about a year, then she came back and had taken the initiation, then left to go to war. She changed, had grown accustomed to combat. She always would talk about different ways she killed her enemies, and how much thrill she had in thinning their numbers. Mom couldn't take it anymore, so she confronted her about it. She continued, "At the time, I was still too young to understand. Only thing I remember was Mom saying not to see me anymore." Skrina then left without so much as a word. She turned around and leaned back against the edge of the hot tub. Her priorities were always the thrill of battle than her family, so she stayed in the war a lot longer than any other fallen angel had. All just to get into the thickest of fighting. Just like that, Rainer raised an eyebrow, or started getting too close after the second year Skrina had enlisted. We were getting ready to leave, but a flock of angels and a group of priests began going through the village. They killed all the men, took the women and children prisoner. They killed Dad, and Mom wasn't gonna let it go without a fight, so they killed her for rebelling. She clenched her fist. Skrina then shows up out of nowhere and kills all the angels and priests. Everyone started getting free by her, rejoicing that she had returned. She came up to me and asked where Mom and Dad were. I pointed at their bodies and you know what she said. "What? Oh well, as long as we got each other, we don't need them," she repeated and felt an old flame burning. No tears, no mourning, not even a decent burial. She just took me away with her and raised me till I started serving Lord Azazel. She concluded. "That's why you haven't gotten crested yet," Rainer said with a look of curiosity. "No, if I get crested, I don't want to become just like her." She slowly dragged her fingers down her face. "But, didn't you suggest? The kid is priority. I may not like it, but he'll do whatever it takes." She narrowed her eyes. "Wow, I think I see you in a whole new light," Rainer had to admit. "As if you saw me any other way." She scoffed. "I did. Like a serious mother-in-law." Rainer snorted. "The hell is that supposed to mean?" she asked with a tick mark. "You never let me have fun with him," she huffed. "Just because I don't let you push him down, doesn't make me a nagging all hag. You sleep in the same bed too. And just making sure you remember Lord Azazel's orders. PFF, you're no fun." "Look, do you actually have feelings for Issei?" she asked. "Well, when you put it that way, it kinds takes the fun out of it." She blushed a little while scratching her head. "You?" she asked again. "Look, what does it matter? He's been cooped up in a psych ward for outside 10 years. Skrina was surprised. "More or less." Issei scratched his head. 10 years in a loony bin. What happened? You watch your grandmother shave her legs or something?" She raised her eyebrow. "No." Issei's sweat dropped. He was a little hesitant. "Simon Issei Hyoudou, I'm sure I can handle whatever nonsense you can pull out of your hat. Magic rabbits, doves, and all," she assured him. "I was gonna tell you, it's just whenever I told people the story they didn't believe me." He frowned. "Well, what happened then?" she asked as they sat down on front steps. "My parents were killed in front of me when I was 6. A stray devil came in one night and killed them." He seemed to be biting on his words. His voice was a little shaky. "Parents?" Skrina stared up in the sky. "Damn, my condolences." She crossed her legs and frowned. "I killed it though, right after I got out of Oni. It took the form of my head nurse and was waiting till she could kill me, I suppose." He recalled. Trouble follows you everywhere, doesn't it?" She cracked a smile. "Yes, it seems that way." Issei chuckled softly. "Well, fear not, young man. From now on, I'm gonna help you understand your power. Plus, it's gonna be a hell of a lot more fun if you start attracting big wigs like the devils in the church. And to boot, the vanishing dragon will make an appearance in the future." Yes, she started getting a spark in her eyes that was igniting something that she had not had in years. "This is gonna be awesome," she shouted suddenly, which startled him. "I can't wait till tomorrow." The next morning. "Okay kid, start stretching. I'm going to be even more strict than Rainer, so better watch out," she told him in the dueling room. "Got it." Issei nodded. Rainer and Calawarner were sitting on the sidelines observing them. "You sleep all right last night?" Rainer asked Calawarner. "Like a babe," she said with bags under her eyes. "This is ridiculous though. Who gets up at 7:30 anymore?" She yawned. She was wearing her usual attire, and Rainer was wearing her white jeans and pink shirt. "Okay, I'm ready," Issei called across from Skrina. "Nice, okay, let's get this on." She clamped her hands together and closed her eyes. Dimension shift. Her eyes shot open and a bright light encompassed the room, blinding everyone. Elsewhere, Issei opened his eyes and he was surprised at their new location. It was nothing but sky everywhere. He was standing on a circular, tile platform the size of a small arena. "Like the view?" Skrina asked with a hand on her hip. However, Issei didn't know where to even begin his endless flow of questions. "This is place I go to hone my battle skills. Welcome to High Up." High up? Issei thought that was an understatement. He couldn't even see the ground. "We're currently about 5 miles above my dojo right now," she explained. "Today, I'm going to test your limits," she eagerly said with a smile. Rainer and Calawarner were floating idly by. When did she make this? Rainer wondered. "Won't we attract any attention this way?" she asked in concern. "Only if you're outside the arena," Skrina explained. "Pay close attention, Lil K. Your big sister is going to show you how to fight," she said, making Calawarner scoff at her. "Now, Red Dragon Emperor." She locked eyes with Issei. "Show me what you can do." He narrowed his eyes and lifted his arm and made a fist. D-Drag's voice echoed and Issei's sacred gear appeared. Alright, hit me with all you got. Skrina eyes narrowed with anticipation. Alright kid, hit me with everything you got, Skrina told Issei. Right boost. Issei nodded with determination. His gauntlet flashed. Simon kid, hit me, she urged him. And don't hold back, cause I can take it. She smiled. Issei ran towards Skrina and clenched his gauntlet. He then swung his fist right at her face. She held her hand out flat and slid back a couple feet from her previous position. Her hand was smoking a little from the hit, but she was still composed. 2 boosts. I'd say you're about on par with a lower-class devil, she deduced. Let's try again, Issei said, and his gauntlet flashed again. He then ran at her a bit faster and swung his fist at her again. She effortlessly sidestepped it as if it nothing. He stumbled a little, but turned around to swing his fist at her again. His eyes widened when she disappeared. Oh, where did she go? He felt a pat on his back, and it felt like an elephant trampled him from behind, and he fell on the ground face first. He winced and slowly got back up. So what have you learned so far? Skrina asked Issei, waiting for him to pick himself up. It was too slow, he guessed. Well, you are, but you also tend to relay your intent. That's why you missed me. She shrugged. But that's no excuse, no matter who you're facing. Don't assume that you'll catch your opponent off guard. Arrogance is the downfall of most warriors. Clearly, Kalawarner scoffed. Big sister still has ears, young one, Skrina said, still maintaining a composed look. Well, try again. She motioned her hand toward him. Right. He powered up for a third time. Issei suddenly got a bit faster and Skrina dodged to the side. Issei then felt her sweep him off his feet. She then placed a hand on his shoulder, and next thing he knew, he was on the ground before he knew it, with a loud thud. Og, he yelped from hitting the ground. Skrina was bent over him with a stoic look. I said try again. When I say that, I expect a different result. She scolded him. Sorry, Urk. He slowly sat up and felt like both of his shoulders were flattened. The pain left him a bit numb. I don't want you to be sorry, I want you to be adapting. Now what did we learn now? She asked, taking several paces away from him. It charged in without thinking. He sighed while gripping his shoulder. There you go now, show me you learned your lesson. She nodded and motioned him to attack again. Guys, Issei was now at the 4th boost. His body was starting to get tired, but it was expected by him. Simon Issei Hyoudou, show me your potential, she thought in her mind as her eyes narrowed. Kalawarner was watching with interest. She had never seen Skrina with that expression before. She was taking this pretty seriously. Here I go. Issei dashed towards Skrina again. This time he held his arm out in front of him, as if he was about to fire something. Skrina just watched in anticipation while he got closer. He then clenched his fist and punched like the last time. She sidestepped it, and was about to deliver a blow to the back of his skull, but suddenly, a force field stopped her blow. Issei's body was outlined by a crimson energy, who she had a small smile riddled with amusement. Issei swerved around and jumped away from her. Suddenly red energy formed in his hand, and he clenched his fist into it. He then opened it, and fired a beam of red energy out at Skrina. Drake's voice sounded the moment the energy left Issei's gauntlet. The beam passed through her, and from afar, it shot out into empty sky. When Issei looked, she was gone. My, Skrina suddenly said behind him. He gasped and turned around to meet a palm strike to his stomach. He was blown back by the strike, and he skipped along the ground. When he managed to turn over, he threw up saliva on the ground. He had the wind knocked out of him so hard, he was having trouble breathing. Agurg. Issei had veins showing in his eyes, and was trying to stand up, but he just couldn't muster the strength. Skrina towered over him from behind. A little mediocre, but I suppose you've hit your limit. She shrugged. Geez, Skrina, you trying to crush his organs? Kalawarner and Rainier floated down toward them. They walked up to see if he was okay. You okay, Issei? Kalawarner asked. Not, Issei muttered. Kalawarner and Rainier were surprised he suddenly started to stand back up. Donut Issei was on the verge of collapse, but he stood up anyway to face Skrina. Skrina stared him in the eyes with a stoic look. The eyes of Issei were different. In all human beings she had come across, not one had stared at her defiantly. No anger was in his expression. He wasn't just talking like a battered corpse, he was fighting to remain awake. He stood there eye to eye with Skrina, but eventually his legs gave in, and he passed out from the pain. Skrina caught him and held him close to her. Defiant him. You're going to be a very interesting student, Hyoudou Issei. She smiled. She handed him over to Kalawarner and Rainier, and had decided to conclude the lesson. Well, not bad for an evaluation, Skrina said before transporting them back down to her dojo. Issei's eyes shot open. He was breathing heavily. He woke up and found himself on a small bed in a secluded room. He just got done having a dream of Skrina about to hit him again. He tried to sit up, but recoiled from the soreness he felt in his upper body. She had hit him so hard he wasn't sure how he was going to recover from that. As he scanned the room around him, his eyes fell upon 2 narrowed, yellow eyes that were fixated on him in a dark corner. He thought it was an owl because of the glowing eyes. He was a bit frightened, but slowly he realized it was Skrina. She was slowly spinning the tip of a sheathed sword on the floor while sitting against the wall. Rise and shine, Dragon Emperor, she greeted. Right, Issei said while trying to sit up against the wall. He scooted back and remained in his sheets while looking back up. How long was I out? He asked. Couple hours. A bit longer than I anticipated. I didn't expect you to take my love tap that badly. Then again, you were down in 2 hits. She shrugged and cocked a smile. That blow was a love tap, Issei thought while a bead of sweat fell behind his head. Sorry about that though, I got a little excited there. Been a while since I last had fun, and I thought you could take it. She apologized. But, since you're up, I suppose now we can discuss what you're lacking. She came over to him and propped her sword against the wall and proceeded to sit next to him. First thing off the bat, what I'm going to be teaching you is ancient fighting art, then light magic. She explained. Fighting art, Issei repeated curiously. Most people these days rely on their overpowered magic spells, sage arts, and spirit energy. But I prefer to use direct attacks, because if there is anything that magic casters are weak against, it's direct attacks to their body. That's why they position themselves out of reach of their opponents. She began to explain. A lot of the devils and angels use magic, but they also have close quarters combat to match it. But hopefully you won't run into those guys anytime soon. She turned with a smile. Alright, Issei nodded. Before we get started on that, I have a quick question for you. She asked. Issei wondered. You should have been rendered unconscious after my palm strike, but you somehow remained conscious for like 10 seconds. So answer me honestly, she asked with a serious look. What is it? Issei gulped. Is my sister a sadist? Issei furrowed his brow. Is she into that whole S&M thing? Does she like hit you and try to turn pain into pleasure, that kind of thing? She clarified. No, Issei yelped. No, just no, Calawarner doesn't do that, he blushed. Well, you seem to take a beating pretty well. I just thought you were like those two's toy or something for them to kill time. She shrugged. I can't deny certain aspects of that. Issei had fake tears streaming down his eyes while recalling their behavior with him. Sorry. Skrina could tell that she made him depressed. But, in all seriousness, no human being could take that amount of punishment and still be standing, so why are you so different, she asked. Issei wasn't sure how to respond. I guess I'm used to it. He shrugged. Well, the good news is, I can hit you harder than I thought from now on. She exhaled and sat back up against the wall. That's what you were thinking, Issei mentally panicked. Well, here's my conditions for training you, she began to say. 1. I will not heal any injuries or pain you are having, unless it's life-threatening or impedes your progress. 2. A whole month is required for me to teach you how to fight. And 3. She said and leaned in close to him. Under no circumstances are you to tell anyone that you're training here. This is a sanctuary for fallen angels and allies of our faction. Got it? She pressed her finger on his nose. Issei sweated from her piercing stare. And finally, number 4. You will prepare meals for me every morning, because I'm a total wreck without my breakfast. She smirked. Okay. Issei wasn't sure what was going on. If you can't accept my terms, you're more than welcome to hang around, but I won't teach you anything. So, do we have a deal? She asked. I can agree to all those. He nodded. Yes. She jumped up in celebration. Issei was startled from her sudden outburst. Just you wait, Issei Hyoudou. She stood proudly in front of him. I will turn you into the best dragon emperor to ever roam the 3 realms, she smirked. Looking forward to it. Issei bowed hesitantly. All right, time for lesson 2, she said and picked him up. She slung him over her shoulder and was proceeding back to her sky arena. Wait, I'm still hurting all over, Issei protested, but was ignored. Don't sweat the small stuff, it's time to put your body to the test. She had a gleam in her eye that would have sent any man running for the hills. I got a bad feeling about this, Issei thought while groaning in defeat. Elsewhere. A priest, Azazel said while turning around to greet Rainier. She was kneeling and bowing her head respectively. Yes, we think the church sent one in. It would appear that Issei was targeted specifically, she explained. Azazel sighed and walked over to the porch of his house. They were in a secluded lodge and location in the forest, miles away from Kyoto. Doesn't make sense. They never showed that much interest in us before. I was hoping to keep it that way. He frowned and put a hand on his chin. Something isn't right. I'm going to investigate this matter personally. There is no way the church knew about us. Even if the devils know, they wouldn't just tell the church about our little find. Plus, they have no reason to attack the kid, even if he is a holder of a dragon. He said. Where's the kid right now? He asked curiously. We didn't think it was safe to keep him in town any longer, so we temporarily moved him to 1st General Skrina's dojo. Skrina Calawarner's sister, right? He asked surprised. Yes, she nodded. Haven't seen her for years. Didn't think she was still in the human realm. He nodded. Well, that was probably the best course of action you could have taken. I trust then that the kid is doing all right, even after the encounter? He asked. Well, Rainier frowned a little. He's been having these flashbacks. Flashbacks? He asked, and raised his eyebrow. Yes, he blanks out, and he can't control himself. I had to hold him down a couple times, she said, still feeling the non-visible marks on her body. She seemed to have a saddened expression. A flashback from his parents' death? He asked. No, he talks about how he sees his mother, happy moments in his life. That sort of thing, she explained. Azazel sported a confused look. A happy memory sends the kid into a craze. How the hell does that even happen? He wondered. Lord Azazel, Rainier asked. HMO, it's nothing. He smiled. Keep watching the kid. Keep him close, and watch out for any other interferences. If we get caught harboring him at a fallen angel's residence, it might open up the door to a lot of uninvited guests. He ordered her. Yes, Lord Azazel. She bowed and was about to leave. Oh, by the way, he forgot to ask something, which prompted Rainier to turn around with a blank look. When did you start calling the kid by his first name? He teased. What she blushed and let out a bit of a high-pitched yelp. Last time I saw you, you acted like I gave you the worst assignment in the world. He recalled and crossed his arms. That Wasi, I never said anything about hating the assignment. Lord Azazel, I was just concerned about the conditions I was given to work with, she tried to explain. Conditions? Oh, you wanted to sleep with him. He nodded in understanding with a serious look. Oh no, please, I misspoke. Didn't mean it that way. I meant, as a matter of fact, wait, not that I didn't want a higher weight. Shit, she was digging herself in a deeper hole the more she tried to climb out of it. Your expression is adorable when you're not so serious all the time, Rainier. Azazel laughed. I thought this was only an RPGs. I have nothing to say now. She drooped her head, ashamed of her blunder of embarrassment. Okay, I understand. He nodded with a smile. Okay, Rainier, I guess it's alright if Hyoudou boy consents to it. She was ever more confused. Him saying go for it. It's not like the worst thing that could happen. He shrugged. Wait a minute, she felt a tinge of assurance, but didn't want Azazel to think she was only in it for the good luck. Rainier, you're dismissed. He turned his back to her and went to go turn on his TV. Yes, Lord Azazel. She sighed and disappeared into a magic circle. Azazel grabbed the remote and was getting ready to flip through the channels. What a youthful development, fufu. Just kidding. He shook his head in amusement. High up, Issei was tapping out after Skrina was holding him down while bending his arm. He was now wearing a black karate outfit that Skrina had him change into. I told you, stop aiming for my head. There are other spots that you can hit that will do, she said boringly while sitting on his back. I'm sorry. He was wincing. He wasn't sure, but he was thinking that she was gonna dislocate his arm. Okay. She got off him and he slowly stood back up. I assure you, if you can hit me, I'll be able to hit anything, she told him. Direct attacks mixed with your dragon shot ain't gonna cut it against a big wig. You gotta be more mindful of your surroundings and take into account what type of area you're fighting in, she explained to him after helping him up. I understand that, but I thought you were gonna teach me how to fight like you, Issei said, recalling her words. Like me? Well, if you really want to try that badly. She shrugged. She then tapped her foot on the ground and a tile rose up from the ground. It was about 6 feet tall and 3 feet wide. It was a slab of marble. This is a slab of gray marble. You are going to destroy this or put dent in it by the end of the month, she began to explain. Watch closely, she told him. He stared intently at what she was doing. She held up a hand at the marble, then 1-inch punched it in a millisecond. It exploded out the other end, but the spot she hit was still flat as a board. Issei was astonished by how fast she hit it and couldn't even tell if she moved. That was normal for me. If I put my all in that punch, I'd probably blow a piece of this arena apart, she explained. So, how do I do that? Issei asked. You won't be able to do that. This is my gold standard for a decent punch. I expect you to only do 1/10 of that. She laughed. 1/10? Issei was trying to wrap it around his head. Well, how do I practice for it? He asked. Simple, she said and tapped her foot once again. This time a red punching bag that was suspended on a pole rose from the ground. You'll have to practice on this. Bare hands only though. No point in trying to baby you with gloves or wrappings. You're gonna hit this thing all month, and when you're done, you should be able to take a piece off the marble. But keep in mind, this is no ordinary punching bag, she said as she came up to it and patted it. Every time you hit this thing, you'll receive the same amount of force from your punches. She smirked. What, are you serious? Issei asked while leaning away from it. So if you want to get better, make every punch the same, she told him as she crossed her arms under her chest. Understanding how hard you hit is something that y'all need first-hand experience. Alright, he said and stepped forth. He sized up the punching bag and threw a punch at its center, then suddenly his eyes widened. He winced from his knuckle colliding with the bag. He then threw another at the bag, this time a little harder. He pulled his fist back and whipped his hand. Well, Skrina asked. It hurts a little, he said. Do about 10 of these every day. It'll toughen up your knuckles. And trust me, it'll make hitting that slab of marble a hella lot easier, she assured him. Well, you did too, 998 to go, she said and sat down cross-legged. She pulled out a book and began reading from a bookmark. Okay, Issei was unsure, but he knew he'd have to give it his all if he was gonna get help from Skrina. Later, 997, 9989990. Issei was hammering on the punching bag all day and his knuckles were bruised and some skin broke on his knuckles. He kept going at it though, and he managed to hit the abnormal bag 1,000 times. 1000 shit. He winced from how sore and hurting his fists were. He wasn't sure a day's rest would heal, or any amount of painkiller would prep him for the next day. Skrina was reading her book and was about finished with it. Okay, take a break, kid, she said and closed it shut. He fell on his knees and looked at his hands. They hurt beyond belief. He was almost tempted to ask for some type of treatment, but he remembered Skrina's rules. I thought y'd call it at 589, but you know how to suck it up good, she praised and stood up. Let's see, today's Sunday all week, you're going to add 1,000 more, she instructed him. Oh boy, he complained. What was that? She asked. Nothing, Skrina. He clamped his mouth shut. Now tell me how it felt. Are you satisfied with that amount of power? She asked, thinking he'd just say yes. No, he said sternly. Yeah, maybe this is too much. She was about to cancel it, but she was surprised at his answer. You need to hit harder, he uttered while trying to clench his hand into a fist. He managed to do it and narrowed his eyes at the marble. He'll do it, no matter how much it hurts, he mentally declared. Well, same thing tomorrow I guess. But now, time for dodging practice, said and slammed her hand into her palm, which sent a small shock wave around her. Issei was sweating nervously about what he going to be dodging. Okay, he'll go easy, but don't run away, she said as her yellow eyes were glowing red with ill intent. Issei was very unsure what was going to happen, but he didn't want to get hit by Skrina again. He braced himself before Skrina charged him. OTCH Issei winced from Calawarner applying an ice pack to his arm. You probably ain't broke it, Calawarner scolded Skrina, who was on his other side. They were in his room and tending to a wound she had inflicted on his arm. He was getting the hang of it after the first 2 hours, but Skrina was getting tired of going slow, and she spin-kicked him right on his side. Issei blocked it with his arm, but that was a mistake he was soon regretting. Only thing that happened after that was the sound of a cracked bone. Hey, sorry Issei, I haven't done this in a while, so I forget to hold back, she apologized with a sheepish grin. I think you cracked the bone. He groaned and held the ice pack while trying to bear with the pain. Breaking a bone was the worst thing he ever felt. Totally different from dislocation. You know, for a master of your dojo, you don't really inspire confidence if you smash the shit out of you students, Calawarner told her with an angered look. I thought you were training him, not treating him like a punching bag. She rolled her eyes. I got a little out of hand, I won't deny, but it won't happen again, she assured her. I thought you were going to teach him magic. Calawarner was fed up with her big sister. Not martial arts. Hey, I told you, I never trained a human before. Plus, he needs some real combat experience. You think the white dragon just focuses on magic alone? That guy is a beast, she defended herself. Skrina, I don't care, just sister, she sighed in frustration. If he gets hurt again, well, just ask Lord Azazel for help, so go easy on him, or we're gone, she warned her. She then stormed out of the room, and Skrina sighed. She undid the bun in her hair and let it down freely. She looked up at Issei. She really cares about ya, she scoffed. But, I kinda deserve that. Sorry about that. She bowed. It's not your fault. He'll manage somehow. Issei smiled a little, despite the constant pain he was in. No, it is. I should be more considerate since I got a student now, she said and looked at his arm. Still, I think you're doing pretty good, despite the first day. I just wanted to gauge your level. Humans are kinda weak to me, so I don't really know how to go about training one. She shrugged. It's fine. I don't really know how to fight right anyway, he said with a sad smile. All right, she said and grabbed a vial she kept in a small cabinet across the room. It was the same angel essence that Calawarner and Rainier used on him when he wasn't feeling good. You know how the angel's essence works, right? She asked him. Not really. Issei shrugged. Okay, have those two slept in the same bed with you naked? She asked. Mice. He blushed. Angel essence is a special type of healing ointment. It's applied directly onto the skin, and it seeps into your body, slowly regenerating or repairing any tissue that may have been damaged. But it requires magic to activate. That's why they are always snuggling with you. She smiled with a slight chuckle. Follow me, she helped him up. Where are we going? Issei asked curiously. To the hot spring, she simply said. The hot spring, right? Issei slowly nodded. This is what I call heaven nowadays, Skrina said while sitting in the hot spring pool. She wore nothing other than the towel draped around her shoulders. Her voluptuous figure was emphasized much in the crystal clear water. Her chest was partly submerged, revealing her bountiful breasts and cleavage in full view. Her body was toned, yet it complemented her smooth, slender arms, waist, and legs. Wouldn't you agree? She shifted her sharp yellow eyes to Issei, who was sitting next to her with his gaze averted from the sight that most men dream of. He had a blank look and was a little pink, but he was more or less used to it, due to his past experiences with Rainier and Calawarner. Yeah, Issei said while nodding in agreement. Oi, look at me already, Skrina said in a playfully. This buxom oneison will send you to heaven and back. She leaned in and cooed in a playful voice. Issei looked at her and was surprised to see her head so close to him. I am kidding, I always wanted to try that once. Your culture sure gets off on some interesting role play. She laughed. I don't know what to say. Issei was confused. Maybe I should have gone for the YT Turk student. I hear that one is pretty popular with human high schools these days. She leaned back and looked at him with a smile. I think that's just a fetish, Issei said while trying to go along with the conversation. So it's not normal? Skrina raised an eyebrow. No, it's illegal. Issei cleared his throat. Really, what the heck was I reading? Then she put an inquisitive hand to her chin. In my time, the earliest you could get it on with someone is 13. No one gave a crap about laws. Marriages were a common thing back in the day, regardless of age, because we were losing people every day. The devils were a threat, but not as much as heaven's forces. But Japan is more strict on that policy. Skrina nudged his shoulder. Yeah, Issei nodded. So which is yours? She asked suddenly. Issei asked while turning to her. Your fetish. What turns you on? She asked as she slowly was getting closer. Issei was then beet red when she asked that. Hit a nerve have I? Skrina was slowly smiling the more she saw Issei get red. Now I simply must know, she said as she got in front of him and slowly put her arms around his head. She then leaned forward and pressed her chest onto his and looked him in the eye. I even thought of it. Issei was getting slightly aroused from her body pressing against his. He was getting hotter and hotter around his face and felt tingles all over. Is it Calawarner, she asked as she leaned off and mounted him. And not good, I'm getting aroused if she keeps sitting on me. His breath was slowly getting deeper as she continued. Rainer, she asked again after slowly moving her hips. And Issei blushed and could feel something slowly getting hard. He was wearing a towel over it, but the feeling of her grinding against him was making him too conscious of certain things. Maybe me, she asked as she slowly closed the distance between them and was about to give him a wet kiss. But then suddenly her eyes turned to the hickey that was barely seen on his neck. Oh, what do we have here? She suddenly had interest as she slowly moved his head up to get a better look. Well, it'll be damned. Who's the naughty girl who assaulted you? I wasn't assaulted. Issei was trying to not give in to his carnal desires, but 10 years of no Yule relations to a girl of any kind was building up in him so much. He never even had seen women partially naked before, but these fallen angels had almost zero shame for showing so much skin that it was an overwhelming feeling of viewing them in such an immodest state, so freely. He had once or twice had talked about his views of wanting to touch girls in Oni, but he always was reprimanded for that, which kept him quiet over the years. The elegant and beautiful women before him were making his Yule desire slowly growing. No, you don't look like you have the stones for forcing yourself on a girl unless you prefer being the one forced. She slowly licked her lips in front of him, as if she were going to enjoy him thoroughly. Issei's eye was twitching and he thought he was going to have right here and now. Hoi, Calawarner's voice suddenly made itself known. Issei and Skrina turned to her and Calawarner was sporting an annoyed expression at her sister. What are you doing? She demanded. She had her body wrapped in a dark blue towel, but it left little to imagination, like everything else she wore. Just asking a question. Skrina still smiled as she leaned up and held Issei close to her. Did you know that this kid prefers aggressive women? She said while Issei could pick up a whiff of her scent. It smelled like some kind of sweet vanilla. Before he knew it, his face was already wedged between her breasts. He just didn't move, but he almost felt the urge to snuggle deeper into her cleavage. Let him go, Calawarner ordered. Why don't you join us, Lil K? It's been a long time since we took a bath together. Plus, we can play with him all night. She looked his desperate eyes as he tried to wriggle free. She then felt something touching her below. Oh, guess you are a guy after all, she said after getting a little pink and had a lustful smile. Him not gonna ask again. Calawarner sounded like she was ordering her now, for her expression was an annoyed, cold gaze. Skrina blinked for a few moments, but then slowly let off of Issei. Issei dropped to head level in the water and was muttering while bubbles had risen to the top. He felt his heartbeat quickened. He quickly secured his towel around his waist and then covered the top with his hands. It was embarrassing that he had an erection. Jace, calm down, I wasn't going to do anything to him. He's just cute to play with. We're just fooling around, right? She said as she looked him in the eye with a seductive grin. He didn't want to make eye contact. The only thing on his mind was Skrina's womanliness. He's not your toy, so don't treat him as one. Calawarner sighed. He's ashamed to even look you in the eye, she pointed out. That's 'cause he's hard, Skrina deadpanned. She sat back in her original spot as she chuckled to herself at how innocent he was. Issei blew more bubbles underwater as the crimson shade around his cheeks deepened. Come on in, Lil K. Skrina gestured with her hand. Stop calling me that, Calawarner disgustedly said. She slowly entered the bath with her towel still on and sat on an opposite side of Issei. She looked at him and noticed he was a bit red. You know, it's okay if you're embarrassed. That's only natural after something like that. She rubbed his back. He never done this before, Issei managed to utter. He calmed down a little since Calawarner stepped in. But if it was just a few seconds longer, this is how she acts with other guys. You're not at fault, she said after crossing her legs underwater. What's with the towel? We've all seen each other naked here, Skrina asked while stretching and puffing her chest out. Some humans have more sense of modesty than us. I just wear one so he doesn't feel uncomfortable. Calawarner scoffed. On the contrary, Lil K, she said as she took a part of her towel and wiped the side of her face. Any guy would find that a lot more why. Even Issei is immune, she said after scoffing and turning to him. Hey Issei, look very closely at Lil K's chest, she said and turned his head with her hand. Notice how the cleavage itself is slowly revealing, while her breasts undo the towel every time she breathes in and out, she commentated while whispering to him. Calawarner raised an eyebrow to Issei. In and out she slowly was pressing her ass on his bare back while whispering in his ear. Issei was once again getting built up in his head, until finally she had her arm, unnoticeable, move around underwater. She then gripped the edge of Calawarner's towel. Boom, she yelled and yanked Calawarner's towel off. She sent a splash of water everywhere, blocking Issei's and Calawarner's view. When Issei got the water out of his eyes, the first thing he saw when he opened them was Calawarner's breasts and waist in full view. A wide Lil K in the hot tub. Skrina smirked and stood up. Issei felt lightheaded and it got all fuzzy. Between the tension, the arousal, the heat from the hot tub, and the embarrassment, he fainted into the water. His only escape. Calawarner looked up to her nude older sister and shook her head in annoyance. Why did you do that? Calawarner asked her. What? I was activating the angel's essence. We've been soaking in it for a while. I needed him to remain awake while it healed him. She shrugged. He wouldn't fall asleep in the tub. Calawarner shook her head. But better safe than sorry, right? She pointed at her with both fingers. You're an idiot like Rainer. Kalawarner groaned and went to go pick up Issei before he drowned. She picked him up bridal style and began leaving the hot tub. "Oi," Skrina suddenly said, which made her stop walking away. "What is it now?" Kalawarner turned back with a cold stare. "You take good care of him," she suddenly said as her smile softened. She proceeded out as the water dripped off her skin and long purple hair while she walked towards Kalawarner. She stopped in front of her, then slowly reached out and fiddled with Kalawarner's blue hair. As she tangled her fingers in her wet locks, she looked at her in the eye with a warm half-smile. "You have a tough little case." She then put her hand down. She had a sad smile all of a sudden. "Shame we didn't stay together." She stared at her younger sister for a moment as Kalawarner maintained her blank look at her. "Just thought I should say that," she said and walked off towards the sliding doors. Kalawarner watched her leave and then suddenly gritted her teeth. "Don't tell me that you outed," she thought as she angrily shook. She then took a deep breath and calmed down. She looked at Issei and sighed. Issei was looking up at the ceiling of his room and was confused how he arrived there. He then felt like he was laying on something soft and warm. He looked up a bit and he could see Kalawarner staring down at him. He was laying against her bare legs, and she was wearing a dark red bathrobe with a maple leaf pattern on the sides. "You awake?" she asked. "Yeah. What happened?" He recalled the little lewd event he had with Kalawarner and her sister. He felt a little bit of shame for it. Skrina doesn't think much of other people when she forces herself on them. To her, you're just a brand new toy for her to play with, Kalawarner said as her expression turned a bit stern. That side of her is always annoying. She's a woman of action rather than words. I guess you could say she speaks through her actions, Kalawarner emphasized while mocking her older sister. "So that business in the hot tub?" Issei asked. "Your frustration probably. In other words, she wanted to have with you," Kalawarner bluntly said. "Oh," Issei blushed. "I thought she was already doing it with you when I came in," she suddenly started saying as she pinched his cheek. "You seemed rather into it." "Maybe I should have just left." She stared down at him with a disappointed look while tugging on his cheek. "For West wanting to, I J West was nervous." Issei tried to speak while she pulled on the side of his mouth. She stopped and exhaled. "Good grief, you're so easy." Kalawarner made an annoyed expression and turned away. "But, like I said, it's not your fault. She's a master at seduction. She's probably had 18 partners, most of them younger than her, so you're probably in her strike zone." She recalled one time on coming across her sister doing it with her last boyfriend. A tick mark suddenly formed the moment she thought of it. "You don't get along well with her, do you?" Issei chuckled sheepishly. "No, I do not." Kalawarner sighed and looked out the crack of the door to see Skrina meditating, her back facing Kalawarner. Issei noticed she was lost in thought while staring back at her older sister. Attention didn't seem as bad compared to when they arrived. Issei looked at Skrina then Kalawarner. He was curious, so he just had to ask. "Do you really hate her?" Issei spoke up, prompting Kalawarner to look at him with a blank cold stare. "I do," she told him plainly. "Doesn't look like that to me," Issei said as he looked back at Skrina. "How do you figure you don't know her like I do?" Kalawarner said while narrowing her eyes back at Skrina. "I'm just saying. I met a lot of patients in Oni. Some hated their families to the bone. I've seen their expressions when someone hated or didn't like someone who was with them. It's in their body language, their expression, and their words," Issei explained. "I could understand if you both hated each other, but I don't think Skrina hates you." He looked back up with a blank look. "Well, your hate seems to be one-sided. Kid, you'll only say this once," she said while her eyes turned a bit angered. "Don't pry into my family's matter. It's not something that can be fixed with a simple sorry." "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." Issei began to apologize. "Don't bullshit me. You just were thinking something along the lines, it's not too late to make up with her." Kalawarner calmed down. "We both lost our parents, so you think you could relate." She slowly was getting up and gently placing Issei's head on a pillow. "He'll be blunt with you, kid, if that's all right," she said after standing up and towered over him with an annoyed look. "Yeah," Issei said nervously. "I have no urge to reconnect with my only existing family member. She doesn't deserve it." She put her hand on her hip. Irritation was in her demeanor. "He'll never call that war-crazed my family. And she never deserved one the moment she went to the battlefield. She's not worth it. I'm not regretting leaving her behind," she said and began walking away. "Like she left you behind," Issei suddenly said, which Kalawarner gasped at. Issei had a foreshadowed expression, saying that you wouldn't accept your own flesh and as family, he was saying as Kalawarner turned around and glared at Issei. "I don't know what happened, Ed, and I could only imagine what you're feeling about her, but if you don't think she's family, why does she treat you like it?" he asked as he continued to stare downward. "Kid, don't test me. It's none of your damn business." She was getting upset that Issei was suddenly talking back at her. "I don't want to talk about this anymore. She tried to leave once. She still loves you," Issei said again, and she stopped dead in her tracks with her back facing him. "Even a weak, simple-minded person like myself can see that. I don't know why you hate her. I say what's on my mind, so if I made you angry, I'm sorry." But Issei looked up with a soft, serious look. "I don't think you're mad at her. I think you're afraid of her." Ha ha. Kalawarner's eyes were foreshadowed as she started chuckling. "You bastard, I'm not afraid of her," she suddenly burst out angrily. "She only cares about herself. She never said I love you. She always breaks her promises. And she never apologized for that day." Kalawarner's wings suddenly ripped out the back of her kimono. "How can you say that about me? She's the one who's afraid. She's afraid of her own family." So she left. Her eyes suddenly were getting anger in them. But she came back, didn't she? Issei suddenly said. Only after Mom and Dad were dead she didn't save them. She only saved me. Who the hell only protects one part of the family and leaves the others to die? Tell me, she demanded an answer from Issei. Yeah, maybe we both watched our families die, but mine could have been saved by my own sister. You blame her for your parents' death? Issei made a surprised look. Yes, she smacked a glass vase on the floor, shattering it in front of Issei. Stop talking about other people's problems, especially mine. Kuoh was like a different person now. She had anger pent up since they got here, and the prodding of Issei's questions was making the truth known. I think I get it now, Issei said as he slowly stood up. You and your parents loved each other more than Skrina, Issei hesitantly said while nervously looking her in the eyes. You think him joking, you little? Kuoh suddenly swung her fist at Issei and knocked him back to the ground. Issei looked back up, but he was astounded she hit him. He just had eyes of someone who was trying to understand. Kuoh suddenly gasped. A horrified look washed over her face. She looked at her hand she used to beat him down and recalled a memory of something from her childhood. It shook with fear. You call yourself family? You're nothing but a murderer. A grown man suddenly backhanded a younger version of Skrina. How can you just talk about killing people like it's completely normal? Kuoh is young and doesn't need to know about such things. She doesn't need a sister like you who's nothing alike. Skrina suddenly started chuckling after brushing off her father's hit. Hey, her father was confused suddenly. Skrina had started laughing loudly. You think this is a joke, you little? Her father struck her again, but she kept laughing. Suddenly tears were streaming down her maniacal eyes. Little did they know, a child with short blue hair was watching in a slit of the door to the room. She was terrified of what she was witnessing. The sight of her father beating her older sister was nothing she could even fathom. Kuoh turned back to see her purple-haired mother looking down at her. Mama, Dad is hurting. Skrina, she begged her mother to intervene. Honey, it's okay. Simon, let's go have some of that pie I made. She just smiled warmly, as if the other room didn't exist. You better not make a scene, or I'm throwing you out. Suddenly the door swung open and her father, who had dark black hair, was smiling similar to her mother. Hey Kuoh, what are you doing here? He asked as he bent down. Kuoh looked behind him and saw Skrina sitting against the wall in the back of the room. She had the same smile as the tears streamed down her eyes. She shook her head to Kuoh as if she wanted her to not worry about it. She rubbed the back of her head, and suddenly there was from what must have been impact with the wall she was sitting against. She waved her wide hand at her. Don't worry about her. She's just resting. Let's go have something to eat, he said as he picked her up. Kuoh looked back at Skrina. She saw her smile falter and was about to start crying. Daddy, I think Kuoh wanted to let them know Skrina was not looking good. Suddenly her dad shut the door. Don't worry about that girl. She's just in timeout right now. Her dad assured her. Don't think about her. We're going to have fun now, her mother said. Kuoh recalled that memory like it was yesterday. She slowly backed away from Issei. Why did I know Wayno? What did I do? Her face was cold and her mouth was hot. Butterflies were in her stomach, and she kept backing away from Issei as he stared at her. She looked frightened beyond belief. As she backed up, her wings were fidgeting, knocking things around. She got scared every time they hit something. Some feathers were getting brushed off, and her emotions were taking control of her. She suddenly felt like she just bumped into someone. It was her sister, who was standing in the doorway with a stern look. Kuoh yelped and stumbled awkwardly to the ground. She backed herself into a corner of Issei's room. She couldn't look away from Skrina's piercing eyes. Skrina approached her slowly as the wooden floor creaked with every gentle step she took. She just looked at how pathetic Kuoh looked. She was hiding into her wings, scared of the purple-haired sister. She started whimpering. You okay, Issei? She turned to Issei, was surprised at what he was seeing. I'm sorry, this is my fault. Issei began to apologize. It's all good. Could you give us the room, please? She asked with a friendly smile. Issei nodded obediently and stepped out. He slid the door shut. Skrina then looked back at Kuoh, who was still weeping like a child. Her kimono was getting ripped up and was exposing her left breast. She shied away from Skrina as she got closer. Put your wings away, Lil K. I can't see that cute little baby face you have. She teased while sitting cross-legged on the ground. Here, let me help. Why? Don't touch me, Kuoh suddenly shouted. But I want to. Skrina ignored her and touched one of her wings. Her palm glowed with a reddish outline, and suddenly Kuoh's wings began shrinking. Kuoh realized this and was trying to crawl away from her. Skrina grabbed her and turned her over to face her. Where are you going, Lil K? Skrina asked as she pinned her down and mounted her. I don't want to see your face. Kuoh clenched her eyes shut and looked away with fear. But I want to see yours, Skrina said calmly as she slowly eased off her grip on her wrists. No you don't, Kuoh said while crying slightly. Why? 'Cause you hate me, Kuoh whimpered. I don't know what you're talking about. My Lil K is the cutest little sister that I ever had, Skrina said as she took her hand off one of Kuoh's wrists and picked up some of her hair and sniffed it. She smiled and put it down. I remembered now, she said with guilt. Remember what? Skrina narrowed her eyes. What Dad did to you? I watched him hit you, she said as she opened her eyes slightly. I didn't do anything to stop him. You were just a kid. Nothing you could have done. I let him vent, although it was a lot more hurtful than I envisioned it. Skrina sheepishly chuckled. I'm sorry, Kuoh uttered. I didn't know it was that bad. Kalwarner put her arm over her face. This isn't your usual self, Lil K. It's kind of out of character for you. Skrina grinned. Issei was right, she suddenly said. I loved Mom and Dad more than you. When you came home, I wanted to hug you so much, but Dad and Mom told me that you didn't care about us anymore and you would kill me, she said as Skrina moved her arm to see her face. Since you weren't around, I took everything they said for granted. They didn't want me to be around you. They told me to hide whenever I could. They said. She looked at Skrina in the eyes with regret and a saddened frown. You didn't consider us family. Skrina stopped smiling and made a frown. I thought since you left the village. You didn't what? Skrina tilted her head and asked as she stared down at her. Love me anymore? She sniffled and calmed down. I hadn't seen you since then. I was thinking what they said was true. I don't know what else to say. Kalwarner's voice returned to normal and she looked away shamefully. Skrina sat up and released her hands. She then got off her and stood up. She then reached down and helped Kalwarner stand up. They were head level with each other now. Well, let's start with this. Skrina then quickly wrapped her arms around Kalwarner and tightened her grip. Kalwarner was baffled. Never in a million years would she have expected Skrina to hug her again. Him here, him right here, and him not going anywhere. I love you, Little K, she whispered. Kalwarner suddenly had her tears returned and her frown began turning into a crying one as she sunk her head into her big sister's shoulder. She wrapped her arms around Skrina and didn't want to let her go. She cried as Skrina kissed her head and rubbed the back of her head. She had a stray tear escape her eye and her smile just stayed as it was. It wasn't the same she had over the years. It was genuine happiness that her little sister had forgiven her. "SHHH, you big crybaby," Skrina, Kalwarner suddenly said. I don't deserve you as family. I thought you would be mad at me, she said. That's why I'm the big sister, and you're the little sister. Big sisters don't stop loving their little ones. Because you know why, she asked as she pulled away and the two looked each other in the eye. Why, Kalwarner asked as Skrina wiped another one of her tears away. Because you're my family, she smiled gently. Kalwarner then smiled. She nodded happily. They hugged one more time and Kalwarner whispered, I love you, sis. Issei was sitting in the dojo and was contemplating on how he should apologize to Kalwarner. He felt like he went over the line, but he just spoke honestly. Issei looked and saw green light flashing from his hand. What do you mean? I just felt like I should say it. If I did, it would have left a bad feeling in my gut. Issei frowned. Ddraig sounded amused. Issei asked, but Ddraig had once again remained silent. Him back, Rainer suddenly said as she descended into the dojo from an open window. As she landed, she saw Issei sitting up against the wall. Hey Issei, what are you doing out here all alone, she asked as she stepped over to him. And where's Kalwarner and Skrina, she asked curiously. Theira. Issei slid the door open slightly but made a sound of surprise. He then smiled slightly and then just closed it shut and blew out the candle. They're sleeping right now, he said. Together. Holy shit, are you serious? Rainer was baffled. I guess they worked out whatever was bothering them. He scratched the back of his head. In his room, they were sleeping in his futon with Skrina's arm around Kalwarner and Kalwarner over her waist. The two sisters fell right to sleep after calming down. Well, you can sleep with me. Rainer bent over and gave him a hand. Okay, Issei said and took her hand. So how are you feeling, she asked. A bit stiff, but I think I'll get the hang of it. Issei smiled slightly. Stiff, she said and eyed his crotch. And not that kind, Issei blushed. You know, for someone who's not very good with innuendos, you seem to know what I'm referring to every time. She suddenly clutched his arm as they walked. That's Issei suddenly felt ashamed. She was correct. So spill it. Where did you learn about that sort of stuff? Rainer asked as her breast pressed against his arm. There was this magazine that one of the security guards left on the table at Oni. It was quite a read. Issei wanted to punch himself for even looking at that magazine when he was 9. So what kind of things did you see? Rainer made an amused look. I'd rather not say, Issei said nervously. Oh, were you scared after discovering life for the first time? She said as she grabbed his head and snuggled it in her chest. She was wearing her revealing leather outfit and was smiling as she watched him helpless before her seduction. And Issei just gave up. Maybe we could do some of those things, Rainer said as she looked at him with a sadistic smile. Well, look who's back. Rainer suddenly felt a hand clench onto her shoulder. She tensed up and had an empty, happy stare. She slowly turned her head, and she saw Kalwarner smiling normally, despite the fact a murderous aura was radiating from her. I am back. Rainer had a bead of sweat run down her head as sheepishly laughed. How many times do I gotta tell Yaoru? Lord Lmightyyyyyyy. Rainer and Kalwarner voices rang out in the middle of the night as Tanuki was woken up from its nap in a bird's nest. It was about sunrise in the morning. The resident forest creatures were up and about their day. As the sunlight hit Skrina's dojo, the occupants inside had begun to stir and wake up. The first of them was Issei. His eyes flickered while adjusting to another morning. Morning, oh yeah, gotta make breakfast. Issei scratched the back of his head and sat up. His eyes then fell upon a large lump under his sheets. He was naturally confused, so he lifted to see what on earth. Issei's eye widened. He saw the familiar blue hair draped over his legs, and naked figure of Kalwarner sleeping soundly on his lap. Issei wasn't particularly surprised when he woke up nowadays with Rainer or Kalwarner on him, but after last night's fiasco, he wasn't sure if she would have wanted to be near him at the moment. Another pressing question was when did she get in his bed. Kalawarner, Issei said gently. I'm getting up now, he said as he tried to slip out without disturbing her too much. MMGH, where do you think you're going, she mumbled as she reached up and held him down. Issei was surprised at her grip strength. Normally she just shrugged off, but not today. As a matter of fact, she seemed a bit more forceful. He couldn't get out from under her as she slowly crawled up. Akala, he was trying to say, but he could feel her breasts pressing against his upper body. He blushed slightly, but was trying to slip back, away from her. Don't go, I want to have some fun, she said as her head looked up and an tired smile worked its way to her face. You seem strange this morning. Are you? SHHH, don't worry about anything. She put her finger to his lips as she whispered. I thought y'all be mad at me after everything I said yesterday. Issei frowned and looked away. That doesn't matter, she suddenly said and took his hand and placed it on her butt. Let's have some fun. My hand, as Issei could not even think straight when these things happened. He could feel her ass in his entire hand. Just do what comes naturally. Tell me, do you like the ass that you stare at all the time, she asked as she rubbed his hand slowly in a circular fashion. 3 don't stare, he sputtered. Liar, she said as her hand pressed his harder. I bet you think about it at night when I'm sleeping with you, she kept saying with a seductive smile. She then bent down and whispered in his ear. Makes you want to just... No, I swear I wouldn't do that, he voiced. He had a puff of smoke leave his head at the way she described how he wanted to play with her. Thighs is totally weird, she's never normally like this, she's just acting like Rainieri. Han put my finger in what his eye spiraled as his imagination from her dirty talk ran wild. If anything, it was like she was a completely different person. Wait, Issei suddenly said as a thought occurred to him. Not the luscious, silky breasts and tush that she was clearly trying to make him admire. Kalawarner's tilted her head, still wearing her smile. As screenaces that you, Issei suddenly said as he locked eyes with her. I don't know what you're saying. She suddenly stuck her hands into his shirt and was tickling his nipple. Issei moaned slightly from the pleasure but was trying to stay focused. It felt like a tingle was running through his body. I've always wanted to do this with you ever since we met, she suddenly said as she then lifted his shirt and began sucking on it. Her tongue swirled around while she sucked, her lips smacking against his skin while she kept making him rub her butt even more. Issei moaned from the feeling. Had never had his nipple sucked on by a girl before, but it was making him feel good. I can make it feel even more better, she said as she suddenly mounted him and held him down as she hung her breasts in front of him. Go ahead, suck it, she said as she offered her breast to his mouth. Suzuka's eyes were fixated. There's the look. Kalawarner narrowed her eyes as she watched him helpless from her seduction. Kalawarner. Yes, she asked. Issei gritted his teeth and looked away forcefully. Kalawarner isn't thighs aggressivates not in her character, Issei stated as he felt his heart racing. But he knew for a fact that Kalawarner wouldn't just jump him in the morning for no reason. She didn't really try to make him uncomfortable. If anything, she had protected his chastity from Rainier the entire time. Shoot, Kalawarner suddenly said as she sat up and let go of his arms. And here I was thinking I had it down perfectly. She suddenly chuckled. Not bad, Dragon Kid, she said as she made a smirk that reminded Issei of Skrina. She then laid on his chest with her head propped up by her hands as she stared him dead in the eye. I knew it, Issei thought while widening his eyes. Normally, any guy wouldn't even think twice about how my sister acts. Her personality is a bit more boring and prickly, so if I act the way they want to, they completely revert to just a brainless ape. You see, Lil K had mistaken her first boyfriend's intentions. I could see the lust in his eyes from a mile away. Just to confirm, I dyed my hair, loosened my shirt, showed some leg, and before I knew it, he invited me over to his house. She explained as she recalled. He attempted to have his way with me, so I played shy, and he was practically frothing at the mouth. And people wonder where the saying, all men are wolves, come from. Hey yeah. She snickered. That must have been scary. Oh no, he was totally a virgin and total pansy. So I then revealed who I was, and I think you can imagine the look on his face when he found out he took the wrong girl. She scoffed in amusement. I can imagine. Issei's sweat dropped. Naturally, Lil K was upset. But what made it even more rich was the fact that he wanted to date me instead. She was trying her best to hold in her chuckle as she snorted. So this is what she meant. Issei sheepishly chuckled and thought. I liked pretending to be her. It was the only time she would actually acknowledge my existence. She exhaled deeply while remembering her childhood. She turned away slightly as if she were deep in thought. Issei could tell she cared a great deal for Kalawarner. He was wondering if maybe he should apologize for last night. You now, on the other hand, you kid, are an interesting fella, she said as she poked his nose. After making my Lil K cry last night, I wanted to teach you a lesson, she said after pinching his cheek slightly. I am sorry about that. Issei's eyes were fixed on her hand. It slowly reached down on his neck. The last person who made my Lil K cry, I cut out his throat. I started slow. Issei then felt her tucking all but one finger in her hand, extending her index finger to one side of his neck. Then quick, she suddenly said as Issei felt like she just cut his neck. But in reality, he felt like he saw an illusion of it. She made a slashing motion across his neck as he recoiled and felt a cold drop of sweat roll down his face. She then caught the drop of sweat with her finger and placed it in her mouth. Her eyes were a bit more dark, but he felt like she was keeping something dangerous behind her eyes and smile. I don't think Lil K was glad to see me, but I knew one thing for sure, she said as she crossed her arms across his chest. As long as she lived, I had a reason to still live on peacefully. That's when things calmed down, I decided to keep an eye on her from afar. Made sure she was assigned a decent commander, was taught how to use her magic right, and made sure she wasn't by herself. You looked out for her, Issei noted. Yeah, Skrina nodded. I guess I was too afraid to face her. But after last night, you made me realize that she still had a place for me in her heart. Both of us were afraid of the other, hey? That took guts saying to Lil K she gave you a pretty good wallop. Skrina chuckled. It wasn't anything I wasn't already used to, Issei said. I just felt like it had to be said. He shrugged. Hey, you're all right, Issei? She then suddenly ruffled his hair. I think we'll get along just great. However, she suddenly made mischievous smile. I feel my pride as a woman is being taken lightly here. Issei made a confused look. I have seduced every guy I came across without fail 33 times. But you just totally broke my streak, she said as she placed her hand on the floor, trapping him in place. He had blue lines run down his eyes, getting nervous for his well-being. So, I think you can understand when I say, she said as she leaned closer to him. I refuse to lose to a mere human. Lose what? Issei's mind screamed in confusion. Don't think I didn't notice your harden, she revealed as she moved her hips while grinding against him. She noticed Issei blushed and was feeling indeed like the lump on his crotch was getting bigger. Foo-foo, he'll make you think of nothing, but she was about to begin kissing him when all of a sudden. Hey Issei, are you up yet? Calawarner suddenly said as her silhouette appeared behind the sliding door. She opened the door, and there was an awkward silence as an ellipsis appeared out of thin air above them. Skrina, Calawarner clenched the door and cracked the sliding door. She had the look of an Oni as she glared down at her sister. Good morning, Lil K. Something wrong? Go shoot. Skrina responded normally, but realized her hair color was still blue. She closed her eyes and her hair glowed back to her dark purple color. Better, she asked. Worse. Calawarner generated a light spear and was about to impale her. I expected this of Rainier, but you, Calawarner and the other three were in Skrina's kitchen while Issei silently cooked up vegetables and eggs over a fire. Rainier was confused what was happening, but listened in. I do not need your permission. I'm the older one here, so I know what's best. Skrina huffed and then leaned back in her chair. Then act like it. Calawarner slammed her fist on the table while staring down her older sister. And impersonating me again? Do you have a grudge against me or something? She demanded. I was just seeing if I still had it. She shrugged while throwing her arms up. But I have good news, he can tell the difference, she mentioned. Looks like he doesn't just stare at your chest all day. She scoffed with a smile. That's because he's not good with that sort of stuff, and he's got a fragile state of mind. If Lord Azazel finds out we just messed around with him, I'll just pick someone else to do the job. Calawarner sat down and crossed her arms while wearing an angered look. Someone like me? Skrina bent forth. Not while I am around. Calawarner stared her dead on. Actually, Lord Azazel gave the okay, as long as Issei agrees to it. Rainier interjected. So take that, she smiled triumphantly. Really? Calawarner couldn't talk back. Wait, really? Skrina made a blank look. Rainier nodded. Skrina looked at Issei, then back at Rainier. That's it, Rainier, Skrina suddenly said as she stood up. Hold him down, we're gonna him. Skrina held up her fist and shoved her thumb between her fingers. A stabbing sound effect echoed as Issei cringed. Would you shut up already? Calawarner yelled angrily. Aha, sorry Lil K, I'm just messing with you. Skrina laughed it off and sat down. But really though, I was surprised he could tell the difference between us. What gave me away? She asked Issei as he plated a dish. Calawarner brushed her hair out of her face and sat down. Like I said, Calawarner isn't that aggressive. Issei cleared his throat and tried to regain his composure. So Skrina failed to understand. You don't know that. She could be a raging machine for all you know, and very good at hiding it. I am not a slut like you, Calawarner fired back. I don't quite know how to word this. Issei was trying to figure out how to say it. But Calawarner is more strict and doesn't go with the flow, he managed to say. Calawarner blinked and then glanced away. Horsesh. Skrina pointed at him suddenly. I watched her head before she just let the guy do what he wanted, she corrected. What? Calawarner was baffled. You spied on me when she demanded to know this instant. The guy with the blonde hair, what was his name? I'll learn. Skrina snapped her fingers. You had this nice little hidey hole under the floor in your room. You really toss and turn, don't you? She teased. I thought I heard something weird beneath the floorboards. Calawarner came to a shocking realization. Actually, how the heck did you find that spot? I was the only one who knew about it. Calawarner barked angrily. Oh, Simon Lil K, you should have known that you can't hide anything from me. Skrina stood up and leaned forth close to her face. You have a very cute moan, she whispered. Shut up, just shoot up. Hutup. Calawarner felt like pulling her hair out. That is a clear breach of privacy, you have a bastard. Issei sheepishly chuckled as a bead of sweat slid down his forehead. Guess this counts as a sibling bond. Training platform. Alright, you're going like this. I want you to do this. Skrina demonstrated her punching form to Issei while he was closely observing. He just finished his punching practice, and his knuckles were aching. Calawarner and Rainier were sitting at the other end of the platform watching. Calawarner was just sitting there with a sour expression. She was wearing her revealing trench coat and leather skirt. Rainier was wearing her white jeans and pink shirt. You seem to be in a sour mood. Rainer could guess. Gee, what gave you that idea? Kalawarner didn't break her posture while glaring daggers at Skrina. Fair enough. Rainer shrugged. If I had a sister watching me I'd probably flip out too. Don't remind me, she hastily said as she sighed in annoyance. So what did Lord Azazel say? She decided to change the subject. He's gonna personally take a look into the matter. For now, we just continue watching over Issei. She told her as she sat cross-legged. That's so, Kalawarner said blandly while watching Issei attempt to copy Skrina. She was thinking about last night and about the things Issei said. He really got under her skin when he began telling her off. As hard as it was to admit, he was right. Perhaps confronting her sister was what she needed to move past all the animosity that she had toward her. And remembering Skrina embrace her was probably the greatest feeling she had in a will, even though her sister constantly treats her like they were little. Skrina was always the one to make fun of her without giving a crap about how Kalawarner felt. But, in a way, Skrina never tried to put up a front in Kalawarner's presence. Or for that fact, anyone. That quality about her was the one thing that Kalawarner respected about her. Just the one, though. Issei on the other hand. Hey Rainer, she asked suddenly. What Rainer asked while still watching them. Do you think the kid Issei is actually really that timid? Yeah, Rainer shrugged. What brought that up? Rainer turned away and looked at Kalawarner. I don't know, I just can't get a read on him. She shook her head slowly. I wonder if the whole pathetic and helpless act is real or not. An act, if he's faking it, he's doing a darn good job of it. But I don't think he faked those panic attacks. She sighed softly. I think he's just not used to having other people in his life. Really? Well, he knows how to cook. He aced his subjects in school. He was really understanding when I did those things to him. Rainer frowned slightly. And he seems to grasp this whole situation of a three-way war between supernatural beings pretty well. Not to mention his constant growth with the sacred gear. Rainer shrugged. I don't know what to tell you. I think honestly that he's just trying to adjust to living as a human in a world of angels and demons. She concluded. Kalawarner was silent. What's with the sudden interest? Rainer asked with a brow raised. No reason. Kalawarner replied normally. Okay, good. If you can keep punching like that, you'll be on your way to making progress. Skrina smiled. Right. Issei nodded. Okay, before we get to dodging practice, let me give you a little rundown on what I'm trying to teach you. Skrina said as she placed her hands on her hips. Back when I was in the Fallen Angel Army, I learned various techniques that were focused on hand-to-hand combat and close-range spellcasting. She explained as Issei paid close attention. But, as magic users, you were most likely to die in a close-range encounter with another close-quarters type. Plus, it was more ideal to use long-range spells to down the enemy before they got even close. Because a magic user doesn't take direct attacks well. Issei answered. Ah, you were paying attention? Good. Skrina praised him. That's why it was never widely learned. Too much risk involved, because the opponent either had armor to protect against unarmed attacks or was well versed in a scrap. I learned it the hard way, she recalled. After my first battle, I decided to focus on enhancing my striking power. Next battle I went in, I found I was nearly outspent by magic-enhanced troops. So after that one, I decided to hone my reflexes. Did that solve the problem? Issei asked. Well, no, but I did manage to beat them. You see, I always thought that attacking first, to knock your opponent off balance, then finishing them off was the right way to do it. But if I ever came across a real tough cookie, I had to learn to adapt to the flow of their abilities, she said as she flexed her hand. So, the answer to that was she then punched out toward Issei. It wasn't a matter of how hard I hit them, it was how fast I could. She emphasized. Speed and agility was what I needed to win my previous battles, so I partook in a ceremony that enhanced a fallen angel's natural abilities. I was faster, stronger, and my light spears were a lot more powerful. As a matter of fact, it'll show you what light spears are capable of, now that I think about it. She explained. Observe. Yo, Lil K, see me here for a second, she called out. Okay. Kalawarner got up slowly, then flew over to them. Make a light spear and throw it at that. She pointed at a slab of marble that rose up away from them. Right. Kalawarner was still a little skeptical, but complied anyway. She held her hand up above her head, and a double spear-headed light spear appeared out of thin air. She grabbed it and then threw with all her might at the slab. It soared at a jet-like speed and collided with the marble. It embedded deeply into it. Okay, now Rainer, you two, she called out. Okay. Rainer got up and generated a reddish light spear. She then took aim and threw it. When it collided with the marble, it was engulfed in an explosion. When the smoke cleared, there was a chunk missing. Okay, notice anything different? Skrina asked Issei. Kalawarner's pierced it, but Rainer's blew it up, he guessed. Exactly. Skrina nodded. The more focus you put into your spear will determine how it will react upon contact. Lil K's has more piercing power, and Rainer's is more unstable, prompting it to explode upon contact. So it has nothing to do with power? Kalawarner asked. No, Issei, you and Rainer over there are about equal in terms of magic, Skrina explained to her. So Issei suddenly said, it's not a matter of power, it's the amount of focus put into it. He put a hand to his chin while he thought about it. Now you understand. Skrina's smirk grew bigger. Power is useless when it's not controlled properly. That's why years of training are put into discipline and focus of the mind. Magic is untamed, so you must try to slowly gain control over it, Skrina explained. And of course, I'm talking about your sacred gear. She pointed to his left arm. That is your most powerful weapon. As its master, you must learn to nurture and use it right. The weapon is an extension of your body. Your will wields it, and your emotions give it power. Think of it as a living weapon. Skrina simplified. Living weapon. Issei looked at his arm for a moment. So, if I understand correctly, Issei focused back at Skrina. You wanted me to practice punching that bag, so I would know how much power I put out, and how much of the recoil I could take. He assumed. Now you're catching on. Skrina nodded. It's the same concept with magic. A sharper mind and will make you a formidable force to be reckoned with. But, how are you going to teach him the light spear spell, when he doesn't even have any magic to begin with? Kalawarner furrowed her brow and asked. Oh, that's easy. After all the angel's essence he's absorbed, his body will have had to start producing it. It came to me last night while I was in the hot spring. It can do that. I thought it only healed. Issei was surprised. Angel's essence is made from magic-enhanced healing ointment. It's uncommon, but fallen angels, or angels in general, soak their wings in a certain type of spring that absorbs magic, and it, in turn, becomes a magic liquid. So a healing magic potion. Issei shrugged in confusion. Healing is just a side effect. Magic can accelerate a being's regeneration. It doesn't per se heal unless it's being used in that way. What I'm trying to say, Issei, is while the damage to your body is being healed, it leaves trace magic behind. But how come those two always have to be in contact with me? Issei asked curiously. I thought they had to use their magic to make it work. It's used in various ways. The stuff they were giving you required their magic to accelerate the healing process. Skrina finished. Since you now have had several instances where your body has come in contact with magic, you should in theory start producing it on your own. I see. Issei nodded. Okay, I'm gonna head back down and check the perimeter to see if Tanuki spotted anything unusual. After that, we'll get started. Rainier, Kalawarner, wanna give me a hand? She called the two. Go on without me. I got something to say to the kid first, Kalawarner said while glancing in Issei's direction. Skrina smiled slightly and nodded. Okay, Rainier, stay next to me. Okay, Rainier walked up to Skrina. She looked back at the two and was wondering what she was going to say to Issei. You two play nice, Skrina said before clapping her hands and transporting them back down in a flash of light. The two were alone on the platform now. Kalawarner walked over to Issei and stopped as she looked him in the eye. Let me just say, for the record, I never lose my cool like that. She held her hands up in assurance. Okay. Issei nodded. Like, never. She emphasized. It's all right. I kinda instigated it. Issei began to apologize. Even so, I'm sorry about last night. Skrina just throws me off. I'm more prone to making rash choices whenever she's around. She explained. It's fine. Issei shrugged. So I promise I won't cause you any more trouble. Geez, I'm not good at this. Kalawarner gripped her arm. I forgive you. Issei simply answered, knowing what she wanted to say. Really? Kalawarner asked with a still, blank look. Well, I don't have a reason not to. You didn't do anything wrong. Issei shrugged once more. You got socked across the cheek, and I kinda yelled at you, out of line. Kalawarner pointed out while crossing her arms under her chest. I'd be pretty pissed about that. Oh, it's nothing really. I don't even feel it. Issei scratched the spot she hit. You saying I hit like a girl? Kalawarner furrowed her eyes. Nothing of the sort. You were kinda scary when you were mad, though. He sheepishly smiled. HMPH. Kalawarner suddenly smiled while closing her eyes. One day, kid, you're gonna have to start being a little upset with us, she said suddenly. Why's that? Issei asked. Kalawarner placed her hand on his shoulder and looked him in the eye with a smile. 'Cause, if there is anything we're good at doing, it's taking advantage of your kindness. She patted his shoulder. Is that a problem? Issei asked with a raised eyebrow. Hey. She suddenly shook her head and chuckled. She then stood beside him and put arm around his head while looking up at the sky. He could feel her breast pressing against him as he looked up at her, and was surprised to see her smiling a bit warmly. You have no idea. Kalawarner sighed once more as she held onto his shoulder lightly while remaining in their current position. It's so ominous around here, Rainier said while keeping a watchful eye around her. This forest is influenced by the yokai. It'll send your head for a spin if you don't watch which direction you're going, Skrina explained. She was walking along the forest floor while Rainier soared slowly beside her. Well, I don't think there is anything worth noting out here. Rainier came to a conclusion. This is my forest and my home. If I so much as see a disturbance, I will scour this place for hours on end, Skrina firmly put. Well, head back as soon as we reach the edge. How would you even tell the difference? Rainier asked with a raised eyebrow. Yokai leave spirit trails. Animals leave obvious indications they've been here, but if it was a nosy person, however, Skrina smiled, then they would lead me right to him due to their unfamiliarity with this place. People leave signs like a breadcrumb trail. You sound like you treat this place like a battlefield, Rainier noted while they came to a stop. It's a battlefield, no matter where you go, Skrina sighed. You know, my old captain used to say to me every peaceful establishment was, and always will be, a battlefield. Too right, Rainier agreed. I have my own little slice of heaven right here in the human realm. And ever since then, the day I heard those words, I was ready to smash any imbecile dumb enough to take 1 foot within my territory. Skrina stretched back as her chest puffed out. Hey, I wouldn't want to be your enemy. Rainer sheepishly chuckled. I'd be too terrified to even remain in the same realm as you. You know, not all the stories you heard are true. I may be merciless, carefree, awesome, unbeatable, terrifying, and a master at being the tip of the spear. But I really am not that noteworthy. Skrina shrugged. You know what the devils used to call you? Rainer smiled smugly, remembering the time of an event. Hey, Skrina chuckled and shook her head. Oh yes, I remember the look on their faces that one battle long ago. Kind of dumb when I think about it. Skrina thought it foolish, now that she thought about it. I don't know, when you get the enemy calling you the Angel of Death, it usually means they take you a lot more seriously. Rainer teased. HMPH. There was only one true Angel of Death and he should have been promoted. Unlike me. She then suddenly made a slightly sad smile. Rainer didn't quite hear the last bit. Nothing, just thinking about the old days. She shrugged happily. All right, let's head back. The sound of heavy footsteps could be heard not too far from them. The forest floor vibrated with every silent stomp. What's that? Rainer wondered, looking in the direction of the noise. Skrina suddenly had an amused grin. To think it, his back. She knew what it was. Rainer turned to her for an answer. Change of plans, Skrina said and headed back to the dojo. Where are you going? Rainer was clueless of what was happening. I think it's time to see how my student handles an actual opponent. Skrina had a plan for Issei's next training exercise. High up. No way. Kalawarner was slack-jawed at the story Issei was telling her. I hardly remember, but that's the gist of it. Issei shrugged plainly. They were sitting at the edge of the platform, awaiting the return of the other two fallen angels. Issei, I know human study subjects in school, but how the hell do you even remember all that mumbo-jumbo? Rainer can't even score a fraction of that weird math your teachers made up. She shook her head. It's just 10th grade stuff. I didn't get to watch TV often or go play with other kids. They mostly had us work with material from private schools. Not just the normal curriculum, I'm talking about the up-to-date stuff. A lot of the things they taught at Kuoh was about a couple grade levels lower than what I was using. Issei bobbed his head in thought. Geesh, I'd go mad from lack of entertainment. But I suppose being able to roam around freely and hit in the bed whenever you wanted wouldn't be so bad. Kalawarner gazed up at the sky. I'm glad I'm finally out. Didn't think I'd ever see what everything was like. I thought that place was the last place I'd ever see. Issei lowered his head and swallowed. I guess I can hear you, but 10 years, Simon, there's no way in hell or heaven you can raise a child in a loony bin. Kalawarner turned to him and made a thinking look. Were your parents the only relatives you had? Yes, I have an uncle and an aunt. They live away though, Issei said. The subject of his remaining family was a bit distasteful to him all of a sudden. How come they didn't take you? And she questioned. My relationship with them isn't much. I'm just a kid that they had to take off my mom and dad's hands. You get called in the middle of the night, your kid is the sole survivor of a murderer. What would be your reaction? Issei shrugged once more as he recalled what happened that night. Well, let's see, you were only like 5 or 6 at the time you were admitted, Suo. Seeing as how you were only a child, I would assume that you'd move in with them. Which brings me back to why they didn't take you in. Kalawarner went full circle and was finding herself asking the same question. They didn't want to raise me. I was too much of a burden at the time. It was inconvenient. I don't know. All I remember is sitting at the police station for a day and these weird people in suits showed up and told me I was going to be going to a place to help me get better. Issei fiddled with his hands while frowning. I thought I was sick, but apparently, after the police chief told my uncle and aunt what I kept telling them, they just told him to drop me off at Oni. Issei finished his story, let out a sigh. Kalawarner was immersed in his story. 10 years fly by, I finally get a chance to head home. No mom and dad. No uncle or aunt. There was no one there to welcome me back. Just me, the house, and the memories left in it. Issei grabbed his wrist and squeezed slightly out of habit. I get the occasional call and living expenses. It's like everything was just tucked away like it never happened. Kalawarner blinked and recalled some memories of her own. She wondered if that was similar to what Skrina felt like when she came home and no one welcomed her. She breathed out. Well, I wouldn't worry about it. I think you got some other things to worry about. Yeah, I guess you're right. Issei nodded. About that stuff I yelled at you about, she suddenly brings up. I was really not acting professional. So, could you do me a favor and not tell Lord Azazel? She requested. What do you mean? Issei turned to her with a confused look. Okay, I know. He knows that Rainer is not good at thinking ahead and ends up screwing herself in the end. That's why I was here, making sure she wasn't trying to have with you, treat you roughly, or any type of thing that would cause you to have a mental breakdown. She explained while turning to him and crossing one of her legs. Okay, what's the problem? Issei was pretty sure she broke at least one of those promises, but it all worked out in the end. Lord Azazel has a lot of trust in me, and I would prefer to never betray that in any shape or form. Suo, seeing as how you covered for Rainer, I worshipping you would not. Kalawarner bobbed her head slowly while trying to word her favor carefully. You want me to lie? Issei raised an eyebrow. No, I would never just leave out the part where I punched you across the face. She sweated a little. Okay, yeah, I guess that's not really deserving off. Wait, what? Calawarner trailed off slightly from their conversation, thinking the decision was the latter. But she suddenly thought he said the complete opposite. Okay, he repeated. Okay, I think Skrina knocked something out of place. I could have sworn you said okay. Calawarner had a question mark pop above her head. I did. Issei slightly shrugged, as if it were a small matter. Please hate us at some point. Calawarner sighed in defeat. Issei was now confused. Calawarner slowly face-palmed. Because it's not fair. Calawarner shook her head and looked him in the eye with a frown. We fell from God's grace for a reason. Doesn't that bother you? I don't know much about that sort of stuff. Issei turned away and back to the sky. Yes, it was kinda stupid to ask. It ain't all that strange if you come across a fallen angel that has an agenda. It really isn't. I'm sorry if I ask you for something unreasonable. I just can't go with the flow of the situation, but I try to make the best of it. Calawarner made a half frown while slowly clenching her hand. I seriously won't resent you or treat you colder if you tell me off. Excluding last night, he'll be on my best behavior. I promise, she reassured him after sweating nervously from her contradicting statement. The two went back to looking to the clouds. I know that it may not mean much coming from me. Issei suddenly broke the silence. But I'm grateful you're working hard to look after me. He had a slight tinge of pink on his cheek. Calawarner made a surprised look. It feels nice to have someone that cares about me, even if it's just a little bit. He shrugged. Issei. Calawarner turned her head slightly to the side and slowly made a smile. Well, in that case, it does mean a lot. I take this really seriously. Calawarner nodded swiftly. Thanks. Yeah, you're welcome. Calawarner smiled at the warm feeling she felt. Being told that was something she thought she would never hear in her lifetime. Day by day, since she watched over him, he just surprised her time and time again. She felt more motivated to keep up the good work. Issei really was a lot more considerate than other individuals she had to watch. Yep, I think he's a keeper, Skrina said from Calawarner's side. She was feeling Calawarner's hair in her hand. When did you show up? Calawarner faced her with a confused look. Skrina was crouching while propping her head up with her hands. She was grinning ear to ear after hearing the last parts of their conversation. At the right time. What are you waiting for? Proclaim your love, you doofus. She urged her. It wasn't that kind of conversation. Calawarner glared at her dead on. Now shouldn't you do something for him, since he's always putting up with you and Rainer's SH all day? She pointed out. And just what are you implying? Older sister Calawarner had a tick mark form on her head. Shouldn't you be offering up your body for compensation? You don't get to look that good, and not seduce him for fun. Issei is not for fun, Calawarner fired back. He's my assignment, my work. I have to keep him safe and comfortable. Lil K screamed aside in frustration. If you don't stop with the noble, professional, taking Mijib seriously attitude, Skrina suddenly had a dark shadow envelope her. I'm gonna grope the shit out of you. She flexed her hands in a threatening behavior. Calawarner growled. If you weren't crazy strong, I'd hang you over the ledge and beat your ass like a drum. She was always wanting to one-up Skrina at least once in her life. But deep down, she knew that her sister wasn't really trying to act superior to her. She wanted to just have her be a lot more open and honest with herself. But Calawarner just couldn't bring herself to give in to whatever her sister wanted of her. I'm kidding, Lil K. Skrina groaned and rolled her eyes. Why do you always? Calawarner and Skrina had completely forgot about Issei and were in one of their arguments. Hey, Issei's sweat dropped. There they go again. Rainer shook her head as she sat down next to Issei. Oh, hey Rainer. Issei greeted. Hey, she greeted back. So you doing alright? She didn't quite know what else to say. I guess. I feel really sore though. I'm not used to this sort of training, so I get tired out pretty quick. Issei looked at his bruised knuckles. It hurts, but I think I can do it. If you don't feel the good, just let us know. Don't want you to overdo it. She told him while looking at them as well. Okay kids, time for my disciple to prove himself. Skrina got done talking with her sister and wanted to move on. We're gonna skip dodging practice today and have you fight something. Skrina explained to Issei. Okay, what is it? Issei asked, with a concerned but curious expression. Oh, nothing too extreme. It's so easy, even I can kill it with one hit. She assured him. How is that assuring? Calawarner asked as her and Skrina stood straight up. Yeah, I'll just have to take my word for it. Skrina shrugged. I'm serious. Is this going to be dangerous? Calawarner sounded more serious. That's probably the stupidest thing I've heard today. Skrina looked away and was scratching her cheek. Excuse me? Calawarner was baffled by her uncalled for insult. The kid is gonna have to learn to look danger in the face at some point. I think you guys are pampering him too much. She suddenly matched her tone. I need to see how well he does in an actual fight before we move on. She told the both of them. You ready? Issei Hyoudou. She turned to him with a blank look. Yeah. Issei nodded firmly. Awesome. Skrina smiled partially. Azazel's residence. Well, I can't really go into too much detail, but I think the Red Dragon's wielder is showing promise. Azazel smiled while just casually playing his video game in the dark. His window blinds were shut, the only light shined from his television. I was under the impression that the human was mind-broken from the tragedy of his parents. Interesting. A dark figure that couldn't be seen said. They were leaning up casually against the wall while keeping their head lowered. HMPH. Humanity always finds a way to defy our expectations. Even in their darkest moments they always keep trying to find a way. Is that wisdom or a fact? The other person asked with a smile. It's merely what I observed. Human nature is still an enigma. Oh shit, Azazel died for the 10th time on his game. Well, as long as he gets stronger, I have no qualms with it. I've waited this long, I can wait a little longer, they said in a calm tone. How much does he know? By the way, they suddenly asked Azazel. I told him what was relevant. My two subordinates can fill in the blanks. What about the other thing? Other thing? Azazel raised an eyebrow. About that stray devil, they said ominously. Azazel stopped playing and just smiled. I can't tell him just yet. At this point, it would be viewed as interference. Azazel resumed playing. Plus, there's no telling how the kid would react if he knew why that devil was not on its leash. Are you not interfering already? They noted while crossing their arms. Rainier and Calawarner are there to teach him the ropes, not to recruit him. Still, a little honesty would go a long way to have him be more sure of who he should trust. I haven't lied to him. I told him to live as he wanted, and I would support it. HMHMHMHM, playing Guardian Angel now. Azazel, it's a far cry from what you normally would have done. The unknown person chuckled. I don't need to do anything to make things complicated. I can only watch as he draws more attention. He shrugged. As long as he puts up a fight, that's all that's important. The person began to leave. Hey, before you go. Azazel suddenly paused his game and sat back. Keep within earshot distance. I think some of the church is checking out the wielder of the Red Dragon Emperor. If the kid is going to get any stronger, there can't be any problems. If he can't handle a couple priests, what good would he be? Fair point. Just keep in mind he's still human. Mortal wounds will, and ultimately will, kill him. Azazel emphasized. Human, devil, angel, it doesn't matter. Even if it's just a monster, he'll take on any opponent, as long as it's a good fight, they said before heading out the door. HMPH, he's as cheery as ever. Better hurry up and get stronger, kiddo. Azazel smiled as he looked at the ceiling. I should really go find out about what's going on with that thing right after I beat this level. Azazel once again immersed himself. Forest. The group headed through the forest brush very quickly. Rainier was up ahead, looking for the thing that Issei would be facing. So what am I going to be fighting? Issei asked, sticking close to the sisters. Yeah, I'll see. It'll be a good opponent. Skrina assured him. It should be up ahead. Over here, Rainier called over. Skrina. Calawarner asked once more with a narrowed look. Look, over the mound at the edge of the forest. Skrina pointed to as they all came to a stop. They bent down and took a closer look. Whereas Issei couldn't see anything at first, but suddenly his eyes widened. They were looking at humanoid-like tree. It had glowing purple veins that ran all over its body. It stood about 25 feet tall and was growling softly to itself. The head of it had two protruding branches that looked like antlers. What is that? Issei asked, fascinated by its presence. He had never seen anything that could even come close to what it could be described as. Spriggan. It's a guardian of the forest. It's damn near immortal because it draws life from all the plants and trees in the area. Normally they tend to keep to themselves, but if some unlucky bastard tries to chop one down, it'll rip him to pieces. Skrina explained while the Spriggan was putting its wooden hands on the ground. I had to exterminate a growing hive here because they kept trying to attack my dojo. Spriggani's it powerful. Issei turned to Skrina. It uses its connection to the forest as a way to regenerate. You can hack off a piece or two, but it'll grow back. Skrina answered. Issei blinked and looked back at it. So, how do I go about this? He asked. You figure it out. Your training begins when you attack it. After that, you're on your own. Skrina smirked. Well, be back here watching. Wait, are you sure that's a good idea? Rainier asked with concern. He's going to be fighting the White Dragon. This will be a cakewalk compared to that. Skrina scoffed with a shrug. Well, it's go time, kid. Get out there and make me proud. She patted his back with encouragement. Right. Issei nodded and slowly got up. Well, I'll be right here if something goes sideways. Calawarner assured him. Don't get hurt. Rainier ordered him. You guys say that Issei wasn't quite sure what they would be able to do. But it was nice to know they had his back. He nodded and then walked over to where the Spriggan was still kneeling. He stopped a fair distance from it and took a deep breath. I made it this far time to see if I can take it a step further. Issei mentally prepared himself and held up his left arm. He narrowed his eyes, felt his determination building. Boosted gear. D-Drake's voice echoed as the gauntlet manifested. A green flash caught the Spriggan's attention and swerved its head around. Its two glowing, hollow, purple eyes were fixated on Issei. Rainier and Calawarner were getting ready to jump in at any moment. Skrina, however, was more laid back, for she just laid down forward and propped her hands on her chin. Here goes nothing, Issei said to himself. D-Drake, more power. Again Issei ordered. Oh crap, Issei jumped back to dodge a wooden fist, slamming into the ground. Keep it up, Issei told D-Drake. He managed to gain some distance. Oh, so he's going for a one-hit. Skrina narrowed her eyes. Okay, here goes. Issei decided it was enough. He opened his armored hand, and a small orb of energy appeared. He aimed it right at the Spriggan and remained motionless. MWAAGH, the creature moaned and began taking steps toward him. Issei was focused and still kept the energy contained within his hand. What's he doing? That thing's gonna flatten him if he stays there. Rainier couldn't get why he didn't attack. Skrina just smiled as if it was interesting. Simon, Issei impatiently awaited. It was no close enough to grab Issei. He bent over and its wide grasp was overshadowing him. This, Issei answered. He clenched his hand and rushed toward the Spriggan. He was now under it. H. Issei shouted and released the energy from under it. A red, solid beam fired after he uppercut toward its crotch and blasted through it until it became torn in half. The beam was so powerful it went as far as the sky and left a hole in one of the clouds. The two halves of the Spriggan fell and hit the ground, along with a tree that looked like it was withered and dead. Issei suddenly breathed heavy all of a sudden. He bent down and was panting hard. Okay, so that's how it works, he said to himself. Why, holy cow, Kalawarner and Rainier were witty at the power they saw. Oh, so he wanted to take out as much of it as possible. Skrina narrowed her eyes. Most living beings have their vitals in the middle of their body and up to their head. But he destroyed it completely. Nice tactic, kid. However, though Skrina praised his tactics, but afterward knew that it wasn't done yet. It's not going down after one time. Issei suddenly saw the grass wrapping around the two halves of the wooden monster and sinking it into the ground. Suddenly the ground erupted, and it was reborn into the same thing that they saw earlier. It's still alive, Rainier exclaimed in surprise. Guess it's not going to be that easy, Issei figured. His eyes widened when he saw a giant root shoot out at him from the ground beneath the Spriggan. Issei raised his arms in defense. A glowing force field enveloped him like a protective bubble, and the root bounced right off. Okay, it can't pierce the shield, Issei noticed. How do I beat something that way? Issei wasn't sure how to proceed, but then suddenly he remembered something. It uses its connection to the forest to regenerate. Connection, Issei recalled Skrina saying the words. He looked around for anything that might have had a connection to it, when his eyes suddenly fell upon a knocked-over tree. When did that? He recalled when he blew it in half, that one of the trees also fell over. That must have been it. It was tied into a tree near them. Nice, Skrina smiled. I think I get it now. I just gotta find the tree that's connected to it. Issei nodded, now confident in his plan of attack. First I gotta knock it off its feet. Dedrag acknowledged. What's he trying now? Kalawarner wondered. He figured it out, Skrina said happily. Kalawarner turned to her confused. Spriggans store their hearts inside trees to act as a conduit to tap into the whole forest. But they can't wander far from the tree their heart resides in. They make sure to keep an enemy away from the tree, so when it thinks it defeats it, it will take the life force of the tree its heart was in and regenerate. Skrina explained in detail. But if that tree is destroyed, their heart stops and instantly kills the Spriggan. Not bad. Rainier smiled, a bit more assured. But how is he gonna know? Just watch, Rainier. Skrina focused back onto the fight unfolding in front of them. Now Issei shouted and took aim at the large leg. It suddenly stomped down on the ground and turned the surrounding earth into a crater. The three fallen angels were in the air above the aftermath. Kalawarner was holding on to her sister, who was still in her laying down position. Would you move me? She asked curiously. We were going to get hit. Why didn't you move? Kalawarner scolded. We would have been fine. It just did that to cover its weakness. Skrina explained nonchalantly. Kalawarner narrowed her eyes at the ground. It was all warped and cracked all over. Issei grunted after tripping and getting hit by flying gravel and rocks. He got up quickly and dove out of the way of the Spriggan's foot. He was on his back and he was staring the Spriggan dead in the eye. Sorry, but I know which one it was, Issei said confidently as he took aim at a tree behind the Spriggan. Roared defiantly. The energy beam struck the tree and disintegrated it. The Spriggan lost all the glow in its body and it was slowly falling apart until it fell back and crashed into the ground. Issei panted heavily once again. He lay back and just stared up in the sky. That was good. Kalawarner nodded. Rainier dove down first to see if he was okay. She landed and bent down to his side. I'm alright, it just takes a lot of energy to unleash those blasts. Issei sheepishly smiled. Very nice. Skrina came forth and clapped. You learned to observe how your opponent reacted to your every move. You didn't just charge in like an idiot. It was pretty simple, Issei answered softly. But how did you spot the tree holding its heart? Skrina suddenly raised her eyebrow. It was fine with me aiming at it, but when I took aim at its leg, it suddenly got aggressive. I figured the heart was one of the 3 trees behind it. He assumed. Very good. What else did you learn? She asked. I keep using the dragon shot at various power levels. It tires me out depending on how much I weigh, Issei suddenly realized. That's why you're training me this way. I like you, kid. You catch on quick. She praised with a nod. As a reward, I will let you fondle the tits. She suddenly said happily. You are such a slut. Can't you take this more serious? Okay, Skrina finished. Wait, what? Kalawarner froze after hearing her sister. You don't get to call me a slut. With S like those. Skrina suddenly got behind Kalawarner at breakneck speed and hit her with her hip. Kalawarner lost her balance and fell on top of Issei, while also headbutting Rainier. Oh, Rainier cringed and fell back from the impact. Sorry, Issei, she said as her voluptuous breasts were pressing against his face. They were spilling out of her coat and were visible as she tried to get up. Issei was blushing from the bare contact. Though for it feel the skin of a mature woman, Skrina egged him on. I am good. I don't think once to. Issei tried to get out of it. Kalawarner blinked and thought about it from a standpoint of view. It's not like it would be the worst thing in the world. To be honest, she wouldn't mind it. It would be perfectly normal if he wanted to. Plus, she wanted to pay him back, somehow, for letting them use his home and shower and bed. all of this into account, she decided to act. I don't mind her. Kuoh awkwardly sat up and slowly moved his hand to her chest. What he gets to grope you, but me, you have a problem with Rainier was shouting in disbelief. Oh, shut up. You take it too far. You don't know when to stop. Kuoh defended. It's called coercion. Get it straight. Rainier bent over and her breasts were now hanging over Issei. If you can say that with a straight face, I worry about leaving him with you alone. Why would I be a problem? I got the okay. From Azazel, not from Issei. And certainly not from me. Kuoh bent forth to stare her head on, her breasts swaying in front of him as well. I don't need your permission to do jack shit. If I want to have with him, I will, and he will love it. You sound like a rapist. Kuoh deadpanned, says the fallen angel, mounting him and swinging your inadequate chest in front of him. Take that back. Get off him, and maybe I will. God help us all. Skrina shook her head with a bead of sweat sliding down the back of her head. She just watched as poor Issei was being used as a subject for their argument. And you think I need to tone it down? What the hell are they even fighting over? Again, Skrina tilted her head to the side and scratched her head in confusion as the two ranted on. Two just want to go home. Issei moaned in defeat. A week flew by after Issei's encounter with the forest monster known as a Spriggan. Skrina was impressed with the way he handled himself. For a human anyway, he grasped the concepts of combat pretty quickly. She didn't know what his state of mind was, but whatever she threw at him, he slowly got the hang of it. We see them now, as he sat down with his legs crossed and eyes closed, as if he were in deep thought. The older sister was sitting in front of him in a similar position, with her arms crossed. It was getting dark, just before they finished up his training. Okay kid, magic is centered throughout your body. It's made this way, so you can perform various feats, depending on where you cast it from. Skrina's stern yellow gaze focused tightly on Issei's face, monitoring his expression. But it's all about imagery. What is it you are seeing? What does it look like? What is it made of? Is it hot? Is it cold? Does it feel like anything? What is its purpose? She slowly questioned as he clenched his eyes and was doing his best to visualize. What is it? Issei slowly asked himself. Don't think too hard on it. It's just there, but only if you believe it is. She bent forth and urged him to not think too much. She could tell he was getting there. Patience was all that was required now. Something simple, like a current of water that is constantly moving throughout your body. It leaves one place, but returns from where it once flowed. It becomes abundant, getting faster and faster, and then slowly dies down. Constantly moving, Issei said as he began to suddenly be entranced. The voice of his teacher was guiding him. He heard the sounds of vibrations, but did not feel them. Also, at the same time, it was as if he could feel it slowly getting louder. I hear it, but I can't see it. Skrina suddenly made a smirk. Open your eyes, kid, she said with a proud tone. On her order, Issei slowly opened them and he was staring back at her cocky grin. That was weird. Issei frowned in confusion. He felt his head with his hand, scratching through his brown hair, slowly. It was like he was out of place for a minute, but could feel something that he felt was never there, but at the same time was familiar. Of course it was. You can generate magic now. Skrina just smiled. All right, that was a lot easier than I thought. She breathed a sigh of relief. Conquering this part of the stage was what was making her focus all her attention on him, being relaxed. You're getting the hang of things rather quick. Have you done this before? She asked with a raised eyebrow as she sat back and placed her hands on the ground. I'm just as surprised as you are. Issei shrugged, not having an answer. Took days for me to get the hang of this SH tick. Normally something should be holding you back. Emotionally anyway, Skrina eyed him with interest. She was under the impression that this was going to take weeks, but at this rate, they were going to be finished a lot sooner than she predicted. Who cares? I must be just that awesome. She stretched back while her chest puffed out against her tai chi outfit. Her ass were about as big as her sister's, Issei thought. She was very toned, but also curvy. He blushed slightly from the feminine charm she showed off. He could see why Kuoh's sister stole her boyfriends. Day by day, he felt the temptation to peek, or rather glance, at certain aspects of his female companions. They were just treating it as if it were normal. It was a new experience for him, and just like any other guy, he was growing ever curious what would happen if he went along with their teasing. But he didn't want to be distracted by those things now. Sometimes he forgot that he was training to fight off someone who was intent on killing him. So what now? Issei cleared his throat and tried to remain on task. Now, for the light spears. She nodded as her long purple, wavy hair fluttered from a gust of wind. She turned her back to him and held her hand up. Suddenly, a black-colored pole of light manifested in her hand in an instant. Black light, Issei mentally noted. It was very interesting to him. That prompted a question to him. You said the quality of the light spears determine how they react on contact, right? Issei asked her. I just manipulated the energy into a solid pole of light. She answered as she spun it around with one hand. It sounded like a vibration was whipping through the air every time she twirled it. She spun around and just casually continued spinning it around her hand. There was no short of elegance and precision she demonstrated. She held it like a bow staff and placed both hands on it till they were at equal distance from each other. Light spears can serve several purposes: piercing, exploding, and molding. She explained to him as he watched closely. Rainier showed you the explosive effect from surging her magic into it. Kalawarner demonstrated piercing from equaling forming it. This is molding, maintaining its shape from continuously holding its form. She then twirled it one last time and stuck it into the ground, straight up. She let go. However, if I let go, she watched the pool of black light slowly dissipate in thin air till it vanished entirely. The mark where she placed it, still there. It will slowly fade out of existence. She concluded, these are the 3 ways that you can utilize it at your current level. 3 ways. He wondered what the other possibilities that could be used. But let's stop here for the day. Practice getting the hang of that feeling first, before we move on to actual spear training. Fundamentals are the stepping stones to true mastery. I don't want to overload your brain with too much to think about. Skrina walked up to him and ruffled his hair. I'm hungry though, let's worry about finishing this off later. She winked and then clapped her hands. Just like that, they transported down to the surface. Skrina's dojo. Gotta say ladies, this guy is turning out to be a total prodigy at this, as far as mental capability goes. Skrina announced as the 4 sat in a circle around a small square table. Which is ironic, considering you said he checked out of a loony bin. She continued to say with sarcasm. I guess that's good, Rainer said while nibbling on a carrot. We've been here for almost a month and he's picking it up rather quick, Rainer said while glancing with one eye open. She eyed the bruises on Issei's arms, who was still wearing his black karate uniform that Skrina provided. I'll say, if I knew it was going to be this easy, we should have come here first. Kalawarner gulped down the last of her cup and looked at her sister. Not bad sis, I mean, Skrina. Kalawarner cleared her throat. Calling Skrina her sister was still a bit hard for her. Don't think Newton of it. I'm enjoying this so much, so it's a bonus. Skrina shrugged with a cocky grin. I gotta say, humans sure have quite the determination. I hit you harder every day, but you just keep standing up. Skrina bent forth and rested her chin on her hands, pressing her S on the table. You're really something, Issei. You look a little different from when you first started out. Just a little, though. She complimented. Well, I did learn from the best, right? Issei smiled after lowering his cup. Exactamundo, Skrina proudly stated. It's a shame you're almost done learning what I can teach you. It'll be a real shame to see you leave. It was nice seeing Lil K after a while, she admitted after sitting back up. Why don't you just stay here? I'm sure Lord Azazel wouldn't mind, Rainer suggested with a false smile. Oh, you'd love that, wouldn't you? Kalawarner scoffed and could tell she had hidden motive behind her lips. Of course, then we wouldn't have to put up with your constant loafing on the sofa, Rainer suddenly said with devious eyes. I was gonna get a job. Kalawarner shot her a nasty look. You're the one who doesn't do jack shit. I'm protecting Issei from the devils, and I'm protecting him from you. Good grief, is this like every day for you? Skrina asked Issei. She knew Kalawarner was easy to rile up, but Rainer was somewhat of a trigger for her. Oh, they'll stop when they let it out. Issei sheepishly smiled. He knew how this whole routine was going to play out. He decided to just let them be. You sound like my mother. Skrina smiled and shook her head in amusement. I'm telling you, I don't use the soap. And I don't use that red towel. The two were still going at it. Okay, kids, be nice, or Auntie Skrina is going to have to spank you. Skrina broke the two up. She started it. Raina grumbled while leering away from her. Okay, I can see that you all are stressed out from doing. Actually, now that I think about it, you two have just been at each other's throats since day one. Why don't we go relieve some stress off in the hot spring? Skrina suggested. I ain't soaking with this filthy angel. Rainer huffed in disagreement. And I have no desire to bathe with this horny vixen. Kalawarner replied in a similar fashion. Yeah, come on you two, let's go. Skrina grabbed them both by the collars of their clothes and dragged them off. Hey, let go. Skrina, knock it off. Yo, kid. Skrina looked back after stopping. Practice? She winked. Issei nodded with a determined look. Okay, kids, we're going to play a game called Drink and Dunk. The rules are very simple. She had malicious eyes with a ghostly aura about her intent. We almost drowned years ago. Are you still wanting to do that? Rainer cried out. Relax, I got a bottle with our names on it. Let's let loose tonight. Skrina, I'm warning you. The two disappeared behind a sliding door, leaving Issei to have the room to himself. Issei just blinked with his jaw hanging open. He didn't want to know what they planned to do. He moved on to practicing his magic and got into a comfortable position. All right, here goes, Issei confidently thought to himself. He closed his eyes and focused, and began listening. Hey, Issei Hyoudou. Didrag. Issei was surprised to hear Didrag's voice after a while. You got a real knack for this, don't you? Well, I wouldn't say that. No need to be modest, it comes a lot easier than you thought. Well, it became a lot easier after I got the gist of it. Issei responded, not flinching. So, we gonna sneak out again? No, not tonight. I want to focus on this magic thing. Issei shook his head. Why all the secrecy? I can do the other thing on my own. She said I had to master the boosted gear, so that's what I gotta do, right? Issei responded in a serious voice. I must admit, I didn't think you could get this far using just the gauntlet. Is it you, Didrag? It felt like something else. Issei's expression turned to a bit of a worried look. I feel like something I don't know keeps trying to pop up. And yet, for some reason, it's very familiar. I wouldn't worry about it. Testing me on the next opponent though, that's going to be quite a show. It's not finished yet though. My head gets sent for a loop. Issei sighed in disappointment. For what it's worth, you got guts, even if you don't show it. Thanks, Issei thanked, and it was silent. He refocused on the task at hand. Issei's eyes shot open at something he just heard. He looked around the room, but nothing was there. An army. What the Issei could hear distorted nonsense, just faintly. It was like bad reception in his brain. He heard words, but they didn't make any sense. I.ss.e.i.maomembe. Who is this? Issei asked while realizing it was in his head. Issei wondered if he was hearing things. .fff.ri.e.nd. Friend, Issei repeated. It was just silent. He wondered what the distorted garble-like voice was. Why did it call him a friend it knew his name to? What was happening? Issei narrowed his eyes. D-Drag, did you D-Drag? Issei called, but got no answer. Typical. Issei scowled slightly. D-Drag only talked when he felt like it. Maybe he was just overthinking it. It was probably just nothing. Maybe it was magic, he could only speculate. He shook his head and returned to training. Later, Rainer breathed after emerging from the water, nearly out of breath. That was too dangerous. Rainer's cheeks were completely flushed. They had been drinking a bottle of wine while bathing. The other two were sitting next to each other while Skrina was laughing her head off. She was smashed. This is very dumb. Gulp. Calla took the bottle from her sister and drank some. What am I? Oh, it's this damn drink. Calla was a little dizzy, but she was still thinking straight. That was funny. You almost drowned. Druow and Skrina was giggling in a drunken state, while watching Rainer nearly drown from holding her breath. Geez, shut up. Oh, my head. I feel dizzy. Getting out first, Rainer said as she clumsily got up from the water and made her way to the door. Wyatt, come back. We still got a volish oath the be water bottle. Thas funny. Don't you agree? Whittlequay. Skrina held on to Calla like she was her drinking buddy. You drink too much. Oh man, this ice is gonna suck. Calla whipped her head around and barfed out the side of the bath area. I'm undefeated, even after all these years. Hey Wilkay. Skrina turned her fuzzy vision to Calla who was recovering from puking her guts out. You not gonna leave me, daughter? She asked with a frown, the best she could muster. Are you? Calla was confused. She then had her sister lean her head against her. She then began playing with Calla hair with her hand. I wanted to be we family again. I really love you. I just didn't know how to say it. Skrina was constantly shooting her mouth off about the two of them. Dad wouldn't let me stay home. I hated them. But I always loved you. Oh shit, I'm drunk. Okay, please don't tell Mom. Alright, I get it. Just stop. Give me the bottle. Calla rolled her eyes and took the nearly empty bottle from her hand. Skrina just slouched on Calla side. You will always be my best friend. She stopped fiddling with her younger sister's hair and slowly began to pass out. Gulp. Calla finished off the bottle and then placed it on the stone tile floor. She felt like she was about to pass out from the hot spring. She laid her head against Skrina's. The two looked nearly identical, even if Skrina's hair was purple and was a bit taller than Calla. Skrina, I'm sorry I wasn't the sister you needed. I'm sorry about being mad at you for all these years. She was getting everything off her chest while letting the alcohol speak for her. I just didn't understand. Calla was slowly slipping down into the water, but Skrina stopped her and was wide awake. Calla slowly recomposed herself, but just let Skrina support her back against the edge of the pool. Oh, that was dirty, Calla said as her yellow orbs looked into her sister's. Guichia. Skrina poked at Calla's nose. How did I not become the older one? Simple. You weren't annoying enough. Skrina smiled with a chuckle. Touche. Calla smiled. Ugh. Rainer wandered aimlessly. She managed to get the towel on, but that felt too scratchy, so she ditched it. She then tried to put on her clothes, but it was too hard to think straight. She managed to put the bottoms of her white underwear on, but the bra was just too complicated, given her state. So she just tried to find the room where she normally slept, but wandered into the training room, where Issei was. Issei. Rainer couldn't tell because of a light that was emanating from his body. It was a reddish, black-crimson color. He was focused and undisturbed as he let the magic power flow throughout his body. You still training? Rainer made her way, sluggishly, towards him. He stopped pumping out magic, and his eyes opened. He was surprised to see Rainer, on her knees, staring sheepishly at him. Rainer, where are your clothes? Issei blushed a little as her womanly figure gave him an eyeful. She was still dripping water out of her hair, and the smell of wine entered the room with her. It was a little dark in the room, but he could see her completely exposed as her largesse were hanging out for him to see. My clothes, I sleep in the buff. Didn't she chuckled in a strange manner. Yaluer. Issei didn't know where to look. He felt his heart beat faster. Yeah, I'm hammered. So what? She lashed out with a disapproving tone. He just had a bead of sweat roll down the back of his head. Not only that, where is Skrina and Calla? Arg, who cares about Calla? You should only think of me, bad doggy. She was childishly swiping at him, while he shielded himself. He was trying to hold her back, but suddenly grabbed both her ass, and they froze. Rainer was slack-jawed. Sorry. Issei apologized, but suddenly Rainer was smiling mischievously. She grabbed his wrists and pressed his hands further into her bosom. Oh, I see, you wanted to have a feel. I knew you liked it the first time. She smiled as her pink eyes fixated on his shocked face. Yes. Keeping going, she kept making him massage her S harder and harder. Raynare. Issei was dumbfounded, his hand sinking into the S of Raynare. The softness and wet silky feeling of her skin, the smell of her and her long, raven hair, and the fact that she kept trying to pin him down was making him nearly give in. She knocked his head against the edge of the small table when they both hit the ground. He cringed and pulled his hand away to comfort the part of his head that hit it. Raynare, oblivious to what happened, saw it as a means to embrace him. You feel different, she said as she latched onto him. It's not what you think. Issei thought she was referring to the tent that formed in his lower half of the uniform. You feel stronger, she said as she raised her head up from the side and looked him in the eyes. When did you? Issei stopped blushing and could see some glimmer of seriousness in her drunk expression. It's not right. Issei is weak. Issei needs to be looked after. Where's daughter you, Issei? She was asking as she rubbed his hair out of his eyes. Gulp. I'm Issei. I think Issei wasn't sure how drunk people conversed, but he was pretty certain she was trying to relay something to him. Yeah. You smell the same. Hey, can I tell you a secret? Don't tell Issei though, she suddenly said. She knows it's me, right? Issei was surprised she didn't recognize him. I think Issei likes to be attacked. I think he just plays hard to get, but I think he's hoping I finally do it with him, she whispered discreetly. Ooh, really? Don't think he does, Issei said while looking away in shame. Haha, you even do the same thing. Hey, wait a minute. Raynare squinted her eyes for a second, trying to identify who she was on top of. Issei, are you in there? Issei, are you hiding? I'll get you out of there. She suddenly grabbed his hair and was trying to tear the top of his clothes open. Please stop, Raynare, it's meow. Issei was trying to convince her. She was practically yanking his hair out. No, give me back, Issei. I want Issei back, she whined as she blindly tried to unmask the imposter. I am Issei, Issei cried out. Damn, I'm sleepy. Hey, Issei. She suddenly calmed down and laid on top of him on the floor. Her head was next to his. Now I'm Issei. Issei was starting to feel a bit annoyed at this change in perspective. I want to sleep with you tonight. Take me to the bedroom, she managed to say. Okay, just. Alright, hold on. Issei managed to pick her up and began carrying her up by her legs. She was stuck on him like a fly on flypaper. He felt like he was in over his head with these fallen angels and was wondering if a simple life was ever going to be an option ever again. Carrying women from the shower that were nearly naked certainly wasn't what he envisioned for his daily life. I will keep you safe. And no matter. But then again, neither was having someone look out for him. Morning. Another morning for everyone in Skrina's dojo had began. Issei was waking up and was feeling very sweaty. He opened his eyes and was wanting to change, but he forgot that Raynare was attached to him like a leech, her bodacious figure pressing against him. It was normal routine at this point to find one of the two sleeping with him. She was fast asleep, using him like a body pillow. She must have drank a lot last night, Issei figured. He needed to get up and start breakfast, but he had to remove Raynare from him first. Hey, Raynare, could you get up please? I gotta make breakfast. I'll give you breakfast, Raynare said sleepily. She then interlocked her legs with his and then began kissing his cheek. He was a little embarrassed, but he still persisted. No, I have to make breakfast. Oh, you're so needy. Raynare worked her mouth to his and began clenching her body on his tighter while cradling his head. She was practically being squeezed entirely. Issei was just at her mercy. She just kept slowly making out with him while making him conscious of every part of her body. He could feel her hand snaking around under the blanket, grabbing his and placing it on her butt. Raynare, he suddenly had to get a little rougher and shove her off. She made disapproving groan. She slowly opened her eyes, and her pink irises narrowed down at him. Oh, man, I was so close. Raynare sighed in defeat while wearing a tired frown. Were you awake? Issei asked with a confused look. Of course I was. It's not like I do this stuff unknowingly. Raynare yawned and stretched, and then laid to the side of him. They both looked at each other, Raynare with a blank look, Issei with an equal expression, with a slight tint of pink. You know, Issei, I just don't get you. She looked up at the ceiling while covering her chest with an arm. I was under the impression you'd be easy. But your guard's up most of the time. Do you not like to sleep with me? She asked as she turned her head to him. It's not that, Raynare. Issei shook his head. Well, let's do it then. I don't mind at all. She shrugged plainly. Do you even like me? Raynare, Issei asked. Well, we're friends, aren't we? She raised a curious brow. Yeah, we are, Issei assured her. Then what's the problem? She was confused and wanted to hear his answer. I just so much has happened to me since I found out about this whole three-way war. Since I met you guys, I've just been giving you guys a hard time. Liking me, wanting to sleep with me, and that stuff. I just don't want to complicate things any more than they need to be. Oh, trust me, this is nothing compared to what me and Calawarner are used to. Raynare scoffed. I just always thought you have to love someone before you do that sort of thing. He shrugged. Wow, you really are a virgin but I guess that's just who you are. She smiled sadly. I don't have a problem with you, not at all. I do kind of wish you would just attack me in the middle of the night, but I don't think that's gonna be a thing for you. She deadpanned. The word coward stuck Issei in the head like an arrow. All right, Issei said with a sheepish look. But you seem okay, despite that. She smiled warmly at him as the sun revealed her naked figure, her hair draping over her body. Hey, I'll tell you what, she said as she grabbed his hand. When this is all done, Issei asked innocently. Do you want to do something fun? She asked with a smile. Fun? Issei asked. A date. Another one, she suggested. It was fun. I want to do it again, she gently said. Okay, I don't mind. Issei nodded with a small smile. She just smiled while the two just basked in each other's eyes. Her heart beat a bit faster when he agreed. She exhaled and then kissed his forehead and giggled. That's a promise. Better not regret it, because a date with me could mean anything, she said with a playful voice. Issei's head puffed with steam, leaving a reminiscent shade of red all over his face. Well, go make some breakfast, unless you want to partake of my dish. She hinted with a sensual motion across her mouth. Two gotta go. Issei swallowed and quickly went to go prepare. Rainier smiled and then sighed. Not bad, Issei. Not bad at all. She licked a bit of his saliva off the side of her mouth. 1 week later, Skrina and Issei were in the middle of a duel. She was trying to strike him, prompting him to dodge. She was getting faster over time. The routine she had him doing was really making his knuckles, arms, body a lot more stiff and rough. And during the time, Issei had learned how to use the light spear spell, much to all their surprise. He was progressing quickly. Skrina kept punching away at him at a reasonable speed. Issei was now able to keep up with her current slow speed. He learned not to try to block during his time with her. That was like an instant broken bone. Calawarner and her sister were a little bit closer, but Calawarner still kept her at an arm's length at most times. Rainier was also practicing with her light spear. Inspired by Issei's tenacity, she figured it wouldn't hurt to try to brush up. Calawarner was also being trained by Skrina in the use of her light spear. The month for training was nearly done, just a few more days, until Issei had completed Skrina's training regiment. Very nice, keep going. Skrina smiled while she kept throwing more punches at him. He didn't take his eyes off for a second. His eyes narrowed as he predicted where she would strike. Calawarner and Rainier were watching them go at it, while sitting on the ground. Man, I can't believe it's almost been a month. Rainier shook her head. Yeah, Calawarner nodded. Keep your head up, don't keep moving back, anticipate the way I move, and shift when you foot pivots. Isn't this way a bit faster than normal? Issei asked while sidestepping and dodging her fists and kicks. Hey, I'm holding back a bit. You know, if you can't dodge anything at this speed, what good are you? She jumped and spin kicked, prompting Issei to duck and jump back. It was still, and Issei was dripping sweat. They were at it for nearly 2 hours. He was breathing hard and paying attention, not taking eyes off his teacher. She got him a lot while his guard was down, so he was not taking chances. Tired already? I'm sure you got more left in you. Skrina thought it was a bit odd. Last time they fought, he lasted for 3 hours. I still got a bit left in me. Issei took a deep breath. No. Skrina bowed her head and closed her eyes. Issei was surprised. To be honest, you finished up 2 days ago. Skrina confessed with a sad smile. Everyone gasped in surprise. Moment of truth, people, Skrina said while she tapped her foot. The marble that she hit a month ago popped up from the ground. Show me you can do it. Skrina smiled proudly. Can't, right? Issei nodded and walked towards the slab. Skrina backed up and crossed her arms. Issei assumed a stance and planted his feet firmly on the ground. He began slowly breathing. Everyone watched in anticipation. Rainier was crossing her fingers, and Calawarner was clenching up her fist and was hoping that he had progressed enough. All tension was in the air, just as Skrina said. Moment of truth. Issei slammed his fist into the marble. Was it enough? Rainier asked Calawarner. Skrina narrowed her serious look at the spot he punched. It looked like nothing happened. Shit. Issei cursed and pulled his knuckle back. Wait a minute. Skrina walked over and got behind him. She grabbed his hand and examined it. She looked at him and locked her eyes with him. Again. Assume your stance, she ordered him, with him equally confused as the other two. Okay, Issei said and got in position. You should have your strength enhanced from the magic by a bit, so don't worry about damaging your fist, she said. Relax the shoulders. Okay there, now on exhale, power through, she ordered. Got it. Issei nodded and readied. Show me I didn't take in a wimp, she said sternly. Show me you have power. You're not weak. And I don't want to see the Red Dragon Emperor's power, I want to see yours, she emphasized. Issei slammed his fist at it again. This time the sound of an impact was heard, but the stone was still unharmed. Are you shitting me? Is your resolve that weak? Show me you are stronger, she began shouting. Issei shouted and landed another fast strike on the rock. Dig deep, Issei. Grow some balls already. Stop showing me this dumb shit. Hit it harder. Her eyes were angry already. I'm trying. Issei grunted and threw another punch at the marble. It was just the same result. Rainier and Calawarner just frowned. They felt bad he couldn't get it. No, you're not. Skrina slapped him hard and he fell on the ground. He felt the sting of a tear enter his eye. Skrina bent over him. You are pathetic. Stop holding yourself back. How long are you going to be the victim? Are you just gonna whine like a little? She spouted insults while kicking him in the stomach. He cringed and could feel his insides nearly get pounded in. Skrina, stop, Calawarner shouted. Stay there, Skrina shouted with a cold glare at her sister, prompting her to freeze. She turned her attention back to Issei, who was coughing. Are you seriously not going to get up? She shouted. He coughed while holding his stomach. Cough, I am trying. Get up, She grabbed him by the collar and threw him towards the gray marble. He hit it with a crash and dropped on the ground with a yelp. He struggled to get up, but suddenly Skrina's foot stomped him on the head. Are you just gonna take this? I know you're faster and stronger than that, so get up off your ass and break that damn marble, she said after pushing him over on his back. He coughed and wheezed, trying to get back up. He sluggishly managed to stand up and face the marble. What are standing still for? Move it, she shoved him forward, forcefully, and he was looking at the marble. He did his best, he did everything right. Why was he getting scolded? You punch an ink piece off this thing? Now she pointed angrily at it. Or are you just gonna give up? She suddenly said, which prompted him to gasp. Ah, boohoo, the little twerp is gonna wimp out because he tried already and it didn't work. Is that what you were thinking when that demon killed your parents? And Issei gritted his teeth. Maybe it's good it killed them, because they wouldn't have to see how pathetic their son has become. Skrina, what are you doing? Reina protested. She was going over the line, and this was a first. She saw her get riled up. Tears were streaming down his face, while his expression hid. You're either a sheep or a wolf, Issei. You just gonna stand there and cry like a baby because you can't break a piece off? Issei sniffled and tried to hold in a cry. It hurt all over him, and being yelled down to really disturbed him. You are a coward. You just watched as that demon killed your parents. No, because you. No, let them. I die, she shouted at the top of her lungs. Issei fell to his knees in a defeated state, drops of tears hitting the ground. He just stayed there for a moment. Skrina was panting a bit from all her shouting. Issei. Reina held a hand to her mouth in concern. Now you've done an SKR. Kalawarner was about to go up there and smack Skrina's block off after that, but she was interrupted when Issei suddenly quickly got up and arched his fist back. AAARGH, he screamed as his fist glowed slightly with a black-red color. He slammed it with all his might in a fit of anger, shame, and sorrow. When he did, the entire marble slab was blown back and shattered into pieces and was skipping along the ground after receiving a mighty blow from his fist. Reina and Kalawarner were wide-eyed and gawking at the sudden display of power he used. Skrina was a little surprised, but her expression was more inquisitive than it was impressed. Issei's breathing was an inconsistent pace, and he stumbled back after seeing what he just did. He looked at his hand, and it was white from breaking some of the skin. He just shook his hand in pain while trying to figure out why it happened. Skrina walked up to him and stopped. He just didn't take his eyes away from his shaking hand. Dripped into his teardrops on the ground. He couldn't move it that well. Skrina bent down in front of him and smiled sadly. Well done, she praised. I am pathetic. His voice broke. Not from what I just saw. Skrina sat in front of him, and her voice was a lot more gentle. A bit emotional, but that's fine. I mean, you're only human, right? She scoffed with a smile. He slowly placed a hand to his face and sobbed again. To be honest, you did break it the first time, she confessed. I strengthened it with a special type of reinforcement magic, and you just totally blew it away, she explained. Phew. Kalawarner shook her head in annoyance. You mean he just took out a magic barrier with his fist? Reina struggled to come to terms with what she just saw. I needed you to remember. The thing you regret the most is normally what makes you hold back. I wanted to see if you were really taking this seriously, she told him as he wiped his eyes. The bit with the reinforcement magic was a bit selfish on my part, but you just showed me that you're willing to break the limits the world sets for you. You aren't just a weak human. You're the human that's gonna kick the White Dragon Emperor's ass, she remarked, and you just proved it. Issei sniffled. Skrina just awaited his response as the other two came over. Thanks, Issei managed to say. Look at your hand. Kalawarner made a sound of disgust. That was crazy. I didn't think you were this strong, Reina had to say. Neither did I, Issei said as he slowly flexed his hand. Well, congratulations. Skrina smiled with a look of accomplishment. You just finished my training. She smiled more. That's it. Issei looked at his hand. Silence. That's all it was. A darkened room in a particular psych ward that particular patients were confined to when they were out of control, reflecting on the errors of their behavior. But not this particular resident. No, he was not there for starting a fight with other patients. He wasn't there for violating any rule that would cause him to reflect. He was there because he requested it. It made him feel at ease. Voices could be heard on the other end of the door that separated the padded room. So your transportation is here to take him home, a male voice said. I know, I can't believe it. All these years, and my little Issei grew into a teenager before long. A female voice sighed depressingly. I can't believe it took this long. Most of the time, we work with the family at home. I guess the kid required special attention. I don't know, Yuka. Some strange shit has been happening since he first enrolled here, the male said in a concerned way. Fluctuations in the building's power. The security guard just up and left after getting assigned. The fact that Issei was popping up in restricted areas without a logical explanation of how he got there. I don't know. In some ways, I'm glad the kid gets to go home. Issei needs help, even at home. Ever since his parents. I just can't believe he thought a demon killed them. You'd have to be, from what the case revealed on the news. I heard the bodies. Hey, zip it, he can probably hear us, the female scolded her colleague. It's soundproofed. He couldn't, even if he pressed his head against the door, he said in rebuttal. But little did they know, he could hear them loud and clear, almost as if he were standing next to them. It's Yuka and that douche that keeps flirting with her. The person in the white room thought. The person that the two outside were referring to was a teenage boy named Issei Hyoudou. Issei was nearly the victim of a gruesome murder that took place when he was only 6 years old. The murders was that of his parents. He was brought in for a psychological evaluation, courtesy of his aunt and uncle that took custody of him. However, what could have been a simple shock and trauma story was a 10-year-long debate between him and his doctors and family about what killed his parents. It was a demonic monster. Normally, what most people thought when hearing that was just a crazed, psychopathic killer. But the second Issei described in detail what the killer looked like, they all treated him as if he were insane. His uncle insisted he remain in Oni, the famed hospital for people that were traumatized to an extent as much as him, until his nephew stopped referring to the murderer as a beast that was only in fairy tales. Issei was one of the longest residing patients. Issei had short spiky brown hair, with 2 short locks of hair behind his head and light brown eyes, and was of average height. Unknown to the 2 staff members that he knew pretty well that conversed outside his room, he was sitting back in the corner. With his hand held out, 2 black orbs, the size of marbles, were floating above his hand. He slowly made them circle in midair above his open palm. He just idly sat there and continued to boringly move the black orbs in figurette-like fashion. It was like nothing he could have explained. On the day he enrolled, ever since he was a kid and was confined for the first time, and after thinking a certain something, the very orbs that were circling in the air appeared. Many things happened when he discovered this. Curse. A voice in his head was speaking, almost like a distant yell, 5 times a month. It wouldn't go away unless he concentrated and kept spinning the void-like energy in his hands. Naturally, he kept it a secret from everyone. It wasn't restricted to just 2 measly balls of black energy, but time would show that he would have a chance to reveal what his curse could do. I haven't heard instructions this time. I wonder if that weird voice is finally gone, Issei wondered. Ever since he got word about his discharge, he hadn't heard the voice in his head that gave him strange instructions. Oddly, he felt compelled to follow it. Human. Oh crap, here it comes again. Issei made a pained expression. The clock K's TICKING, tick K, talk, TITOCK. My name. Call him Y name. What are you saying? I don't get what you mean. Issei tried to mentally argue. He normally wouldn't try to talk back whenever this happened, but he was determined to get this eerie voice to stop on the day of his release. As he listened, the dark orb started getting bigger and a black current of static enveloped the energy balls. I need a vessel. The VOID is at YRFingerTIPS. Call me my name IAM not WHO. Give me. EXISTENCGIVMESHAPGIVME for M. Knock, knock. DRK Issei snapped out of it, and the knocking on his door seemed to instantly drown out the voice. The unstable energy vanished, as if it never existed. He cleared his throat, and the first to open the door was a blonde nurse with glasses and green eyes. She had a well-endowed figure, and had very mature essence that exuded from her. She looked at him worriedly and approached him in a calm manner. Issei, are you all right? She asked after kneeling and getting a better look at his face. Oh yeah, sorry, I was just a little anxious about going to school, he said with a frown. Are you sure? I think we should have you checked out before you leave, she said as she looked closer. I'll be fine, Yuka. I'm ready, he said and quickly stood up. The day that everyone was waiting for. It finally came. 10 long years of waiting, and it finally came down to it. You sure, kid? Took you long enough to finally see reason. How do I know you're not just pretending? You're not Kuoh, the male doctor said mockingly. I'm not crazy, Jace. I was just out when you watch your family die in front of you. Issei began to talk back. Issei, calm down. Jace, get back to work. Yuka turned to her rude coworker. I was just playing. You ever had a sense of humor? He threw his arms up in defense. Well, your sense of humor can go out to dinner with you tonight if you don't get back to the office, Yuka threatened. Urgh. Yes, ma'am. He saluted in a mocking fashion. He didn't want to ruin his future plans with the most attractive nurse in the whole building. Hope you had fun here, kid. If it were up to me, I'd have sent you somewhere else. I had to have a lot of dinner plans canceled because of you. You're lucky she's got your back. I was doing her a favor. Issei looked away, and the male nurse had a tick mark on his head from what Issei said. And just what are you insinuating, Mr. Wise Guy? The only girls you've ever known were Alzheimer, paralyzed, and autism patients. Here in the adult world, the experiences are night and day, especially at night. He winked at Yuka. She deadpanned. So, don't take this the wrong way, but I hope I never see you again, he politely put. Good God, I'm so glad this sleazebag is being left behind here, Issei thought in annoyance. Most of the duration, Jace was annoying him deliberately. Issei would say that Jace was part of the reason why this place sucked the life out of your soul. But oh, ho ho ho. 10 long years of pent-up annoyance, and now he was going to drop the hammer of karma on this guy like no tomorrow. You know what? I'm gonna miss you to Jace. But at least I won't have to be forced to listen to you screwing half the nurses in the cafeteria's bathroom anymore, he simply said. Jace twitched at the mere mention. Yuka's jaw dropped at the mention and was wide-eyed at Issei. She then looked at Jace, who seemed to momentarily have a high pitch of tone in his voice. You're making that up. Geez, I thought you made sure this kid was properly. August 12, 2006. 1:35 p.m. You and Nurse Haruka were on break. I saw you two enter the women's bathroom. September 4, 2006, 4:45 p.m. Right before they sent us back to our rooms, I was on kitchen cleaning duty and I heard moaning in the smoke area. January 30, 2007, 8:30 p.m. During the fire drill, you were with Nurse Kuoh behind the parking lot. Better watch your mouth, you little lying. Jace felt his eye twitch as he glared daggers at Issei. I can do this all day, Issei assured him with a blank look. Okay, enough. This is your big day, let's not end it on a sour note. Yuka began herding Issei out of the white room. Yuka, you know he's just making that up, we're still on tonight, right? He shouted as Yuka sped up. She then stopped and turned at him with a smile. Oh, I don't know, I may have to go back for someone. You know how thorough I like to be. She hissed back at something he told her before. He froze up as the contradiction was fired back at him. No chance at a quick dinner and a long night of pleasure for this guy. She's got my back, but she's got you by the balls, Issei said once more under his breath, but loud enough for him to pick up on it. Youergh, he growled and punched the wall out of frustration. Issei smiled in satisfaction. Since you were subject to that stuff, I will let you get away with that one, just this once, Yuka said as she walked alongside him. My day just got a little bit better, Issei chuckled. Yuka was silent, but smiled. Issei smiling was a rare thing for him in all the years she worked with him. Much later, after properly discharging from the hospital, Issei was returning back to his old house. 10 years in Oni, and he returned back to where it all started. He was wearing jeans, a gray sweater, and black shoes. He was supposed to have been picked up by his aunt and uncle, but they had arranged for him to return back to his old house. He wasn't sure why his aunt and uncle acted as they did, but they were loaded and had been very successful in life. Hence, why the possession of the house was fallen to the next relatives in line, and why they didn't mind paying for his living expenses. Issei was pressing his head against the window of the car and just stared at the familiar neighborhood he used to play in with his childhood friend Irina. He wondered if she was still around. She hadn't visited him at all since his time in Oni. Hey, what's with the long face, Yuka asked as she drove the company car. She volunteered to have him properly settled until he could be left on his own. This is supposed to be a great day for you. You get to go to a prestigious school you can hit on the opposite, get busted for skipping class, go to parties with friends, you'll have a great time, she assured him with hopeful grin. But avoid the girls that wear excessive amounts of bling or have very short skirts. They're the wolves in sheep's clothing that get innocent boys to tool around for them. But if she's a hard-working girl, try to appeal by assisting from the shadows. It's always a great tactic that almost never goes unnoticed. She was offering advice. Are we talking about my school life or yours? Issei replied dryly. I'm just trying to give you some pointers. When I went to school, the girls were very mean. I devoted most of my time exposing them for what they were. Ironically, they became some of my best friends. I guess it was a lot more painful to put up a facade than it was to actually be yourself. So what, I'm supposed to find the meanest, nastiest girl in the whole school and become friends with them? Issei half-heartedly responded. Very funny, mister. It's not what you think at first, but over time you'll learn to get along with your classmates. It'll be fun, she said as she pulled into the driveway of his house. As she turned off the car, she sat back and gave a sigh of relief. This is happening. You managed to keep my entire career devoted to a single child for 10 years. She looked at him with a bright smile. You sure you're ready? She asked once more. Yeah, it's time, he said as he reached behind to grab his duffel bag of personal items and proceeded to get out of the car. The first step he took onto the concrete ground after so long was like a long time coming. He slowly looked around the house as fading memories of him and his mother were playing out in front of him. The door to his house opened, and in walked Issei. The door creaked open, and echoes had entered the house from the creaking boarded floor. He shifted his eyes all over and slowly took in the scenery. Yuka was right behind him and was keeping a close eye on how he would react. Issei ran his hand along the dinner table that him and his parents used to sit at. It was dusty. This place needed some work. Is it like you remember? Yuka asked before she came up to him. Yeah, it all happened right here, Issei pointed out as he stared at the ground with a saddened frown. Muamami, run, get Issei out of the warg. Dear, God, Issei, run. Mama, R-U-U-U-U-U-U-U-U-N-N. Issei. Yuka was now next to him and placing her hand on his shoulder. Issei just blinked and looked everywhere else and quickly sighed. I'm gonna need to properly clean this place up. Mom would throw a fit if this much dust was everywhere. He smiled somewhat. I'll stick around and help then, Yuka offered. Nah, it's alright. I just want to be alone right now. Issei quickly dismissed. WHUK then. Ooh, did your uncle send you the proper enrollment papers? She cleared her throat and changed the subject. He said it was in my room, along with the uniform. Issei reminded. All right. HM. She looked down at her phone and an urgent message came up. Oh crap, listen, I would love nothing more than to stick around, Issei, but I just got told your medication got switched out for the wrong ones. She quickly apologized and walked over to him. I gotta head back. I'll be by once a week to check on you, okay? Don't go talking to strangers, stay away from dark alleys, and don't go getting your classmates pregnant. Got it? She sarcastically put. Yeah, I get it. Issei sighed once more. Tell me what you are doing tomorrow, she ordered with serious look. Wake up at 6, head down to Kuoh Academy, head to the teacher's office, hand in the paperwork, and just do what they tell me. Issei repeated her orders. All right, I'm gonna go now. I'll see you later." She gave him a comforting hug and wished him well. "Oh yes, here." She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small locket. "It took me a little while to get this, but I figured you could use it, considering all the other items in the house were moved out for evidence." She handed it to him and popped it open. Issei slowly placed a finger on the picture inside. It was a picture of his mom and dad, and in the center was him when he was a young boy. It was the first family picture of the three of them. I hadn't seen a picture of my mom and dad for years. Hyoudou Issei was wanting to know how, as he looked at her with a confused look. "I talked with your aunt and uncle. They were able to downgrade the size of the original photo into this little thing. I figured you could use a friendly face to keep their memory alive." She smiled. He nodded and smiled. "Thank you," Issei gratefully said. No problem. I'll see you in a couple days," she said warmly and proceeded to leave him and gently shut the door. Issei took in the air of his old house one last time and breathed heavily. First things first. He nodded to himself and went up to his room. It looked like nothing was moved. The only thing present in his old room was a larger mattress, a computer desk, a chair to go with it, and a dresser for all his clothes. He threw the duffel bag on the queen-size bed and unzipped the bag. After a few moments of searching, he finally pulled out a notebook. He turned, and his old desk was still there. He slowly pulled the computer chair back and sat in it. He put his notebook down in front of him and pulled out a pencil that was in it and took a deep breath before beginning to write. "First day back. Not sure what to expect, considering my uncle sent me here by myself. He probably doesn't want to take care of me himself, but I got a roof over my head and he should be sending me money. Today is the day I finally got out of Oni. I guess the only way they let me walk was if I admitted that there was no such thing as demons, even though I watched that nasty scene from 10 years ago. In a bizarre coincidence, in 2 days is the day that they died. I'll visit their graves after checking in with the school. From what I was told, Kuoh Academy used to be an all-girls school and recently went co-ed. Not sure if I should be happy about it or not, but I should be able to start a normal life." Issei took a moment to think before writing. "As for my curse is what I'm going to call it for now. The voice asked me for existence. What does it mean? What would make this voice think I could give it form or shape, and who am I to give it?" Years went by and it made me practice with this weird power. I noticed that the longer I practiced it, I think my senses are, and as strange as it sounds, have gotten better. I can practically hear through walls, I can see in the dark, I can just pop up in places with just simple thought. I don't know what's happening to me. Shadows also bend toward me, and whenever I enter a bright room, it feels dimmer the second I walk in. I can make this weird black energy-like stuff into any shape and make it shoot out at anything. I tested it on a wall in the building, and it just completely blew it up. I managed to dodge the staff before they came to check on it, but I feel kinda bad now that I think back on it. I don't know what this ability is or why it can do these things. It started around the time I lost mom and dad. Something happened during that incident or after. More questions pop up in my head the more I think on it. The best thing I could do for now is just hope this is all just a long, drawn-out nightmare, which unfortunately is most likely not the case. I start school tomorrow, I hope it goes well." Issei then shut the notebook and leaned back. He slowly face-bombed and then stared at the ceiling. "I'm home," he said to himself, as if he were talking to someone who wasn't there. The next day, Kuoh Academy, Issei thought as the sun peered over the school. He had his school uniform on, and he was holding his bag to his side. He was a bit nervous. This kind of thing of starting school again, just after discharge from the loony bin, was a bit strange. But it wasn't like he was crazy or unfit to go. He just had to avoid the particular subject of his parents' murder, and it all should work out. He looked out from atop of the hill, leading down to the track and field area. Dozens of girls were entering the school from all over. There was next to no guys that showed up. It was like they outnumbered the boys 3 to 1. Issei took a deep breath and steeled himself. "All right, teacher's office," he reconfirmed for himself out loud, and then began making his way down the sidewalk. He was inside and looking all over. The shoe lockers were probably in the hundreds from the rows he saw. He made his way through the girls and was avoiding eye contact. He looked inside the student handbook he got from his uncle and was looking for the teacher's office. He flipped a few pages and found it. He then made his way through the students and made it to the staircase. He made his way up, looked up, and he froze. He could see some girls' underwear from the position he was at. Striped panties were in his sight, and he immediately looked away. "All right, this used to be a girls' school. No surprise that you'd see that from here." He blushed and was trying hard not to think about it, but everywhere he turned his head, there were girls everywhere. First day he arrives, and he's already seen a girl's underwear. He quickly made his way up the stairs and then looked left and right. He referred to his student handbook once more, and he was curious if he went the wrong way. But fortunately, he spotted the sign and made his way over. "Classroom. Okay, settle down everyone. We're about to begin Chapter 2 today, so please make sure you have your notes from last week," a female teacher with long, dark brown hair ordered. The students were attentive and spared no time getting to their seats. Before the teacher could begin, she heard a knock on the door. She curiously approached it and slid it open, and a delighted look made it onto her face. "Ah, perfect timing come, I was just about to begin." she said nicely as the students were curious as to who their teacher was talking to. Class, we have a special transfer student today. I want you to welcome him properly. Please, introduce yourself. She looked to Issei, and he made himself known. The class was looking at him with interest. A transfer? Huh, another guy. I thought I heard something about a transfer this week. He's kinda plain. They all had their views of Issei, while they mumbled among themselves. Clears throat. MMY name is Issei Hyoudou. I transferred here due to certain circumstances. Hope we can get along. He nervously put. He wasn't used to speaking in front of large groups of people. He swallowed and was hoping that was good enough. All right then class, I expect you to help out our newest member if he's having trouble, so I want you all to set good examples and help him out if he needs it. She sternly told the class. Yes, you have something to add. She pointed to a classmate that raised their hand. I heard you transferred in from a mental hospital. Is that true? She asked. Well, Issei wanted to say something, but he wasn't sure if it would make a difference. Issei, you don't need to answer that, the teacher assured him. Issei's circumstances are very complicated, but regardless of where he transferred from, he's here to learn and enjoy a great school life. So please refrain from asking inappropriate questions. She quickly reprimanded. I don't mind answering, Issei said. The teacher shrugged and offered him the floor. He took a deep breath before answering. I was admitted into Oni's psych ward program. I recently was discharged, and I'm enrolling in this school. Question. Another student raised their hand. All right, but keep it short. The teacher allowed. How long have you been in Oni? Issei stammered. 10. Murmurs. 10. What the students leaned closer to hear him better. Years. Issei reluctantly admitted. 10 years. They all were surprised. Silence. Class, that was very rude. The teacher scolded them all for their sudden outburst. A wonderful school life, right? Issei sighed in depression. Unknown to him was a single girl out of the entire class that was eyeing him curiously. She had an ominous expression, while a grin made its way to her lips. Lunch. The classes in the morning had ended, and it was now lunchtime. Throughout the academy, there was groups of girls and a few boys hanging out around the campus. Everyone was so lively. Issei was on his own after lunch began. He didn't bring much to eat. In fact, he felt less hungry after that introduction. During his classes, he felt like everyone was looking at him with a disdain. He wasn't sure if it was because he was a guy or the fact that he checked out of Oni, which begged the question of why they decided on this place rather than a school for people like him. Oddly enough, he wondered why he was the only one who was questioning this. Wasn't he crazy? But then again, it would have been a lot worse if people found out about his hidden ability. They'd probably put me under a microscope like those science fiction flicks that I watched with Yuka. But maybe I'm just overthinking this. He shrugged while contemplating on it. He looked all over to make sure no one was watching. He then held his hand open and was creating that dark energy again out of boredom. He was ever more curious about it. Ever since the day he began using his ability, he wanted to have absolute control over it. The last thing he needed was someone finding out about it. And for that very reason, he needed to make sure it would not go out of control. Hey, a voice suddenly said that made him tense up. He quickly closed his hand to hide the energy and whipped his head around to see who sneaked up on him. He didn't even hear or sense another person approaching him. It was like she popped up out of nowhere. Yes, it was a girl. The same girl that was in his class. She wore a different uniform than the others, which made her stand out to him. He was frozen with sweat rolling down his neck. Did she see? You're Issei Hyoudou, right? She asked while leaning forward and moving her hair behind her ear. Yeah, we're in the same class, Issei stuttered while turning his attention to her. She had pink eyes, long raven hair, and a very cute-looking face. Did you need something? He politely asked. No, I was just well, I happened to notice you didn't say hello to anyone in class, so I figured I would. She smiled brightly. Right, I'm sorry. What's your name? Issei asked while looking away, slightly. This girl was very pretty, and she must be one of those famous school idol types that Yuka told him about. But, even if she was, why is she approaching him? He was sure his introduction would have made him the least bit approachable. Oh yeah, I'm Yuma Amano. Just like you, I transferred in not too long ago. So, I guess that makes both of us new to Kuoh, she said while crouching down and was now head level with him. She intentionally was inching closer to him, which made him very wary of her. Her intent felt ominous for an odd reason. His mind was filled with more questions than answers. First interaction with a high school girl, and she was getting closer. I don't know about that. Issei looked away. Hey, if you're referring to transferring from a mental hospital, regardless if you're slow or whatever, I don't see why that would make you any less different than a regular student. She sported a blank stare, while Issei continued to look away. I suffered from PTSD. I'm not retarded or anything like that. Issei felt the need to clarify. I didn't mean to come off like that. I just wanted to let you know that regardless of your circumstance, we could still be friends, she said while grabbing his hand all of a sudden. Have friends? Issei repeated. When he looked back, she was staring deep into his eyes. It was very entrancing, but he snapped out of it and cleared his throat. He pulled his hand away and sat up. Sure. Issei blushed and reluctantly said. That seemed to make her satisfied, for her expression lit up with glee. Thank you, I really hope we'll get along, she smiled brightly. Say, how about we go hang out sometime this weekend, she suggested. She's not cutting corners. Issei thought. Wait a second. Just the two of them? Yes sure. I don't think I'm doing anything in particular. Issei agreed, trying to avoid eye contact. And the more gazing into her eyes was going to make his heart jump out. Great, I'll be sure to let you know when the time comes, she said with a flushed expression. Her nervousness just stacked onto her innocent look and just looked adorable to him. She stood up and began retreating away, just like a nervous teen that just confessed their love for the first time. I look forward to it, Issei, she called back. Issei was still reeling from his conversation. As he broke it down, his heart began to beat faster. But it wasn't like the fluttery, love-struck kind. Granted, she looked nice, but he felt like something else was behind her face. Something that made his sense of danger aroused. He wasn't sure why. Maybe he was just nervous. It was more or less an invitation to a date. Nah, who knows? Right now, he decided to go back inside. He grabbed his bag and began making his way through. But suddenly he felt like eyes were on him, and he turned, and he spotted a petite, white-haired girl wearing a cat-like hair clip and was licking a popsicle. Issei narrowed his eyes slightly. She then began walking off. Issei raised his eyebrow. Was she looking at me, he was wondering. They're watching you, human. Issei thought he heard a deep voice, but didn't see anybody else near him. He swallowed nervously and headed back inside to finish school. Night. Issei was at home and was lying on his couch, wearing blue shorts and a black t-shirt. He was beat. Most of his classes were pretty easy, but the tediousness of it was a real mental drain. Not to mention the curious looks he kept getting from everyone there. Man, I wonder if I come off as weird, he wondered. He was, however, thinking about that girl that asked to be his friend. It was very random and seemed way out of his league. But that feeling from before, was it natural to be very wary of someone asking to be your friend? He wondered if he should have accepted so quickly. He assumed there was a natural process that a guy and girl have to go through before becoming friends. Come to think about it, he noticed that she wasn't even with any of the students in his class. Maybe she was a loner. For M, create, SH ape, fill gaps, CL crack KS. Oh, for crying out loud, Issei was bummed now. He had to practice with his curse again, or this voice wouldn't shut up. You're a lot more active now. Can you actually hear what I'm saying? Issei asked out loud. Yeah, didn't think so. Issei sighed. He sat up and then held his hands up, as if he were holding something. He concentrated, and the familiar blob of energy appeared between his hands. Breathe. Let your mind adrift. Reach UT to WRDS THE veil OF and nothing. Maki no thing, CRE8, nothing. What you think, Fiel, and D no W dot do no T create. What isn't, and DW hat will never be, give form. What I done, you lost me. Issei let out a sigh. All right. He then stood up and made sure he had room. He then made a single circular motion with his hands, and suddenly, a spinning well of energy appeared in front. His eyes widened in fascination. He then slowly held one hand in front of him, and he could move around the vortex. He then slowly extended his fingers slightly, and it got wider. He then quickly closed his hand, and it disappeared. Oh, I get it now, Issei said out loud, as an accomplished smile made its way onto his face. Draw W from THE abyss. Open TED Estinat ION. Oh hell no, I'm not gonna do that again. Last time I did that, I wound up on the roof, Issei protested. One time he followed these specific instructions. Next thing he knew, he popped up on the roof of Oni. That was a very interesting story to tell Yuka and the rest of the staff. I know why your Mendi takes you to where you wish to escape. I did not once think of the roof, all I thought was escape, and then, knock knock. Issei jumped at the hard knocking on the door. Man, that scared me. Who the heck is here at this hour? Issei was wondering who was at the door. He couldn't think of who would be knocking on his door. Maybe it was Yuka. He went over to the door and undid the chain, and then flipped the lock open, and he opened the door, and suddenly, someone fell on top of him. Echo. How he looked down, and it was Yuruma. Naked. What THU Mason he addressed as her soft, smooth flesh pressed against him. He lit up like a red light, for he had never seen a naked woman before. But his embarrassment had to wait. What the wings? Issei's eyes nearly popped out of his head. On the weakened beauty was a pair of massive black wings. At first he thought it was cosplay, but they were literally fused to her back. H, help me, she weakly called up. Help you? Issei had a billion questions. Fleek off, I don't wanna die, she said as she slowly breathed. She was sweating. On further inspection, it looked like she was cut deeply on her back. Oh God, you need a hospital, Issei determined. No, she shouted at him suddenly. Issei froze from her sudden outburst. She looked him in the eye and shook her head. I need just hide me, she said with shallow breathing. But Issei was at a loss at what to do. Just rest me. I just need rest, she assured him. He shook his head in defeat and then slowly got up while picking her up. It was kind of awkward because her wings were out. He wasn't sure what was happening. He brought her up the stairs to his room and helped her sit on his bed. Her long black hair was over her ass as she bent forward. Issei was for a few moments debating on how to proceed. He didn't know whether he should be embarrassed that a hot, naked girl was in his room, or terrified of the fact she had wings coming out of her back. Do you know how to clean a wound? She suddenly asked. Issei just stood there stupefied. They're real. What? Oh, shit, my wings, she shockingly put. In a mere moment, they shrunk down and retracted to a smaller form. Did you just see? She nervously asked. Yeah, Issei nodded. Oh crud, a human saw me. What a blunder. She hung her head in shame. I can clean it. I was taught some first aid in Oni, Issei said as he went over to his duffel bag. He pulled out a little medicine box. A few minutes later. Not bad, human, she thanked. She rubbed the part that had a bandage wrapped around her body. I don't think it's a good idea that I don't take you to the hospital, Issei said while he sat in his computer chair while Yuma sat on his bed. This is enough, she shrugged. Right, playing daft will only work for so long. Yuma sighed depressingly. You want to know about my wings, she said with a blank stare. I wasn't going to say anything. I did just check out of a mental hospital. Issei lowered his eyes and made a troubled look. Oh yeah, crap, I could just gone with that. She clicked her tongue and bit onto her nail. I'm not that kind of crazy. Issei had a bead of sweat roll down his head. Well, whatever. Since you seem to have listened to me, I guess I can be straight with you, she said as she crossed her legs. She seemed to not mind that she wasn't wearing anything, much to Issei's disbelief. He didn't quite know where to look, without his eyes slowly shifting below her eyes. She had a great figure and was well endowed. The truth is, I'm not human. I'm a fallen angel, she revealed. Fallen angel. You mean from like the Bible? Issei heard the name, but he didn't know much about it. Yes, an angel that fell from heaven in the grace of God, she explained. I've been living among the human world. As a student, Issei raised his eyebrow. Of course not. I had a reason for attending that blasted academy, she huffed in a disapproving tone. And that would be, he asked. You, she said as she pointed at him. Issei was confused. Indeed, I wanted the weapon that rested inside you, she said with a smile. Weapon, to be more specific. A god killer, she said ominously. God killer, I have something like that. Issei had a clueless look on his face. Yes, and unfortunately, I'm not the only one who knows, she said as she stood up and opened her hand. Suddenly a jagged red pole of light manifested in her hand and she held it above her. Issei was wide-eyed. So be a good boy and give your life to me. She had a sadistic grin while poised to strike him down. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.